if Mitchell is in base camp, please report to the sea camp.
Launch Canada. I love the smell of rocket fuel in the morning.
Isn't that right, Brendan? Welcome to day 4 of launches. Technically, we lost a day in there, so really it's day 3. But it is Thursday, and honestly, somehow the weather today is better than yesterday morning out there.
Yep, look at that beautiful blue sky. So, yeah, everyone, I am Brendan. You might have seen me for about 2 minutes at the advanced pad yesterday.
Yeah, I'm Aaron Van Den, and you've likely seen quite a bit of me this week already. Brendan previously was our advanced commentator for a bit, but unfortunately we had some signal issues, so we weren't able to see him as much as we hoped. But
we'll have it back today, though.
We'll have it back today, and we get to have him at the solids pad for a bit this morning.
Yes, sir.
So, yesterday was one heck of a launch, eh?
It was. There were a lot of launches out of the advanced pad, which is always great to see.
Mm-hmm.
Those rockets are much more difficult to get up in the air typically because they got to go through all their fill procedures. And we had a lot of them yesterday.
Absolutely.
In addition to 2 stages as well, which, again, are much more complex and also difficult to get up in the air.
I was saying this morning, like 2 stages of rockets are essentially doubling the potential failure modes.
Oh, yeah.
So the complexity and the amount of procedures post-flight or pre-flight is also doubled to ensure that you're minimizing those risk factors.
Yeah. Nope, it is, yeah. You're literally stacking 2 rockets on top of each other and hoping that it lights when it gets in the air. So.
Exactly.
So,
we should probably mention at the start that the event is taking place on Treaty 9 territory for the Matagami First Nation. So we thank them again for their partnership in hosting us on this land. Should probably also thank our presenting sponsor, MDA Space, as well as the support from the City of Timmins that logistically has been helping. I also want to give a quick thank you and shout out to, because we've been around town just seeing locals discussing it. We know a lot of locals are actually out here in the woods helping us with logistics and search and rescue and things of the like. Even the porta potties and such, everything is getting support from the locals. So thank you so much, folks, for helping us out up here. We're visitors, and we really, really appreciate it.
Very much so. Thank you, Aaron. So, we have something cooked up for you guys right now. We can get a replay of some of the launches from yesterday. So we're going to start off with a replay. We're going to start off with a replay from Oronos, which is Polytechnique Montréal. They attempted to launch their 2-stage, which was a hybrid rocket going into a solid rocket. Does this have audio? So you can see it there, it lifts off the pad, doesn't quite light, and falls back down, which was very fun to see yesterday. Very unfortunate for the Polytechnique team, but it's a very interesting failure. I'm sure they'll have fun taking a look at that to see what happened.
It was an immensely difficult engineering problem they tackled as well in a very, I don't want to say hastened, but fast design cycle, it seemed like as well.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt, so much to be learned from that flight.
Yep. And yeah, I'm sure they'll be back next year, bigger and stronger, and we'll see a 3-stage or a 4-stage.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
A liquid to a solid to a hybrid, back to a liquid.
No.
Don't do that, kids.
Even seeing as much as we did, that's still immensely impressive. The fact to get any thrust in that effect. I mean, you were a little bit closer to the launch site. Do you have any kind of information, either from the team or from what you observed, of what might have happened?
Unfortunately not. I saw the team go out to the pad pretty much as soon as they could after that and went out and inspected it. The rocket was really close to the launch rail after it landed. It was, I don't know, I don't know the exact distance, but it did not even go into the brush. It was still in the sandy area that we have as a fire break. So, yeah, we'll probably get more info today, specifically, hopefully, from the advanced pad itself. We do have people or commentators out there, so we'll hopefully switch them at some point.
Great. And so what is that kind of takedown procedure when approaching the rocket? I mean, it didn't initiate its full recovery sequence. I know one thing that was talked about is their hold fire on their 2nd stage worked successfully. They didn't accidentally fire the 2nd stage, which is excellent news. Again, I mentioned before, mitigating risks.
Yep. Nope, that would have been very bad. So specifically in 2-stage rockets, since you have a loaded upper stage motor, you really do not want that motor to light when you don't want it to. So specifically in their flight computer, there's something called a tilt lockout, and that makes it such that if the rocket is pitched over more than a specific amount, I'm not sure on the exact value, but it's probably about 10-20 degrees if I had to guess, it will not light the motor. So this prevents you from, first off, if your rocket is pitched over 45 degrees or more, when it reaches the separation height, you won't have your rocket go 60 kilometers to the east. Or if that happens on the pad, where your rocket fails to actually achieve its target thrust and comes down on the ground, you do not light that motor on the ground and pose a significant safety hazard to the personnel around there. So from a safety perspective, that launch was really good because that motor did not light. In order for them to approach the rocket, though, they have to perform all of their venting procedures and ensure that that motor is stable. So what they do, since they had a hybrid rocket as their first stage, the hybrid rocket is powered by nitrous oxide as the propellant, and then I believe for Pali it's some form of paraffin wax as the fuel. They need to vent the entire tank down to get rid of the pressure inside of the tank. So, but in their case, since the valve was open, this should happen automatically since it'll vent into the chamber. Although it's still good practice to also open your other vents and ensure the pressures are low. Once the pressures are low, they should be able to approach the vehicle where they can disarm all of the avionics. This is especially important because when you disarm the avionics, you're also making it such that the vehicle cannot command a ignition of the upper stage anymore. And
you can tell Brendan's our propulsion guy on the team.
Yes. I like propulsion. So, yeah, they can lock out that such that it cannot ignite, and then at that point they should be able to start disassembling the vehicle, removing the igniter from the upper stage, and then taking the solid motor out. And at that point it's just your standard disassembly procedures, plus, I mean, damage on the vehicle you're going to have to work around. You're probably not going to be able to get out every screw how you had it before. So yeah, that's essentially what I believe they're going to be out there doing today, if they did not already do it yesterday, which I did see them out at the pad yesterday. They probably did some significant cleanup there. So we're going to get shortly into another replay, since we have replays for you guys. Let's take a look at McGill. So this is this was McGill's first launch in a couple of years here. Successfully got up off the rail and had a pretty good boost. So this again was a hybrid rocket motor. It was a single stage one as opposed to Pali's two-stage. It came down under some sort, it was either a tangled main or under drogue. I don't remember off the top of my head on that specifically, but it was a pretty fast recovery, but I think they're going to get it back. The team, as you can see, was pretty happy on this. Oh, we just lost our preview screen. There we go. It's back. Hi, Simon. So, yeah.
Apologies. We were trying to fix our preview laptop here. We're not getting power to it, so worst case scenario, we won't be able to read chat messages.
Let's take a look at some of the chat messages from you guys. Brendan's volume's a bit low in comparison. If you have the controls, we do have the controls. We'll take a look at that shortly. Thank you for letting us know. I can also just talk louder, simply. Apologies, guys. We're trying to sort this out. How's that, Michael? I'm talking now. Talk. Yep. So behind us here, you can see some people walking out to the sport pad. I believe we're loading up the rails on the MDA sport pad that is behind us for some personal flights. Not sure if they're certification flights or not. They probably are. Most of our flights are certification flights.
We saw a lot of sport launches yesterday, even following when the stream went off. People continued flying when the weather cleared for maybe an hour or so more. That's not really enough time for the teams to do their launches, but it's enough for some G to H to I class rockets, and we saw a couple decent flights.
Yeah, these rockets are significantly faster to set up just because of the scale of them. So we do tend to see a lot of them during Launch Canada since, I mean, we do offer it. It's pretty fun for people to come out and launch their own rockets. Aaron, did you bring your own rocket here?
I did not bring my own rocket. I brought several kits, one of which I actually assembled on stream with Noah Gaffrin the other day.
Nice.
And it is actually, the paint is just drying on it.
Nice.
And I have a couple more kits that we could throw together. I actually thought it would be really fun to design and build a rocket with the Stream Chat's help.
Yeah.
I know you don't think that's a good idea, but I think it's a great idea.
I don't think I remember. I don't remember saying that wasn't a good idea.
I
I love content.
So we will absolutely get to that later today. A few other things we know that are on the agenda for today. I know Nico would like to speak to some of the Klingons that are present.
Okay.
I think there's going to be some language learning.
Hopefully Nico started his Duolingo and Klingon.
In
a couple
Klingon,
months
I
ago.
hope so. Well, I saw he was wearing his Star Trek tie, so I think he's in it.
Okay. Was he wearing a Star Trek tie or a Star Wars tie?
Oh, it was a Star Trek tie.
Okay,
Trust me. I know that. It
I
had the
remember
USS Enterprise on it.
I remember 2 years ago when he mixed them up.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he did mix them up, didn't he?
Mix them up. That was funny, folks.
It was. He's a classic, that Nico character. So, so do you want to talk about, because we've both done several sport launches at Launch Canada and elsewhere.
Yeah.
And we've done low power rockets long before that. Both of us, I think I've probably been doing it for longer, but both
100%.
but both of us have a lot of experience with low power rocketry as well. And as we saw with some of the flights yesterday, particularly like Danny was flying on G-Class, and a lot of the Science Timmins folks were flying on lower power rockets as well. There's a lot of fun to be had with those not super high impulse rockets, I think. So, sorry, when you look at me, I assume you're getting a message from our producer.
I did get a message from our producer, but that can wait.
Okay. I'm wondering, what other rockets, like, do you have any, like, fun stories or rockets that you've designed and built outside of your, because you discussed earlier your, actually, you didn't even tell us what it was named, how it was painted, what it flew to, just that you flew rockets.
I'm a mysterious manner, and I don't tell anyone anything.
You don't want to tell us about the rockets?
No, okay. So I have my car level 3 certification. This is different from a Tripoli level 3. It's there's one more level in car, so a car level 4 is equivalent to a Tripoli level 3, which gets confusing. So this means I can fly up to a K motor. I did this all on a single rocket. I went to university in Ottawa, so I decided to name my rocket after the O train because it's funny. This rocket is painted like the O train because it's funny. It's called O rocket because of course it is.
That's pretty awesome.
So yeah, it's a white rocket, black nose cone, and red fins, and it has a livery of a Citadus Spirit, I guess, light rail vehicle on the front of it.
Nice.
So yeah, that I flew that at first at Gagetown, New Brunswick, where I did my level 1 flight and my level 2 flight. Those were flown on an H225, which is an H-class motor with 225 newtons of thrust. And then I flew it on a I-130, I think it was. It was an Aerotech DMS. I don't remember the exact one, but that is an I motor, which is 130 or whatever it was newtons of average thrust. So yeah, all of that is fun. And then I brought it out here for Launch Canada 2 years ago. You can actually see my flight on the stream. It was flown on a J270 up to, I think it was about 1,500 feet on a J270. So it doesn't go very high, but that's not what I intended that rocket to do.
Oh,
and
it's about a safe flight in these certification flights.
Yep, and I had a 2-stage recovery system for that, so I had my parachute bundled up with a Jolly Logic because I really did not want to go climb a tree and find it in the forest.
And a Jolly Logic being a shoot-release altimeter.
Yep, so a Jolly Logic essentially is a relatively cheap but kind of still expensive
About
deploy altimeter.
$150, give or take.
Yep. You can buy it from allrockets.ca, but that's where I got mine from anyways. I'm sure you can get it from other places as well. But it is a
check
little...
your local hobby store as well. They may have one in stock.
Yes. So, yeah, it's just essentially it has an altimeter in it. You can program the deploy altitude, and then it has a little servo that will move, and then it'll release an elastic band around your parachute. So it's a pretty simple way to have your parachute deploy. But it's not recommended for use on high altitude or high speed flights. You should really use actual altimeters and deployment chargers for those typically.
And why is that? Just because the components are not rated for these kind of high speeds and high altitudes?
It's also not, so the way that a Jolly Logic works is it's typically placed outside the rocket around the outside of your parachute, held in by elastic bands.
Right.
outside of the outside of the rocket and like on the outside of the parachute is where it's located. So
it sees some time flowing through the air as well.
Yeah, it sees plenty of time flowing through the air, and if you're coming down fast or for a long period of time, in theory, it can come off. I haven't seen this personally, but
well, that's likely because most teams don't use that.
Yep, which is probably a good thing.
Probably a good thing.
So yeah, anyways, I used this, and it deployed at like 300 feet because I really didn't want it to go into the trees.
That is smart. I don't like going for a long hike for my rocket either.
Yep.
I had a certification flight where one of the parts never found again, and it's out there somewhere in the field behind us there.
Yep.
Might even be on screen right now in that drone shot.
So what you can see on screen on your drone shot right now is actually our statics pad. So last night we had MACH, which is from the Toronto Metropolitan University, attempting a static fire. Unfortunately, they aborted last night, but everything is safe. They'll be reattempting, I assume, today, if not tomorrow. So at around 11 is what I'm being told here. So that is a bipropellant liquid rocket engine that they are static firing. They have their test stand set up, which I believe you can see on screen there, and yeah, there should be some activity there, and we'll give you some updates from the statics pad as we can. There are 2 teams at the statics pad this year. There's MACH, which is the Metropolitan Aerospace Combustion Hub, I think their name stands for, which is an interesting acronym.
That's kind of a cool acronym.
It is. And then there's also Polytechnique Montréal, which is there with their bipropellant liquid. York is also there as well, actually.
So I guess what I'm wondering, for the folks home, a couple folks might be wondering, why would you test it attached to the ground? Like, if the whole point is to put it in a rocket.
Sorry, say that again, Aaron.
Oh, I guess what I'm wondering is, like, why would somebody want to test it attached to the ground rather than put it in a rocket, if that's kind of the whole point of it, right?
I mean, yeah, why would you want to test it strapped to the ground? I mean, the entire point of a rocket is to move up, right?
And I know you specifically have a lot of experience with this.
Yeah, making test stands fly.
Yeah.
This is a joke. I've never made that happen. So, yeah, so typically speaking, I mean, you want to make sure that your engine works before you put it into a vehicle. We're just doing a quick laptop switch here, everyone. Thank you, Noah. The laptop is not charging for some reason, and we need power. So, yeah, so why do you test that on the ground? Well, first off, you can put more sensors on the ground than you can on flight. You're not relying on a radio link that's moving at high speeds in order to get all of your data back, because ultimately you want to make sure that your rocket engine works. And you're verifying the simulations and the calculations that you've done to ensure for your design. So in this case, when it's strapped to the ground, you can run wires. You're close to it. You can physically see everything. You can set cameras up to ensure that everything is working as you expected. And, well, that's what we're doing here. So what you do is you set up your test stand and you try to bolt it to the ground as best as you can. There are a variety of methods that you can bolt your test stand to the ground. I mean, you can use ground anchors. I've seen teams use heavy blocks to weigh down the test stand. I've seen, I think it was UBC, which uses an interesting retention mechanism on their stand, which is they use some steel cables to wire it to some heavy blocks that prevented the test stand from moving. So a lot of different ways that you can anchor it down, and each have their benefits and their drawbacks. So some are easier to set up than others, some are easier to move than others, some are some have much better ground retention than others. So that depends, like, how much ground retention you need depends on, like, the orientation of how you're firing. So some teams will fire facing vertical, like your rocket is in flight. Some teams will fire facing horizontal because it typically makes your load case easier, because you're not trying to pull the test stand out of the ground, you're just trying to push it sideways, which is typically easier to hold into the ground with pins or ground anchors. So, yeah, a lot of fun stuff. Most teams have test stands. Only 2 of them, though, are going to be actually demonstrating their firings at Launch Canada. So, yeah. What are we getting set up here? Ooh. We have our spreadsheet. Let's go.
Yeah, I finally found all the notes I took during the conference days, so we can pull up some fun information about the teams that have to launch today.
Yep. Unfortunately, My memory might be okay, but it's not good enough to memorize every single altitude from every single team.
Not as good as spreadsheets here.
Nope. The spreadsheet is better than me at memorizing things. Until the internet goes out, then it's not as good. But the internet has not went out on us. Our internet setup is actually really cool this year. We have 2 redundant Starlinks.
Very, very robust.
For all you folks at home. So we managed to set up the network through a multi-WAN router, it's called, which is essentially a router that mixes 2 different internet inputs and will distribute the data based on 1, if one of the Starlinks is down, and 2, if we need additional load on the other one. So we can load share between the 2 dishes to increase our speed and bandwidth, and we can also have a failover capability. So if one of the Starlinks loses connection for some reason, it's okay. We have 2.
So like I keep saying, everything we do, risk mitigation is the name of the game.
Yep. Risk mitigation is a huge thing in just engineering in general, and especially in aerospace. Especially when you have people on board your vehicles, which we do not,
Yes.
thankfully, because, man, that would be hard.
Yes. Yes, there have been some incredibly hard lessons learned throughout history, and safety is absolutely paramount,
Yep.
right?
You cannot launch things with people in it when you don't know if it's going to work.
For those that are unfamiliar, in Canada, engineers, when completing their engineering at university, because there are a few requirements for becoming a licensed professional engineer in Canada. One of them is to complete a degree at an accredited university. And at the end of this university, there's a ceremony in which engineers are actually awarded this ring here, this iron ring it's called, at a ceremony. And the story goes that there was many years ago, an unfortunate tragedy in which a bridge in Quebec collapsed, and originally the rings were made out of the steel from that bridge. The reason it goes on the pinky of your working hand is so that whenever you're going to sign a paper or you're working on anything, it hits the table to give you a mental reminder that you cannot put people in harm's way ever. You cannot, you must mitigate the risk as much as physically possible, because engineers, at the end of the day, are responsible for public safety in a lot of cases, much like a doctor would be.
Yep, precisely. And, I mean, a lot of things that are built are very important. You don't want to have to think about if the bridge you're driving over is collapsing. You don't want to have to think about the road is going to wash out under you, or your house is going to fall out underneath your feet.
The airplane you're flying on is going to have a problem, right?
Yep. Your airplane is actually not signed off by professional engineers. That is Transport Canada that's doing all that regulation. But
that's true, but they have professional engineers as part of these boards
they
as
do,
well.
But yes.
Yes.
So yeah. No, it's very important for risk mitigation purposes, and I mean, even like stuff that we do here, we have a scaffold that has all of our antennas on it, so that we can get all the beautiful feeds out from advanced. That has to be signed off by professional engineers, because we're climbing on it. We don't want it to collapse under our feet. Exactly. That would be very bad, and I wouldn't be here talking to you guys. I'd probably be in the hospital if it fell over. And I don't want to go there.
That is certainly true. I went up on one of those scaffolding, and it was very high up, and I didn't even go up all the way.
Yep, it is 40 feet up to the top. That's what it is. We'll maybe get some footage for you guys of the scaffold so you can get a better look at it at one point.
We had a drone view a couple days ago, and I think we'll probably get another drone view today.
Yep.
Speaking of networking, and speaking of the drone view on top of the tower, Nick Butler, I believe, was primarily responsible for a redundant network.
Yep, Nick Butler is was the volunteer that with the live stream team here that set up the entire network for us. So props to Nick. Thank you for doing this. It clearly works.
Absolute treasure. I'm going to try to bring up every member of our team throughout the day if we can, because every single one of them has been doing incredible work, and getting up at usually 4:30 in the morning every day to come to site and not getting home until well after dark.
Yep. We are very, very thankful for our team of amazing live stream volunteers here, and in general, just all of the amazing Launch Canada volunteers that are making this event happen for us, because ultimately, I mean, we can't live stream if there's nothing happening behind us, so.
And speaking of, if waking up early and going to bed late and coming out to the site here in the hot sun with a lot of bugs, if that sounds interesting to you, please sign up to volunteer next year. We're always looking for more volunteers at the site. We're looking for more volunteers for the conference. I believe there will be more information posted once we're done wrapping up this event, of course.
Yep.
But Launch Canada is always going to be looking for more volunteers, and anything from you can help with the live stream if you want, assist the judging team if you have some technical background you believe that you could lend as a use. You could assist with general site logistics and anything else of the like, the networking system, or just pad safety, or even just making sure people know where they're going or helping to hand out the kits. We need as many people as we can get, and we would love to have many more. So if this interests you at all, we'd love to have you.
Yep. We should post on all our socials when we're actually actively seeking volunteers. I believe there is a link of launchcanada.org/volunteer. However, I believe that is going to link to last year's form, but it'll probably be the same link next year.
If you're watching this stream live, you already know how to find our social media.
Yep.
So keep an eye out, please.
Take a look in the description that I wrote.
And if there's anyone who's just casually interested in rocketry, maybe you don't live in Canada or in this area, or maybe you don't attend a school that has a rocketry team, you can also, if you live in Canada, look for CAR, the Canadian Association of Rocketry. They have some divisions, I forget the word, but like local clubs in several cities throughout the country.
Prefectures.
Oh, really?
I mean, I guess that's what AAA calls them. I'm not sure if CAR calls them that, actually.
Okay. CAR, and as well as if you have a AAA or NAR club near you, feel free to join. Of course, I'm going to promote CAR because I believe they were presenting at our conference a couple days ago.
Yep.
No, you. That is Ari, who's in charge of doing the conferences there. Walking behind us here. We should try to get her on later. She is fantastic. If you were at the conference or watching the conference stream, she's the voice you heard saying "Hello, Rocketeers" every few hours.
Yep.
That was her. She's great. She needs a break, if anyone.
It's been a long week for a lot of volunteers here, and well, it's not over yet. We got to keep going.
All right. Speaking of got to keep going, we got a couple things in front of us. I don't know if we want to go with, I don't know if we have more prepared there or if we want to take care of these guys.
We can take care of these guys right now.
I think we should take care of these guys. So there are still some Rocketeers setting up on the sport pad behind us. But while we wait for that to happen, Brendan has brought us a little treat here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the first ever edition of Brunch Canada.
Brunch Canada.
It's a very sad brunch, but it's a brunch nonetheless at about 10 a.m. Yeah. We have 2 granola bars from a company
these are,
that does not sponsor us yet.
This is a company caramel and chocolate flavor granola bar. I'm excited for Brunch Canada.
We are about to crack open these granola bars and eat them on stream for the first ever Brunch Canada.
I got a little chocolate squiggle on top. That's some fine artistry right there.
So you see the chocolate squiggle on top of it. It has a bunch of oats here.
Brother.
We're going to get this zoomed in very quickly here.
Director Simon has just run out to zoom in the camera here.
This is your standard.
I think it's at max zoom already.
Your standard.
Oh, he's going to go to the long-range tracking camera here. Oh, excellent.
Is this going to focus?
Likely
here?
not.
Let's see. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, yes.
Oh, this way.
Look at that quality granola bar.
Is this made with Canadian oats? I need to know. I hope it's made with Canadian oats, or else I can't eat it. It does not say on the packaging. It probably says, oh, Peterborough.
Peterborough?
I don't know
That's
if the
Canadian.
oats came from here,
That's in Ontario.
It does not say if it's made in Canada on here.
It says Peterborough.
The company is based in Peterborough, Ontario, though. So
that's excellent news.
The granola bar is actually kind of splitting in half now.
We should eat them before they disintegrate.
Yeah, I cannot vouch for the structural integrity of this granola bar.
I don't think. What do you think is the maximum safe rocket to actually launch this on? I think it might disintegrate even under an A class.
I mean, the amount of loading that it would be under is primarily just compression from the G-force,
compressive
right?
loading. And compressive, I feel like it can take quite a bit.
Yeah, so this wouldn't be too bad if you flew it. We could actually try to convince a Rocketeer if we can actually fly this. Not this one specifically. We have more of them.
Yes, we need to eat this.
We do need to eat this. This is food. This is beans.
This is beans.
I will raise my mic so you guys don't need to hear me eating.
I rate this brunch highly.
What's your favorite part about it?
I think the flavor is very good. There's obviously a lot of sugar in it, which is okay because
That's what
we're
we
away
need.
from home and vacation calories don't count, right?
Vacation calories do not count. I need sugar. I need a lot of sugar. I'm not like that much. I'll maybe have a Gatorade later today, though. That's sugar and electrolytes. So, the oats in here, you know, they taste like oats. I can tell you that much. I don't know how much I get the caramel in here. You know, it's the caramel. It's there, but it's not an overwhelming taste to it. So yeah, just kind of like a sugary taste, honestly. It's which I mean, I guess that's almost what caramel is. So it kind of makes sense.
And once it's down, you obviously want to wash it down with some water here. It's important to stay hydrated. It was actually really cold this morning, but the sun's coming out, so got to make sure we're nice and hydrated. While we continue to wait for these rockets to set up, I think I might go collect the Ravens so we can complete the final step of that build. The paint has dried.
If you can, Aaron, please take the garbage. We do not want to litter the wilderness that we're out here. This is not pristine because we kind of bulldoze some of the forest here, but this is pretty much pristine Canadian wilderness once you go into the trees here. We do not want to put plastic all over it. So it sounds like shortly we're going to be getting an interview with a student from the University of Western Ontario. We'll have that on for you all shortly. What's up? Not now. Getting a Western interview. Let's take a look at some chats here. Lunch brunch Canada? Well, technically brunch is lunch, I guess, so well, we'll still have lunch Canada for all of you, don't worry. Any rockets soon? We have some rockets on the sport pad at the moment. It doesn't look like any competition solid rockets are ready yet. We'll let you know when they are. I believe they're setting up at the advanced pad right now for a salvo probably at 11 a.m. Typically speaking, the time slips, but we'll see how it goes out there. We'll give you guys updates as we can. But at the moment, we have no competition rockets on the pad, I believe. That looks delicious. It was. Oh, I think that's Aaron's grandma, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Aaron's grandma. Thank you for housing us when we drove down to the Spaceport America Cup in 2023. Can we do Raven today? I think this is a question for you, Aaron.
Can we do Raven today? The Raven is actually almost done. We painted it last night, so the paint should be dry by now. It's masked up. Actually, the camera's not on it, so that's okay. Trust that it's done, and we can finish it up, tie up the chutes, and use kind of some other parts there.
Do we
know
know
who the 11 a.m. salvo? 11 a.m. I believe the plan is for statics.
11 a.m. MACH is targeting statics. There is also there should also be an 11 a.m. salvo at advanced. So that should be most teams that have not already launched there. So off the top of my head, that was going to be UBCO, Carleton. Who else is out there that hasn't launched? I don't know, a few more. Okay, we're shortly going to get our interview. Yep, we're shortly going to get our interview with a student from the University of Western Ontario. There we go. I mean, we are So yeah, there was UBCO. Carleton are definitely trying to attempt a launch today. I know Carleton ran into some issues with their electrical ground support equipment yesterday. Let's hope that that is fixed today for their launch. UBCO, I'm not 100% certain on what issue stopped them from launching yesterday, but they'll be back at it today. The University of Waterloo, I believe, also scrubbed yesterday. I expect them to be back again as well. What other teams are out at advanced for us? Let's see. I have a spreadsheet for a reason, and I'm going to use it. Oh, we have U of T's liquid rocket that I did see them putting on the pad yesterday. So let's hope that they are going to be attempting a launch then. And let's see. Ah, the University of Windsor. We should expect I believe it's a 2-stage. Going to, yeah, 17,000 feet. So they should be out at advanced. Yep. So.
All right. So we're back here at the booth, and Brendan and I have a special guest from the University of Western Ontario. That's Western Engineering Rocketry, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Hi,
that's
could you
correct.
introduce yourself?
Hi, so I'm Kayla Newbat. I'm the engine lead for the Western Rocket team. I've been on the team for 3 years, and I'm excited to be here and meet you guys.
Nice.
Nice to meet you. I'm Brendan, and then that's Aaron.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah, have you on the program. So you guys launched, was it the start of yesterday or the end of the previous day?
So it was actually the very first launch on Monday. That we
Right.
Yes.
You guys were ready to go. I do
Yes,
remember
yeah.
that.
Impressive.
It's my first time being to Launch Canada. Our team has been here for 2 years. And we're super excited to be the first ones. Yeah, it was a great honor.
Super exciting. Can you walk us through kind of the rocket? What were its parameters? What you expected from the flight, and then kind of how it went. And like, have you guys recovered first of all?
Yes, we did recover. Everything went good. We were expecting to go just under 18,000 feet. We got into a apogee that was close to expected, and we were happy with. Yeah.
Nice. And you were just using a solid motor? Do you know?
Yes, yeah, we were using
What motor were you guys using?
a COT solid motor, yes. We were using an N2540P
Nice.
as our engine. It's not one of the largest motors I've ever done, but we usually launch an M motor, so this was a step up for us in recent
Nice.
years, yeah.
Well, congratulations on that.
Thank you so much,
It's not a low thrust motor either, so.
No, yeah, we were very happy with how everything went with that, yeah.
You mentioned. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know, you can go.
All right. You mentioned your engine lead.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, what does that role entail for folks who maybe aren't on a rocket team watching?
So what that usually entails is looking at the motor selection, so deciding what kind of motor you want to go with based on the height you want to achieve or your apogee, looking at all the simulations, so to ensure that your rocket is going to go how you expect, so making sure that you are having the desired thrust that you want, all the things like that. As well as procuring the motor, so making sure that the one that you want is actually available, which is very important.
Hard to do nowadays.
Yes, very hard to do, especially in Canada. And then my role specifically as well has a bit of a different side, as we've been looking into hybrid engines. So
Nice.
I've mostly been doing kind of R&D with things like that, yeah.
Nice. Cool. Do you want to talk more about the hybrid?
We can, yes. It's mostly just in a developmental stage right now,
Cool.
so can't say too much.
Okay.
You're speaking to somebody who knows a lot about grassroots hybrid development,
Yeah.
at least on Carleton's side, but because it went from like the solid to having nothing to getting almost to a hybrid flight. So how far along are you on that development process, I guess?
I think that's difficult to quantify. Your project is never really finished once you've started.
So then I guess a better question might be, what's coming next? When you guys get back to your little shop that I know you guys share with a few other teams, it's
Yes,
a nice
yeah.
space. What's next for the engine subgroup?
Well, just continuing on, so looking for our rocket for next year, seeing if we can get a hybrid together to do a static fire and things like that. Probably launching a COTS motor, but that's a better question for our lead engineer on the team.
Nice.
Yeah.
And you mentioned doing simulations on the solid rocket. What were
Yes.
you using for the simulations?
We usually use Open Rocket. We use a little bit of Raz Aero as well,
Okay.
but mostly Open Rocket.
Nice.
Yeah.
Both good tools.
Yes. Yeah. They work very well for our purposes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, Aaron, do you have any other questions?
Yeah. If we're coming to a closure here, or at least approaching it, anything back home you want to shout out? Any members of the team you want to bring attention to? And I guess, okay, before that, obviously you have a personal experience with your rocket. Is there any particular element of that rocket you launched the other day that you're particularly proud of? And then secondly, is there anything back home or any member of your team or anything at all that you want to bring attention to and shout out?
So I'd like to shout out, especially for our rocket. We had an amazing payload this year. One of our team members did an amazing job at putting that together. We had a SRAD flight computer and things like that, and it actually outperformed the COTS flight computer, so it's definitely going to be implemented next year. So want to shout him out.
Which computer were you using, COTS?
That is a great question for
Okay.
Reach. Unfortunately, that's not my side of the rocket.
Hey, no worries.
Wrong side. I'm near the bottom. But yeah, so I'd like to shout him out. He did an amazing job. All the team members who unfortunately couldn't be with us here, who worked so hard throughout the year as well. And then I would like to shout out my family, my grandparents, Suzanne McDonald, especially. She's been watching all of your streams every day religiously, as well as my grandpa, Windsor McDonald. They have been in love with what you guys have been doing and watching the team, so want to shout them out as well. Yeah.
That's so sweet. Well, I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for you
For
guys,
first flight of the
there's
day.
nothing to show them.
Well, good thing it came together then.
Yeah.
It's a perfect match
With
then.
rocket name
Cool.
Ryan
Thanks for coming on
Gosling.
stream.
Thank you guys for having me. It's been wonderful.
Sounds like we're going to have a
One
launch behind us.
Unit 182,
Getting a sport launch shortly.
estimated height of
We will come to
2,100
that.
feet. A continuity, or a flashing continuity, which means we should be good. Flying for launch. Ourselves go for launch.
So there you can see is our sport rocket pad.
Five.
Just taking a second to light here.
We still have intermittent continuity. Let's try this again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
There she goes.
Nice ride boost. Straight up and an event. And a shoot. Looks like a nominal shoot deployment. And a nice gentle close down.
Sounds like they got their shootout. Congratulations on that flight. Getting the shootout is very important. We really do not want these rockets coming down ballistic. There we go. Just got it on the tracking cam there. Parachute fully deployed. Gently drifting down to the forest. Hopefully it doesn't land into any trees. The This is our cameraman Akif getting us this shot. Please send him some love in the chat. There we go, he's got it back. I did some tracking last year for us, and it is not an easy task to do this, guys. Even if it's moving slowly under parachute like this, it is so easy to lose it. Taking a look at the chat.
Congratulations on what appears to be a nominal flight.
Sounds like that just landed. Seemed like a nominal flight. Great for that flyer. Take a look at the chat here. Can we launch the Raven today?
I don't believe we actually have any low power pads at the moment, so that would mean like outfitting it with launch lugs, with launch rails to actually put it on the pad. I don't think Chris would be too keen with that, so I don't know if we'll be able to launch it. We can chuck it off the top of a tree, because that's about how high it'll end up going, but I don't think we can do more than that.
We can talk to Chris. We'll see if we can set something up.
All right.
Any news on Queens? I believe I forgot to mention them earlier. Yes, Queens is out on the advanced pad. We're waiting on more info from them. But I believe I saw their rocket out there yesterday. Unsure if it's ready to go, though.
We'll also be, when we look at the screens, it's a little difficult because we're wearing polarized sunglasses, and screens are also polarized. So.
Unfortunately for me, in the opposite direction. So I am doing this.
So I'm doing this to actually see, yeah.
But, yeah.
But worth it to protect your eyes.
Our producers are telling us we look like dogs. Thank you, Simon, for the insult.
Oh, man. Yeah, let's take a look at this Raven. So I have a lot of experience actually painting rockets. So I'd love to give some kind of tips on that. And one of the things is they say measure twice, cut once, and when you're painting, that is what masking is. General painting tips, obviously, you want to ensure that you are doing it from like a relatively far distance, doing light coats and many coats. This was rushed. This is not my proudest work. But mask twice, paint once is kind of the general rule. So you want to have nice, clean masking tape lines around. Everything that is not going to get painted, you want to put kind of a bag around. If you buy a kit, the bag the rocket comes in doubles as an excellent kind of masking bag for that. And then you can kind of see a roll of masking tape around here. The trick is you want to get a nice, sharp line. And there's actually a trick I learned that I wish I could credit. Sounds like we're moving to a launch. Just a moment.
Getting a launch on the sport pad shortly.
Flying on an H-135 white, estimated altitude 1,800 feet. For launch. Looking up. Skies are clear. Winds are nominal. Go for launch. Trinity with hangar 18. Countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Nice.
Such a good sounding motor.
Clean boost. Straight up. Tipping over. And an event. And a clean chute deployment.
There we go. Akif again getting us this incredible tracking shot. Look at that. This is what we like to see here as the live stream team. We want good content, everyone, and this is good content, I hope. Unless it's not, guys. You're the ones that we're making it for. Let us know. If you want more Lunch Canada, that can be arranged.
Can launch it on the pad, please? We will actually try. I will ask Chris if we can launch the Raven.
I think we should have a rod that can function as that somewhere around here.
Surely.
It's just like a music rod you'd use, right?
It would be fun if I could oversize the
Congratulations on a normal flight,
way that
and most
is,
likely
so.
your level 1 certification. That is cool.
All right, going through the chat more. Ontario Attack Sounding Rocket is attempting a 2-stage today. Yep, they are also out of the advanced pad. I believe I also forgot to mention them. Apologies, guys, but we will get you more info from them when we can.
So the best part, I think, of painting rockets is peeling off this masking tape. Now, the line is not as clean as I would like. I don't know how close of a shot we can get here. Because the masking tape I'm using is really bad masking tape. Don't use this yellow masking tape. I'd recommend the blue painter's tape if you can find it. And also, it is bleeding through very slightly. I don't think you can see on camera, but it's not ideal. One way you can do to stop that bleeding, but meaning like kind of seeping through underneath the tape, again, use a better masking tape, make sure it's nice and fit. But also, before you hit it with the second color, hit it with one coat of clear coat and let it dry. That way, the clear coat can go and seep in and basically keep all the second color out so it doesn't actually seep underneath. I don't know who taught me that tip. I can't remember, but I've done it ever since I've had the opportunity to.
Aaron came up with this entirely by himself.
Maybe I did, for all I know.
It's possible, but probably not.
So all that's left is to tie the chute and apply the stickers.
And then we're going to send it on the far path.
We
We're
could.
gonna put an M motor in it.
Brendan, could you please, to your right, pass me the briefcase that's on the ground so I can get the stickers out?
The briefcase on the ground to my right.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to set it on the ground here over here.
I just dropped a square on Aaron. But when I say square, I mean the triangle. It's one of these.
That square
you can't see
belonging
this.
to my roommate, Zach Gregory. Shout out.
Is that square very square?
Thanks for letting me steal your tool.
Oh, no. Show the square.
This is a roofing square, or carpentry square.
How square is that square?
It's pretty. It's one of our squarest squares, funny enough.
Do you know how square the square is?
No.
Why? Did you not measure it?
Well, the thing is, you need something squarer than it to tell how square it is.
Okay.
And I don't have anything squarer than it.
I hear our cameraman, Carl, has a square that can square the square.
He does have a square squarer, but he needs something squarer than that to make sure his square squarer is square. This is why measurement tools are so expensive, folks.
Yep.
And that's why higher precision gets more expensive the more precise you need to be.
We could probably put it on a granite block and use a dial indicator.
That is actually how you would do that.
Well, we'll try to get our Launch Canada granite block for all of you next year. We can use that as our table, and we'll be able to measure how flat or square anything is.
I'll ask my lab if we can
Live.
use our granite table.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Ship it up. Yeah, you want to talk more about that, Aaron?
I can.
why
I can
does your
talk a little
lab
bit
have-
more about that
what-
in my research.
Yeah, why does your lab have a granite table?
I'm a space robotics engineering researcher at Carleton University for the Space Robotics Lab. Look it up on YouTube if you want to see some cool videos after the stream's done today. Not right now. Don't leave. But as part of that, we have a large granite surface with several robotic platforms that can move with zero friction to basically simulate the dynamics of two satellites in space. So this allows us to do things like simulate a camera for what it would see if two spacecraft were close together. It's called SPOT, the Spacecraft Proximity Operations Testbed. I believe it's the only one in Canada specifically. I know the US has a few and Australia has one. But it's a and Poland has one as well, but it's a very cool facility. It works essentially like an air hockey table, but like reverse, where the table is just a big slab of granite. And we send robots on it. In my case, I'm developing algorithms for robotic arms. But it's super, super cool.
Yeah, this is a launch competition, but a lot of graduates go out to work on satellites, and I mean, rockets need something to launch. We do love satellites too.
That's where the money comes from, right?
That's where the money comes from. You typically make money off of satellite operations, like SpaceX is doing, who are giving us Starlink at the moment. Not sponsored, we are paying for it, but it is working quite well at the moment.
So I'm actually going to use the box art here from the Raven to apply these stickers. This is my favorite part. It appears I have the wrong stickers. This is for a different rocket.
There's never the wrong stickers. We can put whatever stickers we want on it. We can put a Launch Canada sticker on it.
That's true.
We can do whatever we want.
Well, these stickers are not for this rocket, so I'm not going to apply them to that because that means it's for a different kit. I thought it was. This is for a Crossfire. I thought it was. It's black and silver, but I might have the Raven sticker somewhere at home. So that is... Oh, nope. I brought those anyways. Guess what I have? The Raven stickers. It's a good thing I didn't put those on. Let's apply them now. Stickers, when applying, you just want to make sure it's a nice smooth surface, and then afterwards we will likely hit it with a clear coat, basically being clear paint to protect it from any debris. So I want to... Another thing you want to keep in mind is where it's going on the rail. You want to make sure that it'll look pretty, so the rail doesn't get in the way. That is my garbage bag. We're reusing every part of the every part of the rocket. All right, so there are 4 stickers that are meant to go on the fins. I didn't do a great job sanding these fins here, so they might not stick super well. Oh, Brendan has actually gone to ask the LCO, Chris Hobbs, if we can fly the Raven. That would be kind of awesome. Hope you're enjoying this fine content of putting stickers on a rocket. All this to show, though, folks, I know this isn't, as exciting as the other rockets, but I really want to show, if you've never done this before, it is easy, it's accessible. You can go to your hobby store or go to allrockets.ca, pick up a small kit yourself. Even if you don't have a place to fly it, it's so fun to just build something. All right, the Raven sticker's applied, leaving just one. The final sticker here, and it seems to wrap around that kind of transition paint spot. These are old stickers, so making sure I don't damage it by taking it off. Come on, you. Get off of this sticker sheet. There we go. These foil ones are very, very shiny, very nice. Make sure it's nice and centered and straight. Don't interfere with that. Okay, well, mine's not quite straight, but it's not terrible. That's not a terrible job. Here is the, oh, let me get the nose cone on. Here, so we can see the finished Raven here. There we go, folks. That is our ST's Raven build. I still have to pack the parachute, so I'm going to do that next. And actually assemble the parachute. I need to tie the lines there. But there she is. That's actually a real nice looking little kit. Beautiful. All right. So, parachute time. Hang on, it's stuck in the body tube. Great. got a few things of note. One thing you have to worry about is a shot cord. This is usually a stringy thing. In lower power rockets, they're essentially rubber bands. That's just so that when it comes off, it can spring off and it doesn't actually damage any lines. And then we have this string, which is actually used for the chute itself. So Okay, my mic was up. I hope some audio was coming through. But just in case it didn't, the shot cord catches it, right? And these strings are actually for the chute itself. They're also in this kit. Modern kits often they come pre-applied. Fortunately, I've built some older kits before, so I've seen these, but follow the instructions in either case. These little stickers right here, they actually go on the edges. There are these little circles on the parachute. That makes sure that you don't immediately tear through the thin plastic there, because they're very thin, they're very light. Parachutes are relatively light in the first place. That's kind of their job, is to make things fall slower, not faster. So it's a good thing Brendan has returned, because I'm going to enlist his help with this step. It is the final bit before assembly. Look at this. By the way, that's a nice looking kit, actually. I actually really like it. The stickers really make that look nice. I love a good silver on the rocket. So I'm going to get the instructions here, and we'll do the final step. I should say the final, not of assembly, but the final step before we can pack. Cut out parachute. Cut 3 lengths of shroud line. Cut 3 lengths of shroud line to 23 inches. We can do that.
Do we have a tape measure?
We do. We can also simply just separate this into 3 and just use those, although it's probably better to follow the instructions directly. Another tip, you would probably figure this out yourself, is you only have to measure 1, and then you can use that one to cut the other 2.
It's like a square.
A little bit, yeah. They're a little sticky. They've had tape on them for the last 20, 30, maybe 40 years.
40 years.
Could be. This is an old kit. 23 inches, about 2 feet. My carpenter square goes up to 7 feet, so I'm just going to measure lengths there. Where did it go? Oh, it's on the ground. Taking note of where kind of your straight edge starts from.
Will we see it launch the day on a rail? Go ask Chris. Lucky for you, I did ask Chris. Mere minutes ago. And what he said is that we don't have a rod for it.
Dang.
So we will see if we can find something that can act as a rod for it, but unless we put 1010 rail buttons on it, then we can launch it.
We could. I don't know if it would get off the rail. It might be too much friction.
Yeah,
I have some at home. I should have brought them in.
Yeah.
7,
We'll see what we can do for you guys.
21.
Is U of A launching this morning? Unlikely this morning. We will see if they get out later today. I'm hearing that the first advanced salvo is going to be past. It's going to be sometime after 11. On that note as well, we should be expecting a delay for the mock hot fire until after then as well. So it should be an exciting afternoon. Pretty slow morning so far, though.
Fishing for my X-Acto knife again. There it is.
Will you be good to hear if teams found their rockets from yesterday? Yep. If as soon as we get information, we will let you know. Specifically, I know Sherbrooke is out on recovery right now. They were taking a look last night. I believe they did lose GPS of their rocket, though, so that's not helping them. But they are determined to find it out in the forest. So I'm sure I'll hear back, given that my intern at work is part of their team. Or former intern. He has done his internship now. Shout out Metis.
All right, cutting the 3 shroud lines there. They're just about cut.
Have you seen the Sherbrooke photos of the takeoff? Not directly from them. I have. I did watch their launch in person though, and that was an exciting launch. That was a very cool sounding rocket. Hopefully we got the audio across to you guys yesterday.
All right, what is the next step here? I have cut the shroud lines.
You have cut the shroud lines. Which step
Now
is
we...
this? Down here. You have to tape the disc.
Oh, we don't even tie it.
Or just taping it.
Just taping it to the front there. All right, a very light parachute. That is very nice.
We need a camera up here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying the other day.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we don't have quite enough cameras. We were very fortunate for the Canon sponsorship to help with our stream with all this equipment, but...
Yep, specifically Canon Canada here gave us, or in our contact over there, Jim Vale, he really worked hard to get us these cameras as a loan from, I believe it's Canon Professional Services in Canada. So they sent us over 16 cameras and a bunch of equipment to go with them to give you guys this wonderful stream here and all of the beautiful shots that come with it. So really shout out to them. Thank you very much for this, and we really hope that we can continue working with them in future years.
And not just the live stream, but also several of the photos being taken on site, around site, at the conference center all week were also thanks to those, as well as several volunteers bringing their own and a handful that we had in stock ourselves as well.
Yep.
A mix of everything. It really is
it's a team effort
It's a team effort to bring all the media to you folks. Top of that, for those of you with Instagram, I hope you've been enjoying the Instagram commentary running alongside all of this as well. I know the folks involved with that have been absolutely cooking on that content.
I don't know if I can share them, but there are 3 mock diamonds visible off the rail. Oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to see that.
I want to see that too. Remember learning about mock diamonds in fluid mechanics classes, or I should say learning what they actually are in fluid mechanics classes and thinking it was the coolest thing.
Oh, they are the coolest thing. I remember when I was developing a hybrid, I specifically sized the nozzle to produce mock diamonds because they look cool.
Yeah, even though they're not the most efficient.
Yep. So, yeah, essentially what's happening there is you're either over or you're under expanding your exhaust. So what that means is that the exhaust pressure coming out of the nozzle does not necessarily match the ambient atmospheric pressure. And when that happens, you will essentially get a rebound of that exhaust either coming out or going in. If it's going out, that means that the higher pressure of the exhaust at the exit of the nozzle is higher than that of the surrounding pressure, so it'll expand outwards to match that. If it's lower, it'll expand inwards first, and that's typically when you'll get your mock diamonds. But when it does that, it doesn't necessarily perfectly match the atmospheric pressure, and it'll oscillate a little bit, causing your mock diamonds. That, and you'll have a lot of other shockwave interactions that are inside of the exhaust that I cannot explain right now on the stream. But yeah, it's a very cool phenomenon, and a lot of our rockets have mock diamonds coming out of the exhaust. It's just that they're typically more visible when the exhaust is not full of particulates. So it's usually visible on hybrids and liquids more so than solids, just because you can see through the exhaust better.
All right, so, oops, well, I've already had a tear into the parachute. Let me just repair that real quick.
It's a very important part of rocketry and just engineering in general, knowing how to repair things, because things are going to break. You want to be able to...
You want to design things knowing that they're going to break so that they can be fixed as well.
Precisely. If any of you have ever flown on an airliner, that thing is broken everywhere, and they know how to fix it. And, I mean, you've probably not noticed because, well, it works.
That's the whole point, is they were designed to break parts. They're designed to replace parts.
Yep. That is a significant contributing factor to the safety of road vehicles and any air vehicles, anything like that.
Yeah.
Things are
if
designed
you need
to
to
fail.
change your brakes, you don't need to replace your whole car.
Yep. Precisely.
Imagine you did. That would get incredibly expensive, right?
Yep.
So it's important to design it with brake in mind. Or with breakage. Brakes were a bad example to use here.
Speaking about cars breaking, we've had a lot of that on site this year, eh?
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't say more than usual, but there certainly have been a few incidents. Nobody has been harmed. I should lead with that.
Yep. Nobody has been harmed. We've had a couple incidents. One of the live stream members had his brake calipers detach. They came The bolts came out, and we could see the caliper moving, so we put the car up on jacks and fixed that. The brake lines were undamaged, fortunately, so it was a fairly easy fix. But the gravel road coming into this site is unforgiving. It's a lot of vibration, and it's a lot of stress on the car. So we've had tires burst, we've had leaks, we've had a variety of other issues. We've had people go off the road, and fortunately they've been okay. Yeah. But so really got to be careful coming out here, and in general, coming out into the wilderness wherever you are.
And so if you want to come on site, either you're volunteering or you want to visit and spectate, there is a shuttle that departs from Timmins every day to bring folks out here, and if someone's not comfortable with the road but wants to kind of participate, that option is available there. So trying to keep folks comfortable. So I finally collected these 3 strings here. I'm going to loop them through our nose cone, which is not actually popped out yet. Oops. Remember, every time you're using a blade, make sure you're in control of it. Because when something's sharp, you never want to put pressure on it, because that's what makes it dangerous, is losing that control there. Dull blade is going to be a dangerous blade.
Do not force the knife.
Never. I have received enough stitches from this. I have learned that lesson. Learn from my mistakes, please.
So yeah, what you see on the drone here is, or on the camera here, is our drone flying over the forest here. What Alec's currently doing is he's just doing a search pattern. So he's flying over the forest, taking a look straight down. We're going to see if we see any parachutes on the trees and can dispatch the owner of the parachute out there to go collect their rocket. So yeah, a lot of the cert flights here are don't have electronics on them because, 1, electronics are expensive, and 2, I mean, if you're not entirely sure if you want to get it back, do you really want your rocket to be that expensive? So they're also going to fairly low altitudes, so most people don't really fly with a GPS chip. Myself included, I didn't fly with a GPS chip when I flew here. So you're pretty much just going off of a compass bearing, and you're walking in that direction and hoping you're finding it. But you can understandably, that's difficult when you have a lot of trees, like behind us here. So, yeah, we're just trying to help some people out. If we have some spare time on the drone, we typically do fly it around and point people to those rockets, and we'll pick them up if we can. Yeah, people will, if they find a rocket, either report the location of it for later, or we can just bring it back and someone can claim the rocket. We do not want to leave many rockets out in the forest here because, I mean, 1, that's litter, and 2, people want their rockets back. So, yeah, parts of these rockets are expensive, and the motors are expensive enough. We're burning money just launching it. You don't want to burn more money when your rocket doesn't come home.
Absolutely. Plus, when someone's doing an L1, the cost of some of these onboard electronics can be a little bit.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it
flight
does.
computer often runs around $500 if for one with GPS installed. So something like a featherweight system with the ground station runs about $500. I think a Blue Raven is about the same. All these different ones they get pretty pricey. So
I think one of the more interesting ones I've heard of is using a car theft GPS.
Really?
Yep. I believe it was ETS, École Technologique Supérieure in Montreal.
That makes sense. I'm always impressed by what those students come up with.
Yep.
I was looking for a solution to something similar. Didn't consider that.
Yep.
I might have to steal it. Lots of really cool things I've learned for amateur rocketry this year that I'm going to be stealing for myself.
That being said, that was not their primary or their secondary GPS on that rocket. That was their tertiary GPS. So if everything went wrong and they lost power to everything, this little battery-operated thing would ping GPS for, I think, a couple days. It was, I believe it's a satellite. It's a satellite service, and they did have to pay for it, but you pay a 1 month of their subscription, and then you launch your rocket, you get it back, and you cancel it. So
Nice.
That's, I believe, what they did, and I'm sure they got the rocket back on the primary GPS, but that is a very
It's good to have redundancy.
very, very nice redundancy to have.
All right, we're at the.
So
I'm proud to announce that the rocket is complete. The chute has been attached. Everything's ready to go. I'm going to show how to pack a low-power rocket.
go for it.
So the first thing we want to do is remember the bottom is where the engine goes, the motor goes. Flamey end out, pointy end up. The way it works is when the motor burns out, meaning it stops burning, it will burn what's called an ejection charge. Basically, instead of firing this way, away from the rocket, it fires back into the rocket to pressurize the inside. It builds up pressure and shoves off the nose cone and pulls the parachute and everything else out. That gas is really hot. It will melt your parachute. We've seen it plenty of times. It happened when I lent my parachute to someone one year. I have forgiven him. It's okay. But what you do here is recovery wadding. This is a non-flammable material that is sold alongside these model rocket motors. And what you essentially do, the easiest way is to just stuff it in. You want it to be loose because you want it to fly out, but you also want to be enough of a barrier to kind of allow it, so to not allow the fire to come in and melt the parachute. With one of these kind of rockets, like this 1.5-inch diameter, give or take rockets, I tend to use about 3 recovery wadding sheets. Put them in, followed by the parachute. The parachute packing is really more of an art than a science. People have come up with all sorts of different ways to fold a parachute, because what you want is you want it to come out and inflate. We've said inflate a lot. That means the chute is folded and it becomes unfolded and catches air. We want that to happen as soon as possible, because if it doesn't inflate, then your parachute is essentially not doing anything, right? So we start by pulling this taut, like this, and basically stringing it out like that. Taking it in half. There are a few different ways to do this. I often will just pull it taut for these smaller ones, but what you can also do is take like this and just kind of fold them in. Right, fold them in. Fold them in. And that way, when it comes out, if I was to drop this here, which I will try to do in front of you here, it inflated within about a meter of falling. Now, it didn't actually provide much lift there. It wasn't falling for very long, but just to give, just to show how it unfolds relatively quick, because you want that. So I'm just going to do that again here. There are also instructions. I believe that's what it says to do in this rocket's instruction manual. So I'm just going to do it again. Just taking it, folding it inwards like that, so that when we pull in the bottom, it doesn't have to unfold a bunch. It just has to uncurl itself, and basically getting a nice little burrito like that. Then, just to make it take up less space, I will often fold it in like that. And then we want to make sure these lines don't get tangled. So once this is nice and not super, you want it to be tight, because if it's loose, that's what causes tangles. But not so tight that you're going to damage the chute. I'm wrapping it around the parachute, making sure not to overlap with the strings here. Okay? Right until it's right up to the nose cone, and then we can shove that in, and that will make sure it gets pulled out alongside. Now, this is a relatively big rocket for what we're putting inside of it. I'm not too worried about taking up too much space, being too tight. But if we put a much bigger chute in here, or we put that same chute on a much smaller rocket, now we should be okay. So, our rocket is actually complete now. I do think it needs one more thing, Brendan. And I'm wondering if you can go into the side pocket of my backpack there and grab it, because you're closer. And that is just the right pocket. The right one. There are stickers in there. No, right of that. Perfect. A mission patch for the event to show where it was built, show where it flies, potentially. And I'm going to put that right on the front here. See, I think every good rocket needs a good mission patch.
Oh, yeah.
For its, honestly, every good flight deserves a good mission patch. But this one was built here, so we're going to put its little insignia on there. Which, by the way, gorgeous mission patch for this year's competition.
Courtesy of... Oh, got a good shot of some people on recovery right now, wading through the brush is all around us here at Launch Canada. Also, a quick update from the advanced pad for all of you, since I've seen some comments here asking for it. So, the advanced pad has went to yellow. So, teams are preparing. They're preparing to leave the pad at the moment. They're not leaving the pad actively, but they're preparing to do so. The teams that are going to be launching in this salvo at the advanced pad, or attempting a launch rather, are the University of Alberta, which is the star team. We're going to be having OTEC launching, hopefully. We're going to be having Carleton launching, hopefully. We have Queens out there, hopefully launching as well. And the University of Waterloo is also attempting a launch. So we will update you with more info as we can from the advanced pad, but yeah, we will see. It's going to be taking a little bit for all of these rockets to get filled. So.
And with this, our rocket is complete. Beautiful. I know we're not on camera.
So yeah.
Look at this guy here. Perfect. And then when the ejection charge goes, the nose cone will fire off and pull the chute with it. I'm going to repack it here. I just pulled it off a bit.
Yeah, we really got to see if we can find a rod to launch that.
A launch rail, or if anyone on site has rail buttons, we can throw those on and launch it on the big one.
How big of a motor mount is that? What can we fit in this?
So by default, we can fit a C-class pretty much maximum, which I do have on me. In theory, we could take out the motor mount. People are talking about sending it as a min diameter. The fins will shred if we do that. These are 1/8-inch balsa.
Oh, yeah.
It is not designed for that kind of launch.
We should put a J-class on that and see what happens.
We're not getting it back if we do that. But I do have some motors on me right here. So this is a C65. This is one of the more powerful walk into a hobby store and buy at this scale motors. You can buy some slightly larger diameter ones. But how you would load one of these, essentially, with higher power rockets, obviously you want to be much, much, much more careful, right? But these guys are mostly fine, so long as we're keeping them away from ignition sources. What you want to do is right in the back here where you would install it, there's a little, remember we installed earlier when we built the mount, this little metal thing, it's called a retainer. Oh, it's a bit of a tight fit because of the paint there. We just slide it in and it clicks in. Okay, the retainer is going to hold it there, and that will provide thrust whenever we want to launch. So with the C65, it says up to 600 feet on the box. I don't know exactly how high it would end up going, but...
Do we have an altimeter?
I don't. I'm working on building one. I don't have and I have one at home. I did not bring it.
Maybe we can find someone that can loan us one.
Yeah, maybe.
Have any memorabilia you want as a payload?
Ooh.
Chat, what do you want in this rocket?
What should we put in the rocket? Yeah, nothing too heavy. maybe some blueberries.
Do you think we can fit a can of beans in it?
I don't think so, unfortunately.
No.
For those unaware, my last launch here, we launched a can of beans, and I got most of the rocket back, but not the payload bay. The payload bay is still out in the field behind us somewhere with a can of beans from the University of Victoria.
Maybe the University of Victoria can sponsor us again with a different payload.
With a different, well, we talked to the University of Victoria yesterday. They've discontinued putting beans with their rocket.
Interesting.
The reason being, there is a 100% correlation between nominal flights and flights without beans.
Interesting.
And that is including my certification launch, too.
Chat wants a single bean in
a
this
single
rocket.
bean. That's a great idea. A single motherboard.
I have to keep the live stream muted for most of the day. Work, eh? Can anyone answer on the chat who's headed out to the advanced pad? I know OnTech is hoping for 11 a.m. Yep. I will say again for all of you. So for the advanced pad, we have these are the teams that are attempting to launch in the 11 a.m.-ish launch window. So it is the University of Alberta, Star, Ontario Tech, Carleton, Queens, and Waterloo. Not all these teams are guaranteed to launch. If they run into issues, then they might get bumped to the next launch window in the afternoon. But those are the teams that are going to be attempting for this morning. Or maybe early afternoon if it ends up being noon. Will we be able to get a visual when Polly tests Pegasus on the static pad? We will definitely have a visual there. We will send our drones out to orbit around that for the static test. We haven't heard anything about them being ready yet, so we are just waiting for more info there. So, Aaron, do you think we can put rail buttons on that?
I think we could if we had them. In fact, I'm
sure someone has rail buttons around here.
I'm firing a message into the competition Discord right now to see if anyone is on site with launch buttons.
This is good. Because, yeah, it'd be nice if we could launch it. And if it's, 600 feet-ish, it might go, put it on one of the shorter ones. It might get off fine. Hoping Carleton used UN-based launches from the advanced pad today. I think that's Piper's, someone in Piper's family there. Hello.
Yes, I also hope so. As a Carleton graduate, someone's heading out to the likely sport pad behind us.
Yep. I believe we're going to be getting a flight on the sport pad there. That's a pretty large rocket, so it's probably a Tripoli level 2 or car level 3 certification.
If I had to guess.
Or just a flight. We'll see.
Plenty of just fun sport flights this year, which warmed my heart because really it's not, at least when I look at rocketry, it's not about getting the certification or winning competition. It's about making something and flying it for fun. That is the fun of it.
Oh my God, we have a ticker now. Look at this.
Oh my goodness. We are so professional. That's awesome. Shout out to our producer, Michael Buffet, in the booth over there. Absolutely pushed this live stream to the next level this year and I think last year too, right? What a cool feature.
Are there any teams on the advanced pad? It would just be the teams that are listed there. None are ready to launch yet. So once you see the status indicator there on the advanced pad go red, then we'll have a better idea of which ones are actually vertical and ready to go. What is Queens up to? Well, presumably, I think they were in the list, weren't they? Yes, they are. So Queens is just getting ready, as far as we know. So they're out on the advanced pad. They're out on the advanced pad. I don't know if their rocket's vertical yet. We'll see if we can get a camera out there soon. We're just having some staffing issues on getting a camera operator. I think we sent one out recently. So let's see. The ticker is awesome. Do you know when the advanced pad launch is supposed to happen? Well, originally it was supposed to be a salvo for 11 a.m. That clearly has been pushed back a little bit, so we'll give you guys an update when we have it.
That's the news for advanced in general. I mean, when they launch is usually a little bit sporadic because of the variable fill procedures.
Yep. Each team has their own procedures, and each team has their own design. So the larger hole you have on your for your vent, typically the quicker you can fill your rocket, but also you'll lose more nitrous oxide, which is very expensive during your fill. So yeah, some teams it takes 10 minutes to fill, some teams it takes 45 minutes to fill. It depends. And none of them are entering fill yet. They'll enter fill when we go red flag on the advanced pad, or shortly after we enter red flag on the advanced pad. So when you see that, know that they're going to be starting their fill process. And once they've started their fill, we'll launch them whenever they're ready. It's the students that are in control of the launch at that point. So
speaking of nitrous oxide fills, the fuel mixtures, are all the teams doing the same this year?
A lot of teams are. Every team is using nitrous oxide for their oxidizer.
Remember, there are three things you need to make fire. You need a fuel, an oxidizer or oxygen, and an ignition source. So on a rocket, you're going to have some sort of fuel, some sort of oxidizer.
Yep. So yeah. And I believe most teams are using some blend with paraffin and wax in it, unless I'm mistaken. I know that UBCO in particular they have a blended fuel, so it's a 3D printed fuel grain that has both paraffin and wax and ABS.
That is so cool.
So that'll be very interesting to see that fly. That's a fairly unique, from what I've seen anyways, fuel grain design. Typically, teams will just spin cast paraffin because it's really easy to do. Carleton is a spin cast paraffin design. I believe Queens is as well, but someone correct me if I'm wrong. Has CU in Space already launched? No, they have not. They're out on the pad. They were troubleshooting yesterday. And this polarization. Why can't we polarize screens the other direction so I can look at them with sunglasses on?
Yeah, it looks like most of them are using paraffin wax there.
Yep. So yeah, paraffin wax is a very easy solution. It's like when I was developing hybrid with my former university, that was the fuel that we picked. It's well characterized by other teams. It's fairly easy to get your hands on, and it burns pretty well.
We're also being notified that QRED is actually using an ABS motor, which is also really, really cool.
Interesting. Oh yeah, no, that is definitely cool.
I think my favorite part about ABS is how people have integrated with additive manufacturing to make really complex geometries for their fuel grain.
Yep. Nope. Since you can 3D print it, you can pretty much do whatever you want with it. And you don't need to make molds or anything. I believe you can also cast ABS using resin if you want, but most teams, or a lot of teams, will just 3D print it. Unsure myself if Queens is doing anything interesting with their fuel grain, because typically when you have a weird geometry of your fuel grain, it's to increase something called the regression rate. So this is how fast your fuel regresses from the inside to the out when it's burning. If you have more surface area, so like let's say your fuel grain is a bunch of spikes like this, you'll have more surface area, so your fuel will burn faster. So when your fuel burns faster, you'll get more thrust, and that's typically what you want with a hybrid, because hybrids, in general, aren't the best for high thrust applications.
Mm-hmm.
Paraffin doesn't have as much of an issue with that, though, because paraffin liquefies when your combustion is going on. So you'll have liquid on liquid or liquid on gas interaction instead of straight solid on gas or solid on liquid interaction for your combustion.
And paraffin, in case anyone's not familiar, is in fact just candle wax or crayon wax. Both of those are other paraffin applications. So what a lot of these teams on hybrid motors are flying could be a scented candle or a bunch of melted crayons. Of course, usually it's higher purity, but it's the same stuff.
I think it'd be fun if you launched a crayon rocket that's fueled with crayons.
I think that would be very fun.
I think we should do that.
We've talked a lot about, because at the end of the day, all you need is an oxygen and a fuel to burn. In theory, there are lots of different things you could use. Obviously, paraffin's readily available, pretty cheap, and very malleable, very pliable to make grains out of. But I can think of a few other things that are very energy dense that might work as fuels as well. I
want to see somebody do a complete wood fuel grain.
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't think it would work very well, but I think you could do it.
I don't think the expansion of the CO2 is especially high.
Yeah.
But I've never burned wood under nitrous injection.
It also would char, so that's probably not a great.
That is true. Yeah.
You'd probably want to have it be almost like plywood, where it's mixed with epoxy and sawdust.
Right. Or maybe you burn it hot enough that it just expels as a gas anyways.
Not sure. I mean, you can use wood as a liner material sometimes, just because it chars. Because it's very difficult to get the charred wood out of your chamber, right?
That is very true.
Its thermal conductivity is fairly low, which is good because most of these rockets don't use active cooling, with the exception of the Université de Sherbrooke, who launched yesterday. They have a regeneratively cooled engine, it's called, which is where they flow their fuel around the walls of their combustion chamber in order to keep the walls cool. Most student teams will just have a liner where it's a thick section of either very slow burning propellant or an insulating material, or both. They can act as both. So phenolic resin is a very common material for this. They'll put that around the outside of their fuel such that when the combustion is ongoing, the heat doesn't necessarily dissipate to the wall and cause their aluminum to melt, because aluminum's melting point is pretty low. And it's even lower for the point at which it loses its structural properties. I think you can reasonably only go up to 300 degrees before you're going to significantly lose your strength.
I also see in the chat someone mentioning that Peter has experimented with wood fuel grains. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, to hear that in the slightest. And salami as well. Yeah, we used to joke about using salami as a fuel grain. In theory, it should work pretty well. It just would be probably a lot more expensive than paraffin.
Just got an update, so you can see here on the drone we are setting up. This is not the close certification pad, I believe. This is the FAR pad. This is the competition pad. So who this is a flyer named Rocky Tyson. He is flying to, I believe, 50 to 60,000 feet on this rocket. I think I've seen Rocky Tyson in our chat previously, in previous years, so fun that he's made it out here. So given how small that rocket was and how high up he's going, I have to imagine that this is a minimum diameter motor. So what that means is that the inner diameter of your body tube is only a little bit bigger than the outer diameter of your rocket motor. So you essentially install it in there, and I mean, the only other way that you can get a smaller diameter is you make your motor casing into your structural member for your body tube, which is called a sub-min diameter, is what they call it in the hobby. So, yeah, that will be a sight to see when it goes off, but we are still green flag out at solids, so we will be waiting a little bit longer here. I can also see a couple people walking behind me here, out to the MDA Sport Pad with a smaller rocket, so hopefully we'll also be getting that one in the air soon. Question from chat, did UFT launch yet? Well, that is a complicated question, because UFT has two projects. UFT launched their two-stage project yesterday, about early to mid-afternoon. That flight did not look very nominal. It started spinning out after it launched, and the second stage did not light. I believe the motor from that as well may have went ballistic after that, but the parachute for the rest of it did appear to deploy. So UFT, I believe, for that part is on recovery. But UFT also interestingly has a liquid that they're going to be trying to launch out of the advanced pad. However, I do not believe that they are in the current salvo, so the earliest we should expect them is in the afternoon. You do not use salami as fuel. You do not want to know how hard the residues are to clean. This comment scares me. I mean, we know that it's been tried before, and it's very interesting if you've tried it. No worries for the answer. That is why we are here. Yeah, sure, give her. I'm all right with that. Alright, just give me like a couple minutes heads up. So yeah, once again, this is on the solids pad. It's not a student team out here, it is an individual flyer. Rocky Tyson is out there doing a very high 50 to 60,000 foot shot. So that is, in kilometers, that is around going probably between 26 and 30 something kilometers up, which is pretty high up, guys. It's higher than most commercial airliners are going to be flying. Or almost all commercial airliners are going to be flying. I'm absolutely not vouching for that. Peter's experiment failed catastrophically due to high water content in the salami. Of course Peter has tried to static fire salami at some point. That's funny. We need to get him on stream and talk about that then. Is Chris Hatfield going to be back today? Unfortunately not. He was only here for a short period of time. He had some other commitments that he had to get out to yesterday, so he left after a couple hours of being on site. Can you launch the Raven today? Well, we are sure going to try. We just need to figure out the pad scenario for it. But our primary purpose here is live streaming, so Aaron is out right now trying to figure some stuff out. So we'll see if we find a pad for it, or if we can find rail buttons to put on it. And we'll get back to you when we can on that. Is our audio getting taken off live while we set up? Okay, our audio is not live at the moment. Welcome back to the stream, Adam.
Thank you. Good to be back.
Of course.
It's been a minute.
So yeah, fun. I can hear them. None of you guys can because we only have one of these boxes. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back here. Right now for you, we have an interview. Sitting between Aaron and I here is Mr. Adam Trumper himself.
Hello.
Welcome back to the live stream, Adam. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. This has been a pretty incredible week. We got Chris Hadfield out yesterday, so that was an absolute highlight and good tribute to our 5th anniversary.
Yeah, how was that driving him around? You drove him in your van?
That was a new experience. My first time chauffeuring an astronaut back and forth, but it was a real pleasure. I mean, they always say, you know, never meet your heroes, but Chris is just a genuinely wonderful person, and it was a real privilege being able to meet him, spend some time with him, and of course get him out here to meet our students and talk to our Rocketeers.
Yep. Amazing experience, I'm sure, for everyone here. I saw the crowds
absolutely.
out. I saw the crowds out on the stream when I was out at the advanced pad yesterday, and it was something to behold.
Oh wow! I'll bet that was a real spike in viewership.
Yep. I think we had around 500 yesterday.
Nice.
Take a look at it. So yeah, it's pretty
you guys
good.
are doing an awesome job. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, he was around yesterday. Chat's asking, is he around today?
Unfortunately, he is not. Chris Hadfield does have a very busy schedule, so he just flew up for the day and then had to fly back home. But you know, we're really grateful for any time we could get with him. So the fact that he was able to make time for us at all was just incredible.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much what we expected, I guess. But
yeah,
very busy man. So, what have you been out here seeing today, Adam? Anything interesting?
Oh yeah, so we had our first solid launches of the day. I think yesterday was pretty action-packed for the solids pads.
Yep.
We've got a couple solid competition launches to go, and I know there's a lot of activity going on over at Advanced, so I think we'll be seeing a lot coming up later on.
Nice.
And, it's, of course, the last full day of flying for the competition, so we really couldn't have asked for a more beautiful day. It's absolutely perfect weather, so we want to make sure that everybody takes advantage of this and gets in the air.
Yeah, even the winds are pretty low today compared to yesterday. It was pretty gusty yesterday.
That's it. Yeah, it's really calm today. This is great.
Yep. Can't wait to see what happens out at the advanced pad there.
Definitely.
But yeah, and Simon tells me that you appear to have got a haircut, Adam.
I mean, not recently.
Okay. Well, this is false information coming from the producer.
Like what, 2 weeks ago, I guess. I have not had time to see a barber in Timmins.
Yeah, fair.
It's been a busy week.
Everyone on stream, Adam puts an insane amount of time into Launch Canada here. We are extremely
bit.
grateful for everything that he does here.
It's really funny because, as you might expect, like the weeks and couple months leading up to this is just an exponentially increasing amount of work, and it's a lot, but it's always so cool getting everybody together. You know, we get started with the event, and you're seeing friends who you haven't seen since the last year. It always feels like almost this family reunion, and then seeing everything come together and seeing the students getting these opportunities to launch their projects and do this amazing work. It's a pretty good feeling.
Yep, definitely. And then I guess, so you've been on site every single day here, Adam. Do you have any specific memorable moments so far?
I mean, Chris Hadfield,
Aside
obviously.
from that, yes.
that was a definite highlight. There's been a lot of running back and forth between the pads here and the advanced pads.
Yep.
But yeah, it's every time we get a rocket in the air, it's a really good feeling. And you know, the students have been working so hard for the last year on their projects, and sometimes even longer than that. So you really can feel the excitement, sometimes the anxiety on their part. But when you watch the team, you know, totally fixated and locked in, getting their rocket ready to fly, and then that excitement when it finally does, it's a pretty cool feeling to be around.
Nice. And speaking of excitement and all of the hard work, I hear you also have a turbo pump project that you've been working on.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So obviously this rocket competition is probably the thing that we're best known for. This is Launch Canada's flagship event. But we are about much more than this, because, you know, more than just doing rocket launches or competitions, we're really all about practical training and skills development for the aerospace industry. So we take a really broad perspective on how to do that, and the competition is one of the ways that we do that. But another way that we do that is with what we call our special projects. And we find that you know, these student-initiated projects are really valuable learning experiences, but there's also sometimes benefit to getting students from multiple different teams to work together directly with myself and with other experienced volunteers and industry professionals on a complex real-world aerospace project that might be bigger than any one of them could have easily done. It's also challenging for teams to look beyond about a one-year time horizon when they're doing a project, because, you know, people are constantly graduating. So projects tend to fit the school year, which is great for some things, but some things in aerospace take more time than that. And so with our special projects, we're able to provide this kind of long-term continuity with big, complex projects, and we also use them as a way to give students from maybe who are from teams that don't have the resources to take on some of the more advanced stuff, a way to still get involved and learn. It's a way for them to work directly with us so that we can kind of model a really professional gold standard approach to how to do these things, and show them, like, okay, if we were in industry doing this for real, this is how we would do it. This is the kind of components we would want to use. This is what the supply chain looks like. Here are the companies that have these capabilities. So we can introduce them to all of these real-world aspects of
From the MDA Sports Pod,
projects.
we have
And
Alexis
the
Callan
current
with
flagship
Starburst
project
2.
that we're working on is developing a turbo pump. And Chris and I kind of chatted a little bit about that yesterday. But basically, a turbo pump is the heart of any big liquid rocket engine. It's effectively like a
Phenomenal.
generator whose entire
One
purpose is to
second,
pump fuel.
We're going to be having a sport launch behind us here
Perfect.
very shortly. We can continue chatting after.
Ignition.
Ooh, nice.
Nice boost there.
Clean boost. Tipping over. When we have an event. And a kite. Congratulations on what's going to look like a nominal flight.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, we've had the best view all week. It has been
Oh, yeah.
excellent.
But yeah, very good point there on, like, the continuity. It's a very
Yeah.
difficult thing for a lot of these student teams to actually like continue transferring knowledge over, because I mean
Totally.
you always have people that won't come back after a year because I mean school is difficult. You'll have people that graduate and a lot of other factors. It's impressive that a lot of the student teams here can have the amount of continuity that they do.
Absolutely.
But it's not always possible for, as you said, projects that take a really long time. Because if you think in industry, like, nobody makes a rocket engine in a year or two.
No,
it
exactly.
always takes 6 years, 5 years, at least. And for some companies, even larger, and they have much more resources and funding than any of these student teams. So very
absolutely.
amicable effort there to try to, I guess, better train the students of the teams and give them better opportunities.
Oh, for sure. And it's been cool as well, because like we've had people who started on the project when they were an undergrad and they were, you know, really active and increasingly active with the project. Then they graduated and now they're working in industry, in some cases at literal rocket companies, but they're still involved with the project. They're kind of paying it forward and now using their experience to help us bring new people into the project. So it's also a way for people to continue to be involved even after they've graduated. So that's been a really neat aspect to it.
Yeah, that is absolutely great to hear. I know a couple people that have been on the project, and I mean, sounds like fun. So
it's been pretty cool, and we're sort of getting to the fun part now. We're building our first fuel pump, and we'll be having that running over the next month or two.
Nice.
So this is really where we start to see if all of our careful design work actually paid off, and start learning those lessons that you only learn by building and testing, and start making the changes that come from that.
Nice. And if folks want to get involved with it, where do you think they can find the info?
Yeah, so we always have a couple big onboarding sessions each year for the project. If you follow our social media, we'll have a post coming up probably in September about that. Of course, you can always shoot me an email, adam@launchcanada.org, and if you're interested, let me know, and we're always happy to take interested people.
Nice, great to hear. Aaron, do you have any questions you want to add?
Yeah, I guess kind of at the tail end here. I know a lot of the times when you're speaking to folks, you're speaking to people who are in the industry or people who are in the media or directly to students. But right now is kind of a rare opportunity where we're speaking directly to a lot of the parents and family members. I'm wondering if you have any messages for them specifically.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think one of the things that we've always really tried to do with Launch Canada is show that Canadians can do really hard things. That, rocket science is difficult, but it's not magic. And like any difficult thing, you can learn how to do it if you want to spend the time doing it and if you have the motivation to try. So I think we always try to really convey this message that for anybody who watches a SpaceX launch or sees what's going on, sees Jeremy Hansen flying past the moon, and finds this exciting, finds this inspiring, you can get involved with this. And if you've got a kid who's drawn to this, that's a beautiful thing. Encourage that, and if they want to get deeper into this, this is exactly what Launch Canada is here for. And of course, this year we've got our juniors category for the first time. So we started as primarily university focused, but we saw this growing demand for a high school version of what we do. And so this year that became a reality, and these high school students are now getting the chance to learn about rocketry themselves and meet the university students, start learning about what's going on in the universities across the country, see what schools they might want to go to after they graduate. And so it's just building this pipeline that is going really exciting places.
Nice. Yeah, it's definitely super valuable. Like, I didn't have any of that when I was in high school.
Right,
I would have absolutely loved it. I mean, I still loved rockets back then, but I had no way to really express it aside from just telling people I like watching SpaceX launches.
Right, exactly.
Aside from building stuff myself, which I didn't do when I was didn't do back then either. But
I did, mostly because there was, like you said, no other way to do it. It was sort of either I figure out how to do this myself or give up, and I wasn't prepared to give up, and so here we are.
Nice. Question in chat there. I don't know if you... That is, how will the recently announced GRDC funding be used to improve the Launch Canada Challenge and special projects?
Yeah, so The DRDC funding is really going to be pretty game-changing for us. Right now, for this first year of it, it's going to allow us to do more and more effectively the things that we are currently doing. So this year, for example, we have a really awesome live stream. And we invested quite a bit of funding in acquiring some of this live stream gear that's going to help us to do this year's stream and to make it even better going forward. So that's one example of what this funding is able to do for us. We are going to be using some of it to acquire more equipment like that can be used to make the event better and can be used to better support the student teams. We'll be using this to provide more direct support as well. So it's a pretty big deal having students and volunteers come to Timmins for several weeks in the summer. And we certainly want to make sure that our volunteers aren't out of pocket doing that. And that we don't have student teams who aren't able to attend because they don't have the financial resources or they happen to be coming from a really long way. So one of the things we want to do is offer some more needs-based support to our participants to make this that much more accessible for people who need it. We're going to be expanding our training as well. So the competition doesn't just happen in August, it's really a year-long cycle. And we want to do even more to provide some more learning opportunities early on in the cycle for teams so that they can learn more of the tips, tricks, and strategies to hopefully help them to be successful. So we'll be doing some things like that. And of course, for our special projects, we've been doing our turbo pump project, but this funding is going to allow us to do more follow-on work to that. And it's also going to allow us to provide support to outside-initiated projects that are looking really promising and incorporate a real educational or learning component to it. So we'll be able to sort of expand this special projects model to support more of these focused, practical projects that teach people how to do this kind of stuff for real.
Nice. Well, great to hear. Aaron, any other questions before we let Adam have his time back?
Double check the chat. Make sure there's nothing pressing. I don't think so.
Doesn't sound like it.
All right.
Well, Adam, pleasure having you on stream once again.
Always a pleasure. Keep
Thanks
up the
so
great
much for
work,
your
guys.
time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome back anytime you want to come talk.
Sounds good. I'll be here all week.
Heck yeah. All right.
Well, it was a pleasure, Adam.
Likewise. Thanks a lot, guys.
See you later.
Queens, we are missing your flight card. Good morning, Launch Canada. We will have the first salvo of the day with OTSR, followed by Carleton, Queens, and Waterloo. After the two-stage OTSR is launched, the hybrids and liquids are cleared to fill. I say again, after the two-stage launch, you are cleared to fill.
All right. Hello, everyone. We're back here at the Solids Pad. We're back here at the Solids Pad, everyone. Hello. Welcome back. We just had some ads running there while we set up some lights here because we're getting some shadows out here. So,
yeah. Just so you all know, whenever we know a launch is coming, we will cut away from them to ensure that we don't miss the launches for that reason.
Yeah.
If you're seeing something that's been manually played, and we are watching the current range status. So
yes, guys, I am an idiot. We're not that much of an idiot.
Yeah.
All right?
Don't worry, we won't.
OTSR,
So, yeah.
going to 16,700 feet with a two-stage named Helios. The payload is radiation detection and proof of concept.
Are we getting advanced pad here, or what are we doing? Pad again?
Alex, what are you doing over there now?
Launching Helios in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Sounds
4,
like they're having issues with the
3,
stream from advanced.
2, 1. Ignition.
We're doing our best to get drone coverage of the launch.
We have separation.
Confirmation of ascent there. We see the smoke trails.
Judges at advanced, stand by to grab your GPS coordinates. Hybrids and liquids are cleared to fill. Please start fill hybrids and liquids. All hybrid and liquid teams, start fill. Start your test.
Confirmation.
All hybrid and liquid teams have just started their fills since we just got the two-stage team out, which was Ontario Tech. Our video transmitter appeared to go down at the worst possible time, so apologies, guys, that we only had the drone there.
We'll have some proper video footage from the ground.
We have drogue on sustainer, visual on the rocket coming down.
Just waiting on updates from the
Booster and sustainer are under drogue.
They are under drogue.
Yep, that was Ontario Tech that just launched. So, yeah. The teams that are going to be launching, or that are starting their fill right now, are Carleton, Queens, and Waterloo. It sounds like the University of Toronto is also doing some sort of fill test. So they won't be launching, they'll just be doing a fill test during the salvo, and we'll be targeting sometime in the afternoon.
A big Ontario showing at the advanced pads right now.
Yep, a lot of teams out there from there.
So OTAC has, I believe, confirmed their drogue, at least on the booster. We're just waiting on further updates.
Pretty cloudy out here, so we don't get a good shot of the advanced pad personally, but so we cannot see their parachute. Waterloo is starting fill, that's correct. Star is still launching their two-stage. Not in this salvo from what we just got from the launch control officer at Advanced. It is OTEC, Carleton, Queens, and Waterloo. But we will see if we get updates. Things change quickly at the Advanced pad. It essentially is just whatever Peter wants.
This is a couple kilometers away. It does take a second to even get our drone operators over there. We do have folks on site over there, but sometimes communications are difficult here.
Has UBCO launched yet? They have not.
Sustainer coming down under drogue, main deployment.
Is it possible to get a replay? We will get you guys a replay. We just need to get the footage from Advanced first. So we can get you the replay, and it will happen at some point, similar to that of Laval 2 days ago. Why? We're recording the footage locally. We've been doing this forever. Doing our best, guys. U-Star was supposed to be launching this salvo and it's a solid. It's the only salvo that was launching before Phil, I presume scrubbed. Yeah, that is also what we're assuming. So what the advanced LCO does is he makes a call out with everyone that was starting, and he made a second call out of which ones were launching, and U-Star was not in that call out, unfortunately. So, yep. Yep. And unfortunately, yeah, we also did not get advanced warning of the red flag going up, so hence why the networking was having an outage there, unfortunately. Has UBCO already launched? No, they have not. Yeah, UBCO was getting ready yesterday to launch, and they encountered some sort of issue. They are not in the current salvo that is at launching at Advanced. So I expect that we'll hear updates from them later today. Okay, we're hearing about at least 8 minutes for the advanced pad for the next launch. So that will be either Carleton, Queens, or Waterloo.
We may see several sport flights in the meantime.
That wasn't PA, that was launch ops radio. Does Did Johan have drone on the Ontario Tech launch? Has Ontario Tech already launched? Yep, they launched a few minutes ago. Our coverage of it wasn't great because we lost connectivity to our advanced pad cameras. We're working on getting them back at the moment. Will we see the University of Alberta today? Hopefully today, just not in the current launch salvo for the advanced pad, from what we understand. Can we radio advance and see if Johan got anything recorded?
Both ranges still red. The static fire is still green for the moment, but both the advanced and solids ranges are red as they both have rockets set up. Now the red on solids here, is there a team actually set up right now?
I believe it's just Rocky Tyson out there right now.
All right.
I don't believe there's a student team there. I see only... Yeah, there's some activity down there. There's a couple people out at the pad. Most of the rails are horizontal, so it should just be Rocky, I think.
Great. Okay. So several sport flights upcoming from the solids pad. Just waiting on those launches from advance. Waiting for news from the LCO to see if any of these sport launches are going to go off in the meantime.
Yep. But at advanced right now, Carleton, Queens, and Waterloo are in the middle of their fill processes, so we should get them going soon.
You know, I do like it out here. It's like the perfect place to launch rockets, but once in a while, it's annoying to not have the infrastructure of, like, the internet infrastructure that you get in the city, you know?
Oh, 100%.
We have to lay it ourselves, and...
everything here is running off of Starlink, and we don't have any, like, wires running between the sites, because, I mean, this is the forest, and we cannot modify the terrain to that extent.
Yep, and have separate generators, so we have to make sure they're fed with gas.
Yep. Waterloo's heating their tanks. That is done to increase pressure, fill done, so we might get Waterloo as the first team here if they're done. We will see what LCO Peter out there at Advance says. Appreciate the updates there.
It's difficult to see with my sunglasses on the monitor. Which pad are we looking at right now?
This is the advanced pad.
Okay. Love the team setting up there. Saskatchewan, as we call it. Oh, looks like our Rocketeer is returning from the pad, or our pad range safety officer?
Pad manager.
Excuse me, pad manager.
Yep.
I always mix up the two roles. Our pad manager is returning from the solids pad. Well, we have some time. What are the roles of the LCO, the RSO, and the pad manager, I guess? Three folks that we see a lot of today and throughout the week.
Ooh.
Oh, never mind. Sounds like we're going to have a launch in just a moment. These are sport launches. These are not competition teams, for everyone's knowledge.
The next launch is See You in Space
Carleton University is going to be launching next.
University
They are
with a rocket called Ice Apogee going at 38,500 feet.
Carleton University up now.
So it looks like we're going to be getting. Can we get a closer look? Unfortunately not. One of our dishes died. So we are giving you the best footage that we can at the moment.
Yep. The best we can get live is from our drone operator, Alec. They did give me some notes they wanted repeated before their launch from Carleton University. See you in space. They wanted me to say
There will
specifically
be a
that the
5 count
front
for
won't fall off
ignition,
this year.
followed by a 5 count for launch.
It's powered by a nitrous cold brew and farmer's wrap mix, and they've installed several straws for drinking their rocket. So yeah, let's hope that launches well. In reality, it is using a nitrous paraffin mix. They said specifically nitrous cold brew. Interestingly, the only rocket descending on a reefed chute. Yesterday we talked at length about the different chute types, and excited to see how this results.
Yeah, it should be good. What that actually means is they have essentially a cord that goes around their parachute to inflate their parachute whenever they want, so they can descend with one parachute instead of two in theory. Like most teams use 2 parachutes that are in 2 different parachute bays. See You in Space is using 1 parachute bay and having their parachute expand when it gets down to altitude, the correct altitude.
Three, two, one, ignition. Five, four, three, two, one, launch.
There she goes.
Clean, move straight up.
We can't quite see it from the solids pad, but it sounded wicked.
That was a very nice sounding rocket.
Yeah, good pun.
Unintentional.
And it didn't sound like the front fell off this year.
We'll wait for confirmation on that one.
Any notes on that launch, Brendan? I will say very shortly we will be, once we have confirmation of drogue, we'll be moving to a sport flight on the solids pad. But in the meantime, anything you want to say about that rocket? Because that...
The next launch is Waterloo Rocket Route 3, going to 65,189 feet with a rocket named Polaris. It is a liquid. There will be a 10 count for ignition and a 3 count for launch.
All right, this is actually Waterloo coming up here.
Yep, it sounds like we've decided to launch Waterloo first, so we're going to be waiting here on solids until that's done. So this is Waterloo Rocketry launching Polaris, as said by Peter. This is a SRAD bipropellant liquid rocket.
Interestingly, they're deploying active roll control, which is, and they're flying a vibration damping experiment. Deploying a single split dual deploy for their recovery system. Working at one of the larger rockets at this competition. This is an 8-inch diameter, 213 length. Should be
13-inch length.
Sorry, 213.
Yep. How many feet is that? Almost, that's long.
It's long. It's close to 20.
Yeah. So yeah, got our drone shot there, just waiting on Waterloo.
Excuse me, close to 10. Excuse me a second time. Close to 20. My math, it's been a long week, you guys. Now, every time a team tries to implement control into their rockets, I think it's incredibly exciting. It's more complexity, more points of failure, but very interested to see.
Ignition, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Three, two, one, launch.
There she goes.
Clean moves, straight up.
These liquid rockets difficult to follow as their mixtures don't really leave a smoke trail.
Sounded like a good launch there from the University of Waterloo.
Yep.
We're waiting on confirmation of their recovery system deployment. And yeah, apologies for not having a tighter camera on that there, guys. We had a dish die on us, I guess, so we don't have connection to the advanced pad, unfortunately.
We do have a large chunk of our media team on the ground over at Advanced, though. So we should still be getting some coverage, just not in real time.
Yep. Is Carleton nominal? Can you give us some details?
Waterloo's under drogue.
Waterloo is under drogue, so there's that. Is Carleton nominal? Can you give us some details? Unfortunately, we do not have details from the team themselves, but we'll get it whenever whenever we can.
Carleton is under drogue, but lost one.
Oh, okay. Carleton is under drogue. We just got from the advanced pad, so we will see if their main deploys.
And what was their projected apogee again?
Carleton
Yes.
or Waterloo?
Well, both, I guess. That way we have an estimation of around how long we'll be waiting for their main deployment.
Waterloo is going up to 65,000, so they'll take a while to get down.
Will take a while to descend.
And Carleton is going to 44,000. Man, Mach 2.
Wow.
That is a powerful hybrid there that they made.
Now, Carleton in particular, with the both of these are using relatively unique recovery systems for this competition. Carleton in particular,
We're going on.
oh, we're going for a sport launch.
Sounds like we're moving to a sport launch at solids very shortly. I believe this is Rocky Tyson, but it could be one of the smaller ones in front of it. We will see.
Director Simon stepping out here to operate a tracking camera.
On pad A, on the solid pad, we have Rocky flying the rocket Top Dog.
Rocky
Two
the
outboard
rocket.
cameras. This is a private flight. Estimated altitude 56,500 feet on an N1560. Rocky's indicated go for launch. RSO go for launch. Skies are clear. Wind and nominal. Rocky with Top Dog. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Beautiful straight
Clean
trail
boost,
there.
straight
Great
up.
track from our camera.
You need to gather your disarming teams and get them ready to go to the pad.
So just tried, folks. That just launched was a sport launch. It was not a team.
Sounds like we have a scrub for Queens at advanced, so we will. They'll be going to the pad shortly to disarm their rocket and troubleshoot any issues that came up for them. Sounds like we have a drogue out on
We
Rocky's
have
flight from solids.
an apogee and a descender after drogue.
All right, we got descent to 54,000 apogee, it sounded like.
Waterloo is still under drogue, descending through 17,000 feet.
So we have 3 rockets descending at the moment. All very high altitudes.
Yep. Assuming everyone heard the PA call out from Peter, but Waterloo has descended through 17,000 feet. They are still descending.
Advance to the statics. Waterloo is over you currently at 12,000 feet, about 4,000 feet away from you. Still under drogue.
Waterloo's still under drogue. They're descending close to the statics pad. We might be able to see it from here, actually, if we catch it.
We have confirmation of Carleton, this reef.
Confirmation of Carleton's reef. That is excellent news for that team.
This reef. This has a motor in it, doesn't it? I know it does.
1 minute until Waterloo main actuation.
So Carleton's parachute has disreefed, so that means that it is fully deployed. So Carleton should be touching down on the ground.
Waterloo is at roughly 5,000 feet.
Excellent news. It sounds so far so good. That was the last of Carleton's descent events, and sounds good so far for Waterloo as well.
Yep. And Waterloo just descended through 5,000 feet, so we will see. They should be deploying their main parachute shortly, so I think we should expect.
Congratulations, Carleton University, on a nominal flight.
Carleton University has touched down. Flight appears to be nominal.
Their second
Waterloo main imminently.
Waiting for main confirmation on Waterloo. Queen's head to scrub. Yep, sounds like unfortunately they are going to disarm the rocket.
Waterloo has deployed their main at a competition. Waterloo has deployed a main at a competition.
Waterloo has deployed their main. That is the first time in a while that they've done that. Props to them.
Congratulations. Wow, 2 nominal flights back-to-back from Carleton University and University of Waterloo. Both relatively experimental rockets, and both using pretty rare recovery systems there.
Yeah, Waterloo is a very high flight too, so very impressive rocket there from them.
Absolutely. Carleton's first fully nominal flight under hybrid motor as well.
Yep.
And they've really, in recent years, mastered that reefed chute recovery.
I think specifically for
This
Waterloo.
is advanced. This is advanced. Our salvo is over, and somehow Waterloo pulled the main when they're supposed to.
Of our advanced LCO Peter, that is.
All teams in the past salvo, send your arming teams to go disarm your systems.
Huge shout out to Waterloo's recovery team there.
Absolutely. Those were some very impressive flights. We're still waiting on updates on the sport flight. It seems to still be descending.
So specifically on Waterloo's flight, I believe that is the first ever fully successful flight of a liquid rocket in Canada. So impressive achievement from Waterloo. Hopefully that rocket is in reflyable condition, and we'll see them launch it tomorrow, right? All they have to do in theory, if it's not damaged, is put the fuel back in it and go. So that would be fun to see.
That would be fun to see. There is a large setup procedure for that, and it is only a half day tomorrow. And of course, they'd like to recover the rocket as well. So we'll see if there's actually time for that.
What is the reason for the Queen scrub? We are not sure, actually. We don't have direct comms to Queens, so presumably it's usually what happens is either the propellant in the tank is too hot, or you have some sort of valve issue. But it could have been a variety of things, like their electronics not working, etc. We'll let you guys know if, when we can. Is it regen or no for Waterloo? I believe it's no regen. Their one last year was just a liquid rocket with a liner. Hope we can get some video on Waterloo and Carleton's launches. We will get you that video if we can. We should have had drones up there recording video for them. It is unfortunate that our link chose pretty much the worst time to go down, but that is what it is, and we'll work with what we can. What was Waterloo's final application?
All advanced teams, point of contacts that have not launched, come to the shipping container.
Waterloo was targeting, what was it, around 65,000?
Around 65,000.
Around 65,000 feet. No word on them what they actually achieved, though. Typically speaking, you will have a telemetry feed going from their GPS and maybe from their flight computer, but for competition scoring purposes, they have to recover their rocket and offload the data manually from their altimeters, I believe. So we need to wait for that, essentially, before giving you guys a final altitude for them.
I just read my fun fact.
Please hire this man.
It says, please hire this man.
Yeah, you're going to be done your master's soon, right?
That's true. That's true. I would probably be finished writing my thesis if it didn't come up to Timmins for a week and a half.
Yep.
But, worth the delay.
Yeah, originally you thought that this competition was a week later than...
I did. You don't have to put me on blast live like that.
I need to put you on blast live like that.
All right. So...
This is what I do.
According to our graphic, the pad remains red at advance. We are green at solids. Essentially meaning around the solids pads, we're free to walk around. Launches are not imminent, so we should be safe. Of course, this updated graphic being updated directly by our LCO Chris with the Chris box we were joking about earlier. Just a little switch. We're glad to bring him as, in a way, part of this team as well.
Why are all the dimensions inches and not metric? That is a very good question.
Congratulations,
actually.
Rocky.
So
On a
typically
normal
speaking,
flight
when
to
student
54,000
teams are making rockets, rocketry is extremely popular in the U.S. It is popular here, but not nearly as much as it is in the U.S. So just typically speaking, the standards for it are all written in imperial, unfortunately. And that also means that all of your airframe tubes that you're buying are typically sized in imperial. So you have thousandths of an inch for the thickness of the tube, and then you have your outer diameter being given in inches. You can buy it you can buy metric tubes. They're just not as common. So
it's a lot easier a lot of the times too to say 4 inches than it is to say 101.6 millimeters, right?
Is Queens for sure scrubbed? Yes, they are heading. The advanced pad teams are heading back to disarm their rocket. So at the earliest, we should expect them to launch later today.
Yep. Yeah, we'll provide updates on the timeline for them.
Any idea on how long it'll take Waterloo to recover the rocket? How far away did it land? Given that it went up to 65,000 feet, probably pretty far away, but fortunately their main came out when they wanted it to, so it should not be super far of a walk/drive for them.
They also presumably had telemetry through the duration of that flight since they were able to provide updates. Maybe not the entire duration, but at least towards the end. They should have GPS coordinates. They're likely going to be aided by one of our drone operators as well for recovery, so they should be able to locate it very quickly. And hopefully it's not on too high of a tree.
Yep. Or not even in a tree at all. If they
Ideally,
get lucky,
it would
maybe
be
they'll land
on the
next to a road.
ground. Ideally, it would be on the ground, on solid ground, not in a lake and not on top of a tree.
Yep. So yeah, we'll see. We'll give you guys updates when we can. Typically, it takes the recovery teams the better part of a day to bring the rocket back. So.
Yeah, typically a couple of hours at least.
Any ideas on Alberta? Last update that we had was that they scrubbed, so they had probably some issue on their rocket with their telemetry or some other thing. We have not got from advanced specifics from them, unfortunately.
It is, however, incredibly likely they will be reattempting their launch later today, knowing how the teams operate.
Yeah. Any info on Carleton's recovery? Carleton is on the ground under main, and presumably will be heading out shortly to go and find the rocket.
Yeah, completely nominal flight for both Carleton and Waterloo.
Yeah, impressive. Didn't have too many extreme or fully nominal flights yesterday. A lot of the flights came down under drogue. Or
especially on the advanced pad, there were a lot of off nominals, we call it.
Yep. So good to see that the outcomes of the flights today are at least so far better.
Well, in the meantime, looking at the time, it is Is that accurate? That doesn't feel like. Is it only 9 o'clock?
No, this is I believe Noah's laptop, and Noah is
Oh,
from Vancouver.
so we're on
lives in
Pacific time
Vancouver.
on this laptop. That would make it right around 12 o'clock noon Eastern time, where we are in Northern Ontario.
Yep. Did you see both shoots for Ontario Tech? Nope. We lost track of Ontario Tech shortly after the launch.
It's very difficult to track these super high altitude flights. They go far beyond visual range very, very quickly.
Especially with the clouds you see behind us. So the clouds behind us are not helping us in terms of seeing the parachutes on the way down. We've not had tracking shots, partially due to that reason. So, yeah. Is there a rough time for the second salvo? Good question. Typically, the second salvo has been around 4 p.m. For advanced. It might be sooner, depending on a bunch of different factors, but there are less teams, so that would lend there to being a quicker turnaround. But historically speaking, yeah, it's been around 4 p.m. for the second salvo. Yep, U of A is scrubbed. UBCO has not launched yet. UBCO, I believe, is doing some sort of troubleshooting, and the earliest we should expect to see them is the next salvo, which I'd expect is around 4 p.m. We'll see.
Given that it's noon, I was told we're being brought some sustenance so that we don't starve.
In theory.
In theory.
Logistics is difficult out here.
No, it's actually our drone operator fetching it for us.
Is it now?
It is. Not with the drone.
Not
That
with
would
the
be
drone.
really cool.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, I believe that would violate several regulations from Transport Canada if you were to do that. So
He just lands right here on the desk.
What I do have, though, was actually given as part of the, what do you call that? A goodie bag? A swag bag? A merchandise bag for the Rocketeers? I believe provided by the city of Timmins, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to fetch it from behind us here. You can see behind us several people returning from, I think, the sport pad.
Oh, there's one rocket coming back there. Yeah, from the sport pad.
Okay.
So one Rocketeer there, recovering their rocket.
Excellent. I like the nice bright paint job, the bright yellow and red. Oh, and here comes Alec now. Wait, we should get him on the stream for a second.
We should get him on the stream for a second.
Okay. He will be on the stream.
In 2 seconds.
That is excellent news. We would love to have him join us for this issue of Lunch Canada.
So yeah, what do you got there, Aaron?
So this is a freeze-dried ice cream sandwich. Unfortunately, it's a little bit crumbled. It's been sitting in my backpack for a couple days. But all of the moisture has been drawn out of it. It's brought to the triple point of water by being put under a very low pressure and low temperature. And that's kind of how the freeze-drying process works. It says on it, oh my goodness, there's a fun fact. Looks like this was made by Sweet Freeze. Very nice. And then on it are the logos of Corporation of the City of Timmins, it says. And then it says, did you know the tragically hip song 50 Mission Cap is a tribute to Timmins' own Bill Barilko. I can't pronounce that. Barilko. Which I didn't know, but that is a very fun fact and an incredible song. It says, welcome to all participants of Launch Canada 2026, Astronaut Ice Cream, courtesy of Mayor Michelle Bourleau and Council. And we heard the mayor speak at the conference day, and she had some incredible words. So, yeah, let's dig in, and then we'll hopefully get our drone operator here as well. Brendan, have you ever had astronaut ice cream?
I have in the past.
Me too.
Never this one specifically, though.
So it is a little bit fractured here.
We should definitely bring the mics up so that the viewers did not get all the crunch. Unless that's what you guys want.
They are very, very crunchy, so we will, there we go. We'll try to split this into some pieces here. They also take a long time to eat. You want to, let's try some of the cookie first.
Oh, no, I want the full thing.
All right. Let's see how this is.
That's like
And
biting
this is
into
very good.
chalk.
A little bit. It
But
has a
but
similar texture to chalk.
Similar texture to chalk, but, you know, it tastes good.
It tastes very good.
Unlike chalk. Is UA Star scrubbed? UA Star is scrubbed for this salvo. We will see if they can get into the next one.
A nice little bit of sugar to keep us awake for a bit. I'll save the rest for later. What do you think of this lovely treat from the Timmins City Council there?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, like, you know, it is freeze-dried ice cream, you know. I think I prefer on a daily basis to eat non-freeze-dried ice cream, but...
It's a great once-in-a-while treat, I think. Oh, the freeze-dried ice cream is all over our black tablecloth now.
Did the drone capture images of Carleton or Waterloo launches? We have a drone at Advance that should have. We will get that in footage to you if we can. Unfortunately, what we need to do for the drone footage there is the drone operator at the Advance pad has to physically drive out to our setup at Solids in order to transfer the footage to our storage setup. Given that we don't want to overload our internal network, which is just point-to-point dishes, which is already malfunctioning, as you can probably tell. So they will physically drive out here and drop off the SD card, and once we have the footage, then we can display it on the live stream for you guys. Aaron, switch seats with that one. All right, well, who's this guy, Aaron?
Yeah, well, we have a new guest, and I'd be hesitant to call him a guest because he's been sitting to our immediate left for the last few days. Part of the live stream crew, and frankly, the MVP of the live stream crew, our drone operator, Alec. How are you doing today?
How's it going, Aaron? It's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, long time no see. And honestly, supporting the live stream crew entirely from behind the scenes as well. He doesn't give himself enough credit, but he's been actually running around checking in on people constantly. He brought us our food just now, so, you know, I'm appreciative of that.
Well, you know, mental health, part of it is keeping your stomach happy and
Absolutely.
keeping people hydrated, too. I've been in situations at competition where people forget to eat, they forget to hydrate. Next thing you know, you're on the way to the hospital, and we don't want that. So
Don't want that.
why don't we join Brendan here for our little segment of Lunch Canada.
So, what do we have here, guys? We have what appears to be a wrap.
A wrap of sorts.
Along with the wrap, we have some pasta salad.
All this provided by our caterer here on site.
Caterer on site, Your Choice Culinary. Thank you to the guys in the food truck that are providing this food for us very kindly as volunteers.
Jason, could we get a zoom in on the food?
Let's see if we can get a nice shot here of
We
the
wanna make
food.
sure we're
Get a zoom
capturing
in on the
this.
food with the really crazy lens. That would be crazy. Don't rush.
We have some very talented camera operators here, and they do an amazing job capturing everything that happens here.
Yep.
All right.
And some diet unbranded soda.
Heck yeah. I have a bunch of Launch Canada stickers in my backpack on the right pocket if you want to get some.
Mine's oriented the wrong way.
We'll just put it directly on top. It's like the perfect size. No, right. Other right. More right.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, pretty good.
All right. Branding's important. All right, so while we enjoy our lunch here, since can't step away from the commentary booth, we'd love to take your questions in chat for discussion about rocketry, space, or lunch too, if you want to talk about lunch.
I see a question here. Did the drone capture any images of Carleton or Waterloo launches? Yeah, so I had the drone up about 500, 600 meters up. And we did have another drone, the one at Advanced, that should have been a lot closer. I know they've been having network connectivity issues, so we'll definitely be sharing all the footage we have afterwards, which will be higher quality, since we can only live stream, I believe, at 1080p, whereas we are recording at 4K. So.
Wow, so people can sit at home with their huge TVs and get a really nice view of what's going on there.
I love a good diet Launch Canada.
Oh, dude, me too. Heck yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I didn't quite align mine as well as your guys'.
That's okay. We had a circle to go off of.
Okay.
So,
all right.
You know what's in this wrap?
I was told this chicken.
Okay.
Some cheese maybe. Ooh, I don't know.
What else do you
Honestly, it's kind of a mixed bag.
If you also have questions for our drone operator, Alec, as well, he gave the safety briefing to all the drone operators on site. So I'm sure he can answer any of your questions involving drone operations here.
Yeah, it's quite a feat here with drone operations, and the regulations are only getting more stringent every single year. So this year we're flying up to 926 meters. It's half a nautical mile, and then out to 5.5 kilometers, and that's far within our NOTAM that we have for the rocketry competition. Let's take a bite of this. I'm interested.
Will we interview the Carleton team? Yes. Assuming they come over to us, we will interview them.
Well, one bite, everybody knows the rules. Can we get a... Starting from Brendan over here.
I'm still chewing. So, review on that. First bite, impeccable crunch. I bit straight into the lettuce. The lettuce is fresh.
I think it's Mighty Caesar's salad
Caesar.
dressing. Yeah.
Could be.
It's pretty solid.
I haven't taken a look in here yet. I didn't get much of the dressing in the first
Is that a
bite. I just got
crouton I
good,
see?
Good crunch. That might be a crouton.
I believe I got a bite of crouton in mine. Very nice crunch.
Show the insides of the wrap to the camera.
That's
there.
a crispy chicken. That's not a crouton.
Show the inside of the wrap to the camera there if we can get it. I think Alec, the camera's on you right now. What?
You know what I love about a wrap is the food delivery unit is ideal. It's compact. It's not carb loaded. You can load it with vegetables. So right here we have a lot of lettuce now. I know some guys out there will say they don't like vegetables. Personally, big fan. Big fan.
You don't like vegetables because you haven't tasted them cooked the right way. You can make any vegetable tasty if you cook it correctly.
You know, modern day Brussels sprouts are sweeter than they used to be. Did you know that? Yeah. So a lot of our parents grew up having these bitter, disgusting Brussels sprouts and hated them. And they've done modifications to the taste over time, just breeding them differently to bring out the sweetness in them. So modern Brussels sprouts are actually sweeter than they used to be. 20 years ago, I believe it was, yeah.
It's similar to bananas, but bananas are the other way, right? Because bananas used to have a different banana called the Gros Michel. And the Gros Michel is a much sweeter banana. It's much similar to like the taste of banana-flavored candy, because that was based on the old bananas. And it was much sweeter banana, and now we have the Cavendish, which is a much less sweet banana. But I don't know the name of the fungus, but it killed all the bananas because they're all genetically the same, because that's how we farm bananas. And now we don't. Okay, there are still Gros Michel bananas, but there are not nearly as many. They're not the most commercially viable banana anymore, so we suffer.
I didn't know that. I know they got the seeds out of the bananas, but I didn't know they changed the sweetness.
Yeah, it's very odd that happened. But you can still get Gros Michel bananas if you can like. I feel like you can import them yourselves, or if you go to specific countries in South America, they might have them. But yeah, they taste better, I hear. I've never had one myself though, but I'm told that they taste much similar to like banana-flavored antibiotics or candy or whatever, just since that's what it was, the taste that it was developed on way back when.
You know what? When I was looking at the portion of this, I thought it was going to be shy, but now that I'm 3/4 of the way through this wrap, I'm thinking, wow, this is going to be just right.
You are 3/4 through this wrap. I am 2 bites into the wrap.
I mean, I think most people feel better on a full tummy.
Most people, yeah. I definitely do, and I know a lot of people. I'm going to call my girlfriend here on this one, but I know she's better on a full tummy too. Yeah. No, it is a thing.
Sounds like we got a support launch going out to the pad right behind us, so we should get back to launching shortly. Again, not a university team, just a support launch, but a launch nonetheless. So Alex, speaking about the food content, I heard you were up making food pretty late last night. What did you make?
Oh, last night.
Yeah.
Well, we have a pretty sizable live stream team, and we're expecting them all to join us for dinner. So I figured, okay, we made tacos the night before. So I made a taco salad out of the remaining taco stuff we had left over. Just kind of compiled it, and I thought, that's not going to be enough for 16 people. Why don't we get some mac and cheese on the side there, and then also cook up some hot dogs. Cooked those up. It was great. Timely too, since I know a lot of us were showing back up, returning back towards Timmins, probably 9-ish. I know for myself, I put mac and cheese on the side, as well as mac and cheese on my hot dog, with the taco salad on top of the hot dog. And then one of our other live stream members who was here yesterday, Nico, he cooked up some pierogies, as well as some dumplings as an appetizer.
Did he put those on the hot dog?
Pardon?
Did he put those on the hot dog?
Honestly, I know somebody that did.
You know someone that did.
Jasper did.
Jasper did.
I was a little bit jealous. I didn't have enough room on my hot dog for that, but he did. He managed. And it was a delicious meal. It was a delicious meal. You couldn't beat it. It was, we have way too much food, which is a different problem now. We can almost feed another 16 people now. But
it's almost like a couple of people didn't show up to our dinner.
We're actively roasting Aaron over here for not showing up.
Whoa, hey.
Aaron was nowhere to be seen at the live stream feast last night.
In our defense, where we're staying is in Timmins proper, and we were asked to go to Timmins to get groceries, and yeah, there's no cell service, so we weren't. We didn't know we were supposed to turn around and go straight to you guys until we were back in Timmins. And by that point, it was unsafe to continue driving. So.
You know, it does scare me driving at night. The moose out there, there's all the signs saying, watch out, moose at night.
Will they re-show Ontario Tech? We will if we get the footage from Advanced.
Yes. Do you know what they're launching? Do you know what motor they're launching?
They launched on a 2-stage. I don't know what motor. I can pull it up, though. They launched just before the bank of hybrids.
Oh, yeah.
When Peter gave us 20 seconds of notice for launch.
Yeah. It's very difficult with when you're given 20 seconds of notice to get in a decent position to capture the launches.
Unfortunately, the way that the advanced pad is run is that Peter decides that he's going to launch them whenever he wants. And does not communicate that.
There's a method to the madness, but the communication is needs a little bit of work for sure, and it's an opportunity for growth in the future.
Ontario Tech was launching an M3400 going into an M1560. So that is what they launched. And yeah, they were targeting an altitude of 18,000 feet at a speed of about Mach 1.3.
Is there a fastest speed on that chart?
The fastest one.
2.74.
2.74 is Gall from the University of Laval, who launched, I believe, 2 days ago?
Yep.
3 days ago. And yeah, they, I believe, are the highest speed. I don't think Waterloo would be far behind them, though, right? Let's see. Waterloo is 2.46, so yeah, not that far behind. They had a Q class. Man, that is a big motor. Q class liquid.
You know, this pasta salad's in the spot, too.
Some veggies don't have to be cooked to be delicious. You got that right. Although a lot of them do taste better when they are cooked.
I don't know about you. I don't like to cook my lettuce.
I cook my lettuce every day. I put it in the oven, I bake it.
You okay?
The thing
I
is,
understand spinach, but
that would not surprise me. You've done some interesting things with food, Brendan.
I have done some interesting things with food. Will they reshow Ontario Tech since you lost internet as they launched? Yeah, we will try our best. We need to just have them deliver the footage over to us from Advanced.
And physically, as our radio link is down.
Well, they can't even put it over the network since it's such a big file, right?
Right.
It's a 4K 60?
Yep.
4K 60 feed, so the fastest way for us to transfer that footage is to physically drive over the SD card. We can request it, but we can see it.
I'm sure if it's not on the stream today, we'll definitely be posting on our social medias.
Oh yeah, and it'll
Anything
be on the
that
stream
was
tomorrow
missed,
if it's not
we
today.
still do have a lot of videos of it.
Yep.
And we'll definitely try to get it out there for sure.
Yep. Did Gall launch yet? Gall launched, let's see. Which one is Gall?
I believe they were first launch off Advanced yesterday.
Yeah, Gall is the University of Laval. So yeah. They launched a while ago. Yesterday or...
Oh, we have Laval going out to the pad right now.
Is this...
Or at least the Laval truck.
Yeah, it might be their a sport launch for them. Let's see. Do they... Unless they have 2 rockets, which is not a... uncommon occurrence for the teams here. Where are they? Gall. There we go. In our sheet, yeah, Gall had their 03400 into an N1000, which was their 2-stage. So yeah, they launched a couple days ago, or yesterday. And yeah, that's the only launch they have. So that's almost certainly some other team members going for certification flights.
An O into an N is quite a jump.
An O? Oh, yeah. It is quite a jump. How are accommodations up there? Oh, this is actually a great question. How are accommodations up there? Are teams billeted or do they stay in hotels? From what I understand, most teams are in hotels, Airbnbs, or they are camping on site. I don't think very many people are like billeting with residents of Timmins. Do you guys actually know what billeting is?
No, I've never.
It's a common thing for junior hockey players to do, where you essentially have a host family.
Oh.
So, for example, if like you're playing in the OHL, let's say, you can get, like, you're not going to go and live by yourself at the age of 16, so you'll go with a billet family typically, and they will host you for that. They'll host you and whatever. So, unfortunately, not fortunately or unfortunately, most teams are paying for the accommodations themselves, staying in hotels and stuff. And usually in areas that will let them work on their rocket a little bit, because stuff always goes wrong. So camping does not always accommodate for that very well, because you don't have power. So the vast majority of them are in Airbnbs or Verbos or similar rental houses.
The days on site are also long days, and so a lot of teams really want to go back to Timmins or to the city, to a place that has like a shower, some power to charge their devices, some internet. That is ideally what they would want. In addition, a lot of folks are actually staying at the college residence as well.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, a large amount of teams and volunteers are staying at the college residence as well.
South Porcupine, right?
I'm sorry?
South Porcupine, right?
Is that where it is?
I believe it's Porcupine. It's on the other side of Timmins. It's about 15 more minutes down, and it's a college dorm.
Oh, great.
They don't have many people in the summer, so they offered it out as a alternative residence for teams and volunteers. And I stayed there a couple years back.
Oh, nice.
It was, it was fine. It was definitely a longer drive, that extra 15 minutes through Timmins. So.
And then, of course, there is no shortage of volunteers and individuals from teams staying on site, especially with the added around hour and a half to 2 hours to get from Timmins to the launch site. It really does save them a lot of time, and it is a great camping spot.
Yeah, you really can't beat the stars here. There's no light interference. I know one of our live stream members here, Nick,
he brought his 10-inch Dobsonian and has been looking at the stars.
He has a big telescope, and it's something he enjoys doing, so it works out really well for him. And I know there's a number of other people that do that too. And if you're not into stars, you could be into blueberry picking.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure you guys have talked about that a lot here.
Plenty of those out there. We made some pretty good blueberry parfait the other morning.
Oh.
I believe Carl yesterday managed to pick an entire Canadian Tire bucket of blueberries.
Wow.
So behind us, actually, this is a very interesting launch. So hence why we had some confusion. So Laval just went out to the pad, and Laval launched the 2-stage the other day. They appear to have recovered the 2-stage and are reflying the upper stage at the solids pad. So that's pretty cool.
I think this is the first reuse of a rocket I've seen
at
for
launch
competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a true reuse.
Yeah, this is the first. And it's not even like they're reusing a rocket from last year. They are reusing a rocket they flew a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So yeah. We'll see. They're setting up at the pad right now. Pad is still green, so it'll be a little bit for their launch. Oh, Windsor, wherefore art thou? Good question. Windsor is out at Advanced. So they're launching a 2-stage out of Advanced, but yeah, we've not seen them in any of the salvos, I don't think, so we will see.
I do know Windsor is camping overnight over here. We did bump into them a couple nights ago.
Nice. Any other info from them?
Not much else. They're a very joyful bunch at the campsite, though.
Sounds about right. When is the next Advanced salvo? Well, unfortunately, we don't know exactly. Advanced is kind of like an area that they're ready when they're ready. So, historically speaking, it's been around 4 p.m. for the second Advanced salvo. It can be earlier, it can be later. Hopefully not that much later, because your live stream team needs to sleep. We got up very early, and I got less than 6 hours of sleep last night, so I think a lot of us did.
I haven't gotten more than 6 hours in the last week.
Yeah, that's typically how it
This
goes.
is
out here.
allegedly vacation.
Yeah, I took time off work for this, so I can get less sleep.
It's a great experience, though, and you don't get to see rockets go up every day.
Nope. Definitely something special out here. Laval just went vertical behind us. You can see the rail is up. Yep, there you go.
Yep, with them continuing to set up, I would keep an eye out for the pad to go to yellow shortly. In the meantime, I've completed my lunch. Alec, what did you think of that food?
It was good.
Pretty good?
It was good. It was hit the spot. It hit all the dietary milestones. Honestly, I feel good. I have no complaints.
Yeah.
If we had our own panini press here, I'd panini press it, but that's the only thing I could say I
The
do.
only improvement you'd make, yeah, that makes sense. That would go pretty good.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a live stream panini press next year, is what I'm hearing.
We might blow the generator out on that one.
We did
Just another
find a
generator.
griddle on setup day. There was a griddle in the LCO container, and we were like, whose is this? I was like, I don't know, Livestream can take it.
I actually think I brought that one a couple years ago.
Oh, shoot, it is yours.
Yeah, I forgot it.
Windsor went on Tuesday, I believe. Tuesday was the rain day. And then Monday was the launch from the high school in Windsor, which was Lancez-vous.
Yeah.
Windsor's today at 1
But
p.m. Maybe?
Windsor's been very confusing since they've lent a lot of other teams their truck. So we kept announcing, oh, Windsor's going out to the pad, when in reality it was just somebody using the University of Windsor truck.
It's a good truck.
Yeah.
Not sure where that info about Windsor today at 1 p.m. is coming from, but if you have a source inside the team, it's probably relatively accurate.
I'd love to see Windsor
That's
launch.
pretty soon, and we usually get quite a bit of heads up from Advance if they're going to do anything on the pads there.
I mean, usually.
Usually.
Now they are a solid
They like to
two-stage.
tell us an hour in advance, and then suddenly.
They are a solid two-stage, and they're flying a really interesting one. I think in my opinion, one of the most interesting
We are
two-stages.
going to stop you right there. We are pad red at statics. Alec, you're probably going to have to fly out there
At
now.
statics or at
Statics.
solids?
Statics.
Oh, I better get a drone out there.
Yep.
Thank
Mock-
you guys for having me.
Yep. Pleasure having
Thanks
you,
very
Alec.
much.
So this, I believe, is the getting ready for the mock hot fire out at the statics pad.
Alec leaving on short notice to make sure we get a drone out there to get some coverage, since we don't have cameras on the ground over there.
Yep.
We would risk damaging the equipment if we did.
Typically, the statics pad doesn't necessarily go yellow because they don't need to arm electronics or deployment charges or anything like that. So they're just getting ready to static fire there. So red could mean that they're probably in the process of filling their tanks at the moment. So they have to fill their tanks in order to fire. What we should be expecting out of mock is a student researched and developed liquid rocket static fire using isopropyl alcohol and nitrous oxide. They're shooting for a thrust of about 1.1 kilonewtons.
And Mach is Toronto Met.
Toronto Metropolitan University, yep. The university formerly known as Ryerson.
So they're testing an IPA, isopropyl alcohol, right? And liquid nitrous mix.
Do we have any other EPA, or like red can mean a lot of things? Here's whether Alex should get the drone up right now.
What you're looking at right now is still the solids pad. Which is still yellow.
How about UBCO? UBCO, we're still waiting. Yeah, today at 4 p.m. That's the second or the third salvo, depending on how many salvos they do at advance today.
Question: if the Raven launches today, we were not able to secure a launch rail yet. I have asked if anyone has a launch rail or buttons for low power, either a button to put it on the regular rail or a launch rail for low power rocketry. Yet to receive a response, but I also don't want to bug the teams as their main focus is going to be their own rocket. One person who may have rail buttons is Noah Gaffrin, the head junior category judge, who we had on the live stream quite a bit earlier. And I know he wants to come back on today, so I should ask him then.
I don't see him in the immediate distance. We should find him, bring him on the live stream.
I can go do a little walk around, see if I can find him while you finish your lunch, and provide updates on the statics pad. As a static, most of the
I think we
statics...
should do the opposite so that I can finish my lunch.
Okay, I'll stay here. Right. Yeah, so range is red on the statics pad. Don't have direct updates from what's going on over there, but when we have drone footage and when they begin their ignition, we'll show it to them then. Interesting thing about MACH, again, Toronto Metropolitan Propulsion Unit. I can't remember the acronym off the top of my head. I apologize. The Metropolitan Aerospace Combustion Hub. Right. Be static firing their liquid IPA and liquid nitrous rocket. Of course, I attempted last night after the stream had gone down, but they did scrub. They did not get confirmation, continuity across their igniter. So looking to static fire again today. Of course, the reason you develop it a static fire, meaning it's not on a launch vehicle, it stays on the ground. You do that to basically eliminate any of the potential, hazards that would come from flight, aside from just your motor. So you want to make sure that, if it operates stuck to the ground, you can do a lot of your analysis of the motor, make sure you're producing the thrust you expect, and once that's done, well, then you can actually put it into a launch vehicle, because you've already tested your engine, and that means testing all the valves, all of the pipes and hoses, every single connection. You're evaluating pressure where necessary. You are also testing your pre-flight procedure to make sure you're not missing any steps and everything is kind of taken care of. Sounds like we're close to a sport launch here. Sport flight on the MDA pads here, you can see on screen. Thanks again to MDA for helping support the stream. Handful of rockets out here. LCO Chris Hobbs just confirming that the Rocketeers are present, making sure he knows who is in charge of each rocket. Don't want to send it out without making sure that the person who made it knows where it's going, right? So we can see some of the Rocketeers present here. Event directly above us here. Nice shoot, fully deployed. Great news. It is coming by right next to the over here. You can actually see it on that camera there. Very close to the base camp. What a lovely up-close shot, right next to the viewing area too. Interestingly, a moth has actually discovered our lamp inside the live stream tent. All right, in the bottom corner, you can see the statics pad where MACH is setting up for their liquid motor fire. Yeah. We don't know for certain that that is MACH. We were informed earlier this morning by the pad manager that it should be MACH first, but we are not completely certain. We just know that there is going to be a fire soon. But the pad manager, Zach, came by this morning and let us know that was the intended order. We'll wait for confirmation on that, but should be a fire soon. While we wait, the range is still red on solids. Looks like, I believe it was Gall setting up on the pad. It's like they are evacuating right now. Which again, they unfortunately did not have a nominal flight, a fully nominal flight yesterday, or a couple days ago. The booster fired, the sustainer did not ignite. So they're actually reflying the sustainer, being the second stage on its own off of the solids pad, which should be very fun to see. It wasn't their intended flight, but I do enjoy that they're still having some fun with it. They're going to get some data with it, confirm that the sustainer operates independently, and hopefully recover it. All right, our networking team here is hard at work trying to get our link back to advanced back active. What we see here, though, appears to be Laval returning from the solids pad to the base station. We should be receiving updates from them in just a moment. Advanced pad is back to green for the moment while we wait for news on their next salvo. That is Laval in the red GMC pickup, followed by, once again, our pad manager. Lots of folks piled in the back there. No doubt excited to see their second stage launch again. All right, the pad has cleared at solids. The launch for the sustainer, the second stage, Deuxieme Lancement, is imminent. Awaiting confirmation from our LCO, Chris Hobbs.
ETA for hot fire, 5 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. Just to confirm, in case anyone missed on the live stream, the hot fire is going to be in 15 minutes. That is 15 minutes. And I believe that is MACH on the statics pad with a bipropellant liquid rocket motor fueled by isopropyl alcohol and LOX mixture. Range remains red on solids, however. Laval ready to launch their sustainer. Give it a second run at life. Cloud coverage getting a little bit more as the day goes on, but the winds are still very low. I believe we still have clearance fairly high. I'm going to look at the chat again for a while. Yep, lots of best wishes for your UBCO. Yes, their rocket's very pretty. I would love to see it fly as well. So here we're looking at the sustainer for Laval. For Gull is their team name. Beautiful bright livery on that rocket there. Originally part of a whole, now flying on its own. All right, the team talking with the LCO here. Chris giving the team the rundown here. This is the sustainer for Gull, that is University Laval. Given a second run at its flight here for the second time this competition. Godspeed, University Laval. Standing by for LCO announcement on countdown. So once again, the launch control officer, Chris Hobbs, standing atop a shipping container. He's the one who performs the countdown, ensures the range is clear, ensures weather is acceptable, and finally initiates the launch. That is, he presses the button that says go. We also have Peter, the LCO for the advanced pad, and Adam Trumper, all atop here with Chris Hobbs, all here to watch this launch. And Ariana, wow, we have many of the important figures at Launch Canada all watching this launch from the LCO tower here.
Alpha. On pad 1, we have Gull, Laval, with Arena's sustainer on an Aerotech 91000W, estimated altitude 34,000 feet. Single separation, dual deployment with line cutters. Team is indicated go for launch. RSO is indicated go for launch. Looking up. Skies are clear. Oh, with Arena's sustainer. Continuity in pad 1. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. 5.
Lifted in a straight and fast descent. Team looking for a visual. It is beyond visual range and trying to receive telemetry. waiting for some callouts from the team. They do not have telemetry at the moment. LCO Chris Hobbs saying they're coming out of MACH lock. That meaning when you're going faster than a certain speed, you are locked out of communications. This is a safety thing regarding arms development to discourage active control at supersonic speeds. Well, still waiting for signal. Descending at 117 feet per second. They have confirmation consistent with descent under drogue. And a beautiful view of the live stream shipping container on this camera. While we wait for further updates from Laval. Incredible shot right there. No immediate updates from Laval. They are descending under drogue. Fantastic news. Still waiting for visual confirmation. With their drone back in the air, we'll try to get a close-up shot if we can find it. There's our LCO tower once more. Two members from Laval trying to get a better signal there to receive their telemetry packets. LCO Chris on the lookout with those binoculars. Trying to provide some updates on the descent. Fortunately, je ne peux pas comprends plus de français, so as the team is from Quebec, I'm not the most proficient in French, so I can't provide real-time updates. I will inform you when I hear something from the LCO, though. Confirmation of Maine.
Play.
Sounds like Gulf Sustainer is descending under Maine according to their packets. Do not have a visual. In the meantime, celebration from the team. Sounds like they have landed, and sounds like they have a GPS location. Questions from chat here. List of who's already launched today. Yes, I'll have to look this up for a second so I don't give you the wrong information. Do you know if Waterloo has located their rocket? I do not know yet. It is not likely we've made it there yet. It's not likely they've located the rocket yet. Or located. It's possible they have. We don't have any updates from Waterloo, unfortunately. We're still working on getting our connection back to advanced here. We are very close to our static fire from MACH from Toronto Metropolitan over at the statics. Oh, I know that guy. It's just me alone right now. The weather's still beautiful out here. Range on solids remains red for the time being. We have several sport launches queued up. I don't know when the plan is for them to go, but for the time being, we are going to be focusing on statics. We do have some interruption from our drone feeds. Because we have several drones in the air, they're from the same manufacturer, so they operate on singular bands, so they're actually sharing bandwidth in the transmission. So we may get a little bit of interference while we do this. So if you see the stream cut out to the sample colors at any point, while you're looking at drone footage, that's actually what's happening there. But it seems they have it in a very nice stable position above the static fire. Above, again, I believe MACH. We don't have confirmation on who it is, but the statics pad manager had mentioned that MACH is going to be firing first. Looking at a van right now. Is that Adam's van? Certainly looks like the Launch Canada van. MACH themselves have confirmed that they're firing very soon.
MACH
So,
is beginning
go.
fill operations. T-minus 3 minutes until hot fire.
There we go. T-minus 3 minutes until hot fire from MACH. Following MACH's static fire here of their liquid engine, their bipropellant, we'll have several sport launches from the MDA Sport Pad. So I'll be happy to cover those for you. In the meantime, though, looking forward to seeing the static fire of this rocket. Again, static fire being there's a test stance that they can evaluate parameters such as the thrust that it launched. Got to pull up any other information here. What I do know is that it is a bipropellant mix of isopropyl alcohol and nitrous oxide. Excited to see this launch. Hoping to see some MACH diamonds here because they look really cool. Once again, this is MACH from Toronto Metropolitan. Tech Dev demoing their liquid nitrous IPA. Expected thrust of 1.1 kilonewtons. Alright, just awaiting updates from the pad manager at Statics, Zach over there. MACH, I'm sure, getting very anxious as their fill comes to a finish there. Our drone apparently also getting very nervous. Seems to be some interference in the transmission. Hoping for a successful fire for MACH as well as a successful transmission from our drone. Lots of radio communication issues today, it seems like. The stacks pad is a little bit further even than the advanced pad. So I don't think it's likely we'll be able to hear it from here, but we do have this live view here, courtesy of, in this case, our drone operator, Alec, who we spoke with just around lunchtime, just around an hour ago. Still waiting on updates from the statics pad. MACH's static fire should be very soon. Range at solids still at red flag. There are several sport launches loaded on the pad that are looking to go off as soon as this static fire is completed. Everyone's out and about getting the radios back online, and many of them gathered around the public viewing area for the live stream. So hopefully all you folks on site checking out the static fire here on the live stream, I hope Launch Canada's been great so far, folks. If any of you have anything you want to say to the live stream, feel free to come on by and let me know. The advanced pad is still at green, solids and statics both at red. Waiting for a fire from MACH, which is Toronto Metropolitan University, previously known as Ryerson University, and then we will have several sport launches off of the solids pad and the MDA sports pad behind me. All right, going through chat here. That's that. Do I know if Collingwood Rocketry will launch today? Collingwood, to my knowledge, I don't believe so. I was pretty sure they had already launched a couple days ago, though I could be incorrect about that statement. Listen to the corner live stream, whoever went today. Yeah, that is something we can do. Our graphics are a little bit, sometimes a little bit buggy, so we're doing our best. We have a pretty big skeleton team here at Solids right now. Telemetry updates from launches from Advanced Pad this morning. I don't have anything from the Advanced Pad. In terms of telemetry, I'm fairly... All right, moving to the MACH statics. I'll return to the questions after this fire from Toronto Metropolitan University.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have successful ignition and hot fire. Congratulations, MACH.
Nicely done, MACH. I'm told that the actual audio didn't get fed into the stream. That is Toronto Metropolitan University. They had a successful ignition and successful hot fire. We will await news from their team on the actual thrust produced. I'm also told that they have their own live stream. So feel free to check that out if you really want to know their flight parameters. But that what a fire that was. We return to chat here. Has Waterloo located rocket? We're past that. Collingwood Rocketry. Can you confirm that UFT is scheduled to launch at 1:45 p.m.? I am not certain. I think it's probably unlikely. They had a launch the other day, and I think they have a second vehicle. If I'm not mistaken, it's a static fire. I'll let you know as soon as we know about that. Excuse me, they have their liquid rocket coming up. They're not at the moment setting up on the pad. The range status of advanced is still green, so it's unlikely they've started their fill procedure. We'll send an update as soon as we know. Is University of Windsor in that salvo? We haven't been told directly of University of Windsor's status. Again, the advanced pad is still at green, so we don't think anyone is actively on the pad, at least. It will be quite a while. Can we see footage of Waterloo rocket from
the
launch
MDA sports pad? We have Tevrak
We'll be able to, but first we're going to move to this launch.
Alamed with no rocket name. This is flying on an H-115DM, and expected altitude is 616. Flyers indicated go for launch. Yes? Go for launch?
LCO Chris confirming.
Flyers
with
go
the
for
Rocketeers.
launch. RSOs go for launch. Looking up. Winds are hollow. Skies are clear. Go for launch.
All right.
Have a rocket element.
Camera
Countdown.
operator
In
Jason
5,
on the tracking camera.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Ooh. Nice and quick. Leaving a very clear dark smoke trail there. Nice and easy to follow. Anyways, as far as footage from Waterloo from the advanced pad, we are working on getting footage of the other stuff. It might be some time. They literally have to drive it over to us in order to play. Our radio link is down at the moment. We don't have our advanced coverage. And then, love the graphics with the details someone designed. Yes, that was Yuhan Liu. He was the live stream graphic designer, and he did a fantastic job. We really, really appreciate the job he's done with that. He calls himself an art school dropout. Honestly, I think he didn't need art school. I think he's doing a great job. Oh, they have a visual on this sport launch. Sounds like someone will be receiving a certification from this launch, which is excellent news for the Rocketeers. There it is, coming down straight and narrow. Probably within the range here, so shouldn't have to go into the trees to get it. Beautiful, just shy of the tree line, behind that red flag there. Almost landed on top of that red flag. That would have been incredible if that happened. All right, awaiting directions from the LCO. The range remains red. Statics still red as well. We'll wait for an update from them. Weather remains pretty clear here at the launch site, actually. Should have plenty of time for some more launches. Hopefully get as many of the university teams as we physically can. I don't think there are going to be any scrubs due to the weather for a little bit of time, but I know a lot of teams are also working really hard to get their birds in the air, so provide updates as soon as they're available. I'm also trying to find my co-commentator out here. He disappeared. Several more rockets on the MDA sports pad. LCO Chris Hobbs confirming with the Rocketeers here. All right. Confirmed the ground crew for this sport rocket is go for launch. Waiting for Chris Hobbs.
Next up, on pad 3, on the MDA sport pad, Carleton with rocket with no name. Flying on a DMS H-182, flying to... Looking up.
All right. He's going to give the countdown.
Clear.
There's no audio
Go
stream
for
to the
launch.
stream, so I will repeat what Chris says. He says go for launch.
Countdown.
Countdown.
Five,
5,
four,
4,
3, 2,
1. Ignition. Jumped straight up. I've already lost sight of it. The amateur rocketeers here, looking for the rocketeer, and that's Ari in the background, the director of the conference, has a visual. All right, looks like our spectators have a visual on where the rocket's located. All right, we can see the descent here. It looks like the chute is inflated. Just watching the descent. There she goes. On the ground, seemed to be intact. Perfectly on the road. That's going to be a very nice recovery. Yeah, congratulations on that successful flight. Alright, difficult for me to hear Chris at this time, but sounds like he's going for lunch on another sport flight. I do apologize that I don't know whose flight it is. So we can count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very short burst. Straight up. Very mild spin. Hits apogee. Come back down. Waiting for ejection. There it is. There's the event. On one line and shoots inflation. Congratulations on a beautiful and short nominal flight. That recovery looks like it'll take about 3 minutes. It is very close to the base station here off on the range. Looks like maybe 100 feet from the launch pad. All right, folks are going out on recovery now. Going out on recovery to recover that rocket that just went up. In the meantime, shortly I would imagine the range will probably go to green shortly, waiting on our pad manager to confirm that. But I'm going to have a look at the jet. Nothing new. I hope everybody at home watching is having a good day. Hope you're all feeling good. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage so far. I know there have been some technical issues on our end. Apologies for that. It turns out very hard to put up temporary infrastructure to handle all this stuff here. in the meantime, I do have the rocket from... Sorry, this is not my laptop. I'm trying to navigate it. Get the chat up. Perfect. Speaking of the hot fire, host and live stream Absolute Fire. Thank you, Nico. Nico, speaking of it, one of our other hosts, I hope you're doing okay over at Advanced. I would love to get the camera feed to you at some point. I'd also love, if you are available, if you want to come back to Solids at some point, feel free to... Yeah, feel free to come back. Going back again. Can you explain how rockets are recovered so many trees? What happens if 15 meters up in the trees? Absolutely. Yeah, so a lot of the times the rockets are positioned in ways, especially these smaller ones, where hopefully they land within the range in a reasonable distance. With the trees, I've never gone on recovery at this event in the forest myself, but usually it's not too far from a road line. So it starts at the launch itself. You have a dedicated team who's focused on rocket recovery. And what they're doing at the start of launch is they are following it, trying to find where it lands. And that's done with 3 separate techniques. The first one being, if they get rocket telemetry, hopefully they get GPS coordinates that they can follow. GPS, incredibly useful for locating stuff. The second way is with the old-fashioned line-of-sight orienteering method. So what I like to do with my own rockets, and oftentimes teams will have a dedicated person do, is stand with a compass, follow the trajectory, and try to estimate its location based on its last known place. The third way is they get assistance from drone recoveries, from aerial footage. So hopefully they get a visual on it, they can fly over and get the actual location. Try to get a sense of, is it on the ground, is it stuck in a tree? That way they'll also have a better idea of what to bring. If they know it's not stuck in a tree at all, they don't really need to bring like tree cutting equipment or things of the like. Now, they need to venture into the woods, and it's really important that they stick with their whole group so no individual gets lost, and like nobody separates. When they go in, they put a little marker, a little ribbon on a tree to basically follow, hey, this is the way we went. There are very few things we're allowed to leave in this area. That is basically one where it's absolutely necessary for safety so that folks are able to return from whence they came. But if they get in there, and if it is stuck in a tree, if it's on the ground, fairly easy. There's a process. They have a recovery procedure that each team is required to write for when they come across their rockets. You know, discharge energetics if they didn't go off, inspect everything, just to make sure they mitigating any risk factors that could be dangerous to the rocket or to themselves or the hardware, but especially to themselves and the surrounding environment. If it's stuck in a tree, there's a procedure for having folks go out to assist with trees. We are, of course, working with not Natural Resources Canada. I forgot the name of the organization. I'm sorry. But one of the government organizations involved with forestry, one as well as Matagami Fire Department, who are assisting with this. And so we do, will once in a while take down a tree in order to safely recover a rocket, and in its place plant several more. I believe that's one of the requirements. I could be mistaken, but because it's a temporary thing, we need to basically replace a lot of trees if we do take one down. A lot of the times, it's a dead tree in the first place. I know these are still vital to the ecosystem, but I am admittedly not a forestry expert. That's why we have so many people here on site that are. In theory, I guess there are some cases where you could try to climb a tree. I don't think that's ever done because rockets are incredibly heavy, and also we want to make sure that the personnel are safe first and foremost. Oh, wow. What you're seeing right now is ground footage live from the advanced pad. This is incredible news. We finally have a live link to Advanced. I'll finish up with the comments here. Oh, everybody on live stream is celebrating in the box over there. Very, very excited to get that link back up. Excellent. So we can continue our coverage from the Advanced site. And with that, I will pass it off to our director and producer, and hopefully, ideally, to the commentators at the Advanced site. Well, ignore what I just said. We don't have them ready yet. But what we will do is cut to who has launched so far. Thank you, folks. bringing us back to the live stream tent once more. It's Aaron again, and I have a couple guests with me this time. Hi, could you folks please introduce yourselves?
I am Commander Tlarnok, Klingon ambassador here at Launch Canada, learning about innovation in this country and on this planet.
Hi, I'm Gurman Singh Serna. I'm just a live stream volunteer, or a live stream support. Not as cool as her, though.
Excellent. Thank you, folks, for being here with us. So, first of all, I guess I should ask both of you, from your independent experiences, what are your thoughts of the Launch Canada event so far this year?
Oh, it's been a lot of fun. The energy here is amazing. The students are passionate about their projects. They're eager to talk about it. They're learning things. They're building things. And they have the support of everyone around them. It's amazing.
As someone who always felt too much like Tony Stark and not Bruce Wayne, I kind of found that I'm in the perfect place. I found my people. There's a lot of intelligent folks out here, and I love to pretend to understand what they're saying all the time.
That's awesome.
I love the engineering, the statistics, the math. More importantly, just how nice these people are. It's incredible how they manage to make you feel that you know stuff when I, of course, did not.
All right, so I do see that there's a prop in front of us. I want to get to that next after one final introduction question. You both are actually volunteers here this year, if I'm not mistaken. But I know a lot of us kind of learn while we're volunteering or meet some folks and learn something we never thought we would before. I'm wondering if there's a particular lesson or bit of information that you picked up this week that you'd be interested in sharing.
Lesson or bit of information that I picked up this week. Well, that's a challenge because, I mean, I've been learning bits as I go, things that have helped me launch this rocket yesterday and get my level 1, and things that'll help me with the next, but I can't really think of exactly what I learned when.
Congratulations
so
on the
much.
level 1, by the way.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
What about you, German?
Me, I learned quite a lot this year. It was my first time volunteering, and I actually discovered that rockets are not supposed to have gyros or GPS systems, and that was very new information to me, as relayed on to me by Carl. Those are missiles and not rockets, and I was completely in the different aeronautical fields. But something funny that I learned too is that being a kind person in a lot of chaos and stress actually goes a long way. I had to troubleshoot some things urgently that I was unaware of or did not know that I had to do them. But having people who were pretty kind to me went a long way as to support my development in the tasks that I had to do.
That's excellent. I think that's something everyone can really take a little bit away from, right?
Also, language is interesting because you said those are missiles and not rockets. In Klingon Hold, the Klingon language, the word for missile, torpedo, and rocket that does not contain anything living is the same thing. It's all peng.
Speaking of language, you said peng?
Peng.
Is the word for it?
Yes.
I understand you have some words you wanted to share. I see there are some words in a language I don't understand written on this nose cone here, which is this from your L1 rocket?
This is from my L1 rocket, the rocket I named Cha-Cha-Cha, which I understand is often dancing here on Earth, but in Klingon, cha means torpedoes, multiple, lots of them. So Cha-Cha-Cha is torpedoes, 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 which is also a song by my friend the Klingon Pop Warrior. Look that up. She's awesome, and you will see why it's the name of my rocket if you listen to the song. Now, One thing that I have learned over time is that people, whether you're human people or other people, especially highly intelligent people, sometimes forget the simplest things because their minds are all the complex things when you're working out math problems, when you're thinking about physics. The simple things leave your mind, like this. This says kabliddak peng. You remember that word? Peng? Yekeko. And that means do not aim the rocket at your face. Important to remember, just in case people forget when they're all excited. I thought I would put that there because that's the one piece of advice I received from someone when I said I was about to build my first rocket was, remember, don't point it at your face.
That is incredibly important advice, I think.
As someone working in IT, that is the first thing we're taught. If something's not working, check if it's plugged in.
Yes.
Exactly. So don't point your rocket at your face. Can you say that again?
Okay. Kabliddak, that means like located on the face. Peng, rocket. Yekeko, it's like don't aim at. So the grammar is different because it's a different language.
Sure.
But don't aim the rocket at your face.
Incredible advice from several planets away. I imagine a universal truth. I would like to check the chat really quick to see if anybody has any questions for our guests here. We were asked, how do you say rocket in Klingon? That's from Nico Cooper, but I believe that was just answered.
Yeah, that would be peng. But that's specific to this kind of rocket. And I don't know how you say rocket if there's, people or living beings in it. But I do know that the word for ship, which works for spaceships and sailing ships, is douj.
Douj. Okay. That is awesome to know. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm wondering if either of you have anything in particular you would like to draw attention to, or any projects or people you are interested in shouting out, or any final messages for our audience here.
Well, I'm really grateful to be able to be here and to share all of this. As everyone can see, I've been really inspired by Star Trek, and a lot of the people who I talk to who are involved in engineering, who are involved in science, who are involved in making sure that we don't lose track of the fact that diversity is important whenever we look at bringing our world forward in a good way. You need diversity because you need different perspectives. And that's in all things. And here you look around and you see that diversity, you see that passion, and a lot of that over the years, starting in the 1960s, has been inspired by Star Trek, and it's nice to be a part of that here in my own silly way, People are creating innovations, and I'm here with rubber glued to my forehead. But we're all doing the things that we do, and it's amazing, and I'm grateful for this experience. Awesome. And these students, keep an eye on the schools, keep an eye on their teams, and keep an eye on them, because they're going to do amazing things as they learn and grow and build.
Absolutely. Like 100% hit the nail on the head there. Different perspectives help you identify problems you might not have considered, and really makes for a great... People are always going to be more than the sum of their parts, I think. How about you?
As someone who only knows about Star Trek from the Big Bang Theory, I'd like to say that's really interesting to learn. They are... everything that seems like everything that we want to achieve one day. I strongly believe that if you don't know something, but you know it's the right thing.
With the owners of Mazda 3, the Prius, and the RAV4 at advance, please move your cars.
With all of this crucial piece of knowledge. And
silliness is power.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's one way you can help to move people, and like we just said, people are really what makes it work.
Exactly. And it's so nice to just be here and see how STEM is growing. I believe science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, along with all of the different careers that we have the ability or have the potential to make our dear planet a much better place than it is, than we can give it now. So probably somewhere it actually deserves to be. And seeing everybody work towards that with a passion and a burning desire just makes me so happy to be a part of the bigger picture.
Awesome. Thank you, folks, so much for being here and for continuing this incredible messaging. I think it's so important to keep at the front of our minds. And, of course, the safety as well. Don't point your rocket at your face.
Before you end the stream, though, I would like to highlight something that's really, really important and I feel we missed out.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to bring attention to Brendan drinking carbonated milk.
Oh, yes.
I don't think I've ever heard of carbonated milk.
Oh, yes. Maybe I can find a video and put it up on stream later. We have video of the first time you tried it.
As someone who comes from a place where there's a lot of diversity of food, you would not be surprised that we have a thing called soda and milk.
Yeah.
So that's pretty Delhiite of him, and I'm proud of him for that.
Yeah. I'm not surprised either. I mean, humans tend to cook their food, which is a little bit strange. Klingons eat their food live. Things are strange here. Carbonated milk, cooked food. Life is full of surprises.
All right. With that, we're going to have to move to the pads shortly. It sounds like we're going to have some launches. It sounds like we're going to have some potentially sport launches. I don't have the complete... Oh, that does look like sport launches here. All right. Thank you, folks. Thanks, guys. That was so good. Thanks so much for coming on. That was fun. All right, I've returned with commentary. Going to countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. A short boost to a long coast there. Went straight up. Hit apogee. Beginning descent. Like deployment of chute. Excellent. Sounds like a nominal flight for this sport launch here. Joined again by my co-commentator Simon. Simon, what do you think of this descent?
Gotta love a good tracking shot. It's a real struggle, but we're lucky to have some really fantastic tracking camera folks this year. Always love to have new volunteers, and Jason has been a huge help this year. So
100%. I see him there. He's back on the camera, ready to go on it. That was a very nice launch too. I love a really long, slow coast upwards. That seems like a, one quick burst, and then we could watch it the whole way. That's always enjoyable.
That's the way to do your level 1 certification, right? You want to go nice and low, nice and slow, give yourself the most chance to succeed.
Absolutely.
You have an infinite number of rockets that you can launch afterwards.
Hang on, it sounds like Chris Hobbs, the LCO, is sending something else up. Scavenging 200 feet, he said. 1,400 feet. All right. It's looking up again. Skies are clear. Winds are nominal. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Michael told me to repeat what he said. So hit apogee.
Oh, we got colorful bars. Now we're back. Do we have eyes on the rocket? I don't know if we have eyes on the rocket.
Don't know if we see it yet. Difficult to see where this individual rocketeer is located as well. The drone is, however, going up. There really is nothing quite like an aerial shot of the chute as it descends.
Mm-hmm.
I think of every shot we've been able to get so far this event, those have been my favorite.
Did you guys get the chance to see the static fire we had earlier?
We did. We had drone shot of that as well, yes. That was MACH, Toronto Metropolitan.
Yeah. Those are tricky to film because, if you get a camera too close, well, A, it can damage your cameras, but B, the other aspect of it is that the vibration of the rocket motors is such that any statically mounted cameras, you see a lot of aberration in the footage that you get out of it because because it's just vibrating so much. And so really thankful to have some good drone angles to capture the static fires that we have here.
Mm-hmm. We didn't get confirmation on their thrust readout. I do know that MACH in particular was running their own stream of their launch in specific, so they may have mentioned there, but I know they're expecting to get, I think, 1.1 kilonewtons.
That's a significant load.
It's a lot of thrust.
Yep. So that would be a good engine.
There's a lot of fire coming out the back of it, so.
Oh, so we see some folks heading out to hopefully recover their rockets.
All right.
Gotta love a good sport launch day. Cadence of the rocket launches is high, and
you
get lots of launches, lots of recoveries.
A big variety of launches too that you get to see. And there's something special about these.
Ooh, we're getting a replay here.
Ooh.
Is that right? Or no?
No, I don't believe so. This is actually jumping to advanced.
Ah, okay. Do we have an idea of who's vertical at advanced right now?
We do not know who is vertical at advanced right now. We are waiting for updates from their LCO, Peter Charley.
And as you can see, we're still struggling with our data linking between our solids base camp here and our advanced location. We have some folks up on our waypoint scaffold at the moment trying to make sure that everything is tied down as best we can to mitigate any sort of issues that the wind is giving us, but
I mentioned at the start of the week, it's like we're at advanced, shining a laser pointer at a mirror at the waypoint and directing that laser pointer back here to try to receive it. And at any point, it's slightly off.
Yep. No, it's one of the areas where we have a lot of room for improvement, but we're going to try our absolute best. So we're receiving some unconfirmed reports that the advanced pad is red, but we're just waiting to confirm that with the the folks out at the advanced area.
Yeah, we haven't received news yet, but it's not exactly uncommon for things at advanced to go without our knowledge, unfortunately.
In the meantime, we're seeing the solids pad out here. Okay, we are confirming that we have just gone red on the advanced pads.
Yep.
So we can properly confirm to you that we should be launching in the near future.
I don't believe we have any information on who's part of this salvo, though.
I would expect. I saw Queens working on their rocket out there earlier. UBCO was out there as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be part of the salvo. That's kind of all that I can remember, but I'm not. Yeah, I don't quote me on that, folks. I will. We will get more information when we can.
Your 5 minutes.
So from the radio readout there, I caught University of Toronto, and I'm sure that our producer will let us know what the other teams are in the salvo as well.
And so that is the liquid rocket U of T is launching.
Yes, exactly. So it'll be our second liquid rocket flight of the day, and hopefully our third static fire of the day.
Okay, so sounds like we're targeting 14:45, which is in
half an hour from now.
Half an hour, plus 5 minutes. So plus 5 minutes and then plus 27 minutes for Queens. That's QRET. So U of T, University of Toronto Aerospace Team, UTAT, are targeting approximately 1/2 hour plus 5 minutes, followed by Queen's University QRET. That's Queen's University Rocketry Team. Did I get that right? Queen's QRET, Queen's Rocketry Engineering Team. That's what it is.
Do you have a sense of what the different timings there are? They said that they were looking at 35 plus or 30 minutes plus 5 minutes.
30 minutes plus 5 for U of T and 30 minutes plus 27 for Queens.
But what does the 30 minutes indicate, and what does the 5 minutes indicate in that instance? Do you have any sense?
I believe it's just an approximate difference in filling time.
That's my understanding as well. That
Yes.
There's some time required where they are allowed to start filling their rocket from their ground station equipment, or ground support equipment. Apologies, and then from there they are able to spend that extra, or take that extra 5 minutes to fuel their rocket, get it all ready to go, and then at that point we should see ignition, which is also one of the reasons why our advanced launches have been so sporadic and in these very dense salvos, is that we want to ensure that the teams are getting out to the rockets when they are in a safe state, and that means, importantly, that we don't have any pressurized fuel on board.
Exactly.
And so we don't fill the rockets with anything that could be potentially dangerous until everyone is clear of the launch pad. And that means that also that every team has to be able to remotely fill their rocket, which of course adds a level of complexity to the aspect of developing these hybrid and liquid fueled rockets, as opposed to a solid rocket where you can fully integrate your rocket at your tent in due time, and then bring it out to the launch pad, insert your igniter, and send it off.
Exactly, and that's also the reason why we see that advanced actually is red for longer periods, because it remains red pretty much from the start of that field procedure, from the start of that period there. So we're able to actually get more salvos typically in a day from the solids pad, which is very nice considering the fact there are more rockets going off of the solids pad.
Give or take. I mean, this year we have actually, you can start to see the progression in some of these teams, because we see, as our advanced LCO, Peter puts it, we see more matriculation from the liquid, hybrid, and two-stage teams.
That's absolutely
as they,
right.
You know, we were all student rocketeers at one point or another. Arguably, we still are.
You and I are, at least.
Yeah, exactly. And we have the tendency to be very ambitious, and so, of course, as a team member, it's certainly fun to launch that which you can most easily launch, and it's nice to see your bird up in the sky. But as soon as you're launching one rocket, you're immediately thinking about the next and trying to take on the next challenge, and we're really starting to see that with these rockets at Launch Canada, where teams are moving from what are functionally kit rockets to towards really
several in-house liquids.
Yeah, but also towards that's not to disparage the
whole development
restricted
process.
Projects. There's enormous complexity within the restricted projects here as well, where they have a solid rocket motor that is commercially built, but including things like active control, including things like different methods of recovery, different recovery deployment techniques.
Different airframe assembly even.
Yes, exactly. Different airframe materials. They're all levels of expertise that need to be built, and so it's one thing as a hobbyist to buy a kit from the store, assemble it as Aaron has been doing, and launch it. It's another ball game to develop these rockets from scratch, have a concept, and try and build it. And that's one of the things that we're really trying to foster here is this sort of level of experimentation in what we can build.
Especially if I'm looking at like the teams list of who was launching or planned to launch this week, the amount of teams that is their first or second time doing a two-stage, first or second time doing a hybrid. I know Carleton, for example, had their first successful hybrid launch. I believe Sherbrooke has had a remarkable development cycle.
Well, and it's important to remember too that we are still within the first, 20 or so years of student rocketry
teams in
right?
general, yeah, not even just Launch Canada.
And to see the growth of the domain, the number of competing teams across the world, be that at Launch Canada, be that at competitions like IREC, the International Rocket Engineering Competition in Texas, or be that UROC in Portugal, or I'm forgetting the name, Aussie Launch, I think, in Australia. There's competitions in South America as well, in Brazil, in Turkey. So we're starting to see a lot of these student launch competitions, and that means that we have a lot of student teams from around the globe working on this and trying to develop these skills as rocketeers and as aerospace engineers, which is ultimately the goal of this, right? We want to see people launching rockets. Of course, that's fun and it's exciting, and that's where the adrenaline comes from. We wouldn't do this if it weren't at least a little bit enjoyable.
Exactly.
But really, it's crucial that we have the development of these students and that they're learning along the way.
That really is the
meantime,
main goal.
We can see our advanced LCO, Peter Tarley, who we need to keep a close eye on for the next little while, because he is liable to turn around and launch a rocket at any moment.
Yes, unfortunately, I know several of our viewers have probably gotten a sense of how it feels based on how short notice it is that we can provide you with when folks are launching.
We're looking at QRET in the background there with their maroon shirts. I think that might be some of the judging team right in front of them.
I think also worth mentioning is since the inception of Launch Canada, the teams that have been participating here really have, I feel like, grown significantly on all of them. I don't know if it's due to the team communications within Canada, but they've had some really, really impressive demonstrations, and not just because there's a single, we're all competing for the same category to score the same points. It's fostering a variety of different projects, which at least I really appreciate. We had a Static Fire just earlier from Toronto Metropolitan MACH team. There are high school teams competing with, some of them with kit rockets, some of them with student-developed rockets. We have, even at the hobby level, there are team members from different teams who are individually putting together the rockets themselves, so they get that personal attachment and can further contribute to their team as a whole and hopefully bring more students into the fold. I think providing all those opportunities, whether directly correlated or if there's something else going on, at least in my mind, I've only been in the student rocketry community for around 8 years, but it seems like it's already helping out quite a bit. The teams here, their projects are incredibly impressive, and everyone that just is here should be proud for having made it this far, to be honest.
Yeah, and you can see that it's also starting to have an impact, right? That we're getting more interest from government, we're getting more interest from industry. There's sponsors and supporters from across the country telling us that this is a really vital part of their chain, right? You've seen statements from one of our partners, Canada Rocket Company, where they're making it the express goal of their company to repatriate Canadian talent. And, you know, for the last few decades, it's been difficult in Canada to have a significant aerospace industry. We're training a lot of aerospace engineers, but we tend to see them move on to greener pastures, be that in the U.S. or be that in Europe or across the world.
Right.
And so having instead this opportunity to bring back some of that Canadian talent, or better yet, to foster it here at home and then have it grow
to start planting that grass, so
exactly.
there's the greenest pastures are here, essentially.
Is super vital to the growth of the aerospace industry in Canada. And, you know, obviously we're going to be biased, and we have our own backgrounds to thank for that, but it is clear, one of the things that jumps out at me at this competition every year is how much the outlook changes year on year, and how much traction we are gaining little by little by little in developing these young engineers. I say that as though I'm not a young engineer myself.
That's right.
Yeah,
you and I are both still in school.
Isn't that the truth?
Yep. Probably because we keep volunteering all our time. Hey, we wouldn't do it if it wasn't worth it.
Exactly. And it's important to stay connected to this part of the community as well.
Yeah. And also just to be surrounded by so many other folks who are as passionate about all sorts of things as you are. And I feel like that almost, there's a bit of a feedback loop where someone else is excited and you're excited for them, and then you're excited for yourself, and everyone else around you is excited for you.
Well, I'd say it's also a very supportive environment here, right, where there is some emphasis placed on the fact that Launch Canada is not so much a competition as it is a challenge. We're trying to develop the best engineering quote-unquote product that we can. And so we're not really competing against one another. Of course, there are winners and losers at the end of the day, but the goal is to get your rockets up into the sky, test your engines, test your payloads, get valuable data, and develop your skills. And so having that collaborative nature be emphasized and be prevalent here, where you see teams supporting each other with missing equipment or tools that they might have left behind, or sharing expertise. Or
That last one's a big one.
Yeah, you know, these are
transportation, access to facilities. We've seen access to like high tech tools that they may not have access to.
Yep. So yeah, all of that to say, there's a lot growing here, and we're excited to be part of it, and we're hopeful that it will continue to grow in the way that it is right now. I'm seeing lots of
love for QRET in the chat.
Yes, exactly.
Which is awesome. I know one of our co-commentators, Noah Gaffron, is a graduate of Queens and an alum from QRET, so we'd love to get him back on the stream in a little bit.
As is our wonderful drone pilot, Alec.
As is our wonderful drone pilot, Alec, 100%. He was on just earlier.
Yes, I can agree with you, Fluff 2222. I did see UBCO working hard to get their rocket launched. I'm not confident that it is in the current salvo, but we haven't heard official confirmation of what the current salvo is.
Yes, all we've heard regarding the current salvo is University of Toronto, UTAT, their liquid specifically, and Queen's University. Which I'm gonna. Oh.
We are going to start our salvo.
They're starting the salvo.
Go for Phil.
All right, so essentially they've just begun their fill, which means that we're expecting the first launch at 250. At this time, if we're going off what was said previously, that's going to be the University of Toronto aerospace team, which is going to be a... going to be a liquid rocket. I'm just going to pull up some statistics on both those teams really quick.
So we're seeing a drone feed of the advanced pads here. You can see on the bottom of your screen we have the setup area. Oh, we've cut away from that. So yeah, we have the setup area at the bottom right of your screen, and then the slightly larger area is where the rockets actually launch from. So the teams will be set up in that setup area to assemble their rockets, but also to make sure that they have connectivity with all of their ground support equipment, and develop and prepare the launcher for its flight. So this is where they light the igniter. This is where they open and close the valves in order to fill and vent, or in the case of an abort scenario, to dump their fuel or oxidizer.
So for the launch from U of T, we're not going to be expecting a particularly high rocket. We're going to be going from, it's labeled as an SRAD Liquid M2300. They've said their target apogee is around 9,800 feet, an expected max speed of 0.766.
So that's 0.766 Mach.
Yes, excuse me.
Roughly 75% of the speed of sound.
Speed of sound, yes. Covering on dual split, dual deploy, you know, fairly standard, 6.5 inch diameter, 174 inch length, very, you know, most of this is fairly standard. This is the UTAT's first launch of a liquid rocket, to my knowledge. A very interesting thing about UTAT's liquid, I was talking to them. I was asking if they could send me video of this, because they have it on video, but they're... apparently, they failed their first hot fire test, and the hardware combusted, you know, experienced hardware-rich combustion. The video they received of it was incredible, and then they fully rebuilt it and successfully hot-fired, and this was within the last 2 weeks.
That takes some doing.
It's very impressive that if they've managed to rebuild it that quickly and successfully hot fire. I have high hopes. A hot fire successful is a very good sign for a rocket. So we're definitely looking out for this one in particular. I know that the Liquid team in particular and UTAT has, to be clear, every single team has some incredible team members working on their rockets. So I don't want to discourage any team. But mentioning UTAT, I know that there are many incredible and dedicated engineers. I got to, quotes, engineers working on these rockets. I got to speak with some of them earlier. I got to cover my legal bases.
Yeah, Aaron is putting the air quotes there not because he doesn't believe that they are capable of doing engineering.
But because engineer is a protected professional term.
Indeed. Yeah. So until you are licensed as a professional engineer, in all technicality, you are not legally entitled to use the term engineer to describe yourself.
Yep.
At least in Canada.
Yep. And contextually context is important, but when I'm going around labeling myself, sometimes I like to just be extra careful. Can we do Raven today? I really want to. We still haven't gotten rail buttons or launch rail. I'm going to see if I can find something when we're back in Timmins, but I don't think it's likely.
So last we heard from Waterloo, they were on recovery now, so they're going out to find their rocket. Yes, I agree their launch was amazing, and I can confirm to you that we do have footage from all 3 of the launches we had from Advanced Pad earlier. We have it for Ontario Tech, we have it for Carleton, and we have it for Waterloo. We may not be able to get it on stream today, but we will definitely have it on stream before the end of the week because, yeah, we want to make absolutely sure that everyone is getting their due here. This is...
Everyone deserves to see their launch,
Exactly.
Including the people that couldn't make it out to site, guys.
We got to get Reed Borg from QRED on the stream after launch. We can do our best. If you have connection with them and want to send them a message and let them know that they should come over and talk to us, then we'd be ever so thankful.
Yeah, absolutely. We would love to talk to students from all the teams. Seriously, if there's anyone watching who knows someone on a team who hasn't been talked to yet, or even someone who has, feel free to message them directly and say, hey, you should go talk to the live stream. They said live that they would just take students who want to talk on live about the rockets. Because we do. We want it, and so do the folks at home. I'm sure, they're getting tired of us. They want to hear from the actual folks out there working on the rockets. So we'd love to have you folks on.
Can we ask the junior team judge? Well, he is not currently within my eye line, so...
That is the thing. He was around earlier, and he wants to come back on stream, but, yeah, I haven't seen him all day. I've been looking for him. I'm pretty sure he has rail buttons.
And then, I should also report from those that were there for the Advanced Pad launches earlier today that the sound of both the hybrid from Carleton University and the liquid from Waterloo University was absolutely deafening. So,
I have an update from somebody specifically Zach Harrison says he may have a set of rail buttons.
Oh boy, exciting.
It's possible we can launch the Raven. We'll see. Awaiting updates. My hopes are not especially high.
QRET needs to develop their interviewing skills. Ooh, that's exciting. I always like a fresh interviewee.
Heck yeah. What shocked me is how many people are I don't think I'm going to be good at this. I've never done this before. And they come on and absolutely kill it. It has happened with almost every person we've gotten on here.
Yep.
And I say almost because there are a handful of people who were confident coming in. That's it. Everyone's been so excellent.
I mean, it's clear that these folks care about their craft, right?
Yeah.
We really appreciate them sharing with us and then sharing with all of you folks at home that they love what they're doing and that it's challenging and what challenges they faced, but that it's so cool. And we are slightly vamping as we wait for any word of confirmation from the advanced pads. Oh, it sounds like there's some
we are not professionals at this. Most of us are not. A couple of the people on our team are, but no, again, you and I, we're both university engineering researchers by day.
Indeed we are. So
I can talk your ear off about a hyper-specific field, but in general, I'm not used to having people talk in my ear while I'm talking out loud.
I'm fortunate to be able to play around with carbon fiber and
yeah, do you actually want to talk a little bit about that?
I mean, my field is composite materials, so I'm currently researching better ways to recycle composites, as it looks like we have some folks wandering out to the MDA sport pads and setting up their rockets. In fact, I think I recognize one of
I'm
the
told this is
Arbalest
the
folks.
solids pad?
Oh, this is the we have another go at the
sport rocket at the solids pad there.
Sport rocket at the solids pad. I think this is this gentleman's third launch this week. This time, I think, for an L2. I think he passed his L1 last time.
Yes. Oh, we had this gentleman on earlier in the week, and speaking of composites, I think you'd get a kick out of this rocket. It is so strongly built. Lots of composite usage there with inlaid aluminum fin edges. The fact that it launched, the chute didn't deploy, and it was still in one piece after the first launch is, I think, a testament to how strong that particular rocket is.
Tells you about the strength of that material. I also love the flyaway rail guides. It's something that we don't see very often here because it is not without its risks. But you can have a rail attachment mechanism that essentially gives your rocket a big hug, and as it reaches the top of the rail, it is spring-loaded, so it opens and flies, as the name would suggest, flies away from the rocket, which gives your rocket a more aerodynamic profile. It was always impressive to me when we were simulating our rockets that we designed a few years ago, just how much impact the rail button could have on your apogee, on the high point of your launch, because at the velocities that we're going in that transonic to supersonic regime, there's a lot of shock that comes off of any sort of protrusion from your airframe, and so the smoother a profile it can cut through the air, the better. We were at some points estimating that we were going to lose about 3,000 feet of altitude with our rail buttons, as opposed to if we took them off. So there are a lot of advantages to using a mechanism like flyaway rail guides, like the former captain of York, or of Arbalest Rocketry, is doing here. But there's also risks that come attached with that, of course, primary among which being, well, your rocket is not directly connected or mechanically bonded to the launch rail, and so has the chance of skewing or flying in a direction that you don't necessarily expect. Not so much an issue for a rocket of this scale. As you can see, it's a little bit smaller than some of the competition rockets that we've had, but certainly something that we take into account when we're looking at the competition rockets. Every team should have a media spokesperson to talk about the team and rocket and answer questions.
Yeah, lots of actually talking in the chat here.
It would be interesting to have a media spokesperson. However, oh, we have a friend.
A little bug on the table of some sort.
So yes, it would be absolutely interesting to have a media spokesperson to talk about the teams and the rockets. It would be an interesting proposal. What we have found with a lot of the competition requirements is that we need to be careful about how we craft them, and I think that this is one where I can where I can explain that quite clearly. In that, all of the students on these teams and all of the people working to make these rockets fly are volunteers. And one of the things that you have seen in a lot of these interviews is that they're quite passionate volunteers. But the trick is that we need to find a person that is interested in both being part of the team, building the rocket, and then talking about it. And that is not something that is the easiest to find. So
I would also like to mention that communication skills, I think, are important for every member of a team. It's certainly a skill that's worth developing, and it's really events like Launch Canada where student teams in particular really have the best opportunity to develop presentation skills, conversational skills, like things of that more than anything else. So I think there's a lot of benefit to having teams who, usually work entirely on the engine, get to actually talk about something they're very familiar with and passionate about. Interviews, lots of passion, learning so much. Thank you. I agree. The folks coming on have been excellent. Yeah, thanks to Melanie Phillips in the chat, who I believe has a contact at Queen's or is involved with Queen's yourself. Yeah. Appreciate the updates in the chat there. Launch today for Raven Fleas at 3:30 p.m. I honestly have... First of all, it is... I don't know if it'll necessarily be possible. I'm going to be stuck at the commentary booth for a good chunk of today, so if someone finds rails, we can do it. If not, then we won't be able to, unfortunately. But I do need to give priority to all these student teams. They really have to make sure they can go off the rail first. Okay, it sounds like it is just going to be Queen's launching in the next salvo. Yeah, U of T has not yet raised their rail, which indicates they're likely not going to be launching in this salvo. There's a good chance only Queens will be attempting a launch. This is not confirmed. This is from our live stream folks at the advanced pad, giving on-the-ground updates. Sounds like the solids pad has gone to yellow, setting up that rocket back there, that certification flight, presumably. Alright, sounds like solids is going to red. With just the one rocket there, shouldn't take very long. We do see the independent rocketeers there. Folks starting to move away from the pad. Oh, taking one final picture with the rocket, it looks like. Love to see it. Love to see the passion. Got to remind the rocket that it needs to come home. It's an important part of the pre-flight checklist. Okay. Yeah. We're trying to get camera footage back on the ground from the advanced site. Unfortunately, we just lost connectivity again. We're working on it, but we don't have it at the moment, unfortunately. I am a big fan of that on-the-ground footage from advanced, but the radio towers do not want to agree with us today. In fact, I think half the live stream is out trying to get the communications back online, which is why I'm the only commentator at the moment. Alright, what we do have in the corner while they set up on the solids pad, though, is a direct drone feed from advanced, which you can see in the bottom left corner. Both solids and advanced are both set to red. Yep. Yeah, these two sites about 3 kilometers from each other. No, I Yeah, so, okay, apparently I was not getting updated chat messages in my computer here. Yes, lots of love for folks. Issue with the support pad is they're all using the kind of standard aluminum extrusion. We don't actually have the required rail to actually launch low-powered rockets right now, unfortunately. I'm working on getting one. Can't say for certain. Alright, sounds like a leak on the vent valve. I believe that's an update on QRET. I hope they can resolve that. And again, I have asked for rail. I'd be able to launch it. The issue is it just doesn't fit on the launch pad. I'm trying to get rail buttons to modify it so that it will. I'm just waiting for folks. Sounds like we're venting from QRET at the moment. Yes, the Queen's rocket is venting. All right, the current drone feed is going to be coming from the right-hand side of the pad. It'll be hard to see because it's a hybrid rocket.
Advance is aborting. Salvo is canceled.
Advance is aborting. Salvo is canceled. That is. So unfortunately,
I'm
both
going
the-
to. And then we'll get ready for the afternoon salvo.
All right, the 4 o'clock salvo has been pushed back to 4:30. Seems like our next bit of activity will probably be from the solids pad, the cert flight here. For the time being, both the solids and advanced pads are red. Yeah, sounds in chat like QRET will likely have to disassemble their rocket to figure out the problem here, unfortunately. Yeah, to speak to the folks in chat, a scrub right now likely means they'll have to wait until tomorrow. I won't say that for certain, but we'll have to wait and see. And again, the 4 o'clock salvo is happening at 4:30 specifically. So if they were, it would be a 4:30 salvo. We are also going to be getting a guest here at the solids pad shortly. View still here on the solids pad. Looking at the certification flight. Looking to go, I believe, for an L2 flight. We interviewed him earlier this week. Shortly we'll be joined by...
We have Andreas with L2 certification attempt. T-Ray on a rocket in a full metal jacket. This just flew on an eye, and today's flying on a J290. Estimated altitude 2,500 feet. And the signal is the plane. Flyers go for launch. Our sailors go for launch. Looking up. Nominal. Guys are cleared. Go for launch.
All right, go for launch. Excited to see this one. She should go very, very fast. Potentially a hang fire. Oh no, we have ignition. Descent. A nice long coast. Just over apogee.
And number G minutes.
All right, looks like he does have a ground station, so should be receiving telemetry on this recovery. Oh, we have a visual on its descent. Yeah, excellent tracking shots from the ground here. All right, just waiting on visual confirmation of chute inflation, and never mind, I was not paying attention. The rocket has already landed. All right, we're back here in the live stream tent with another guest, another volunteer here at Launch Canada, one of the Launch Canada staff, our esteemed head judge, Robert Bernard.
Hello.
Hi, welcome to the live stream.
So Robert, can you explain a little bit about what you do here at Launch Canada? What does your role entail? What are you, how does your work impact the competition here?
Oh, it definitely impacts. We essentially, I as well as my head judge, Mitchell Passarelli, as the other head judge over at the advanced pad, and I'm at base camp here, we decide essentially who wins for the competition. We have a team of other judges that work under us that score the teams during the conference days, which are 2 days on the Saturday and Sunday that just passed. And then we also score the teams for their operations and their flight performance with all the rockets that you've seen kind of already fly up. We score things such as that during the launch days. And at the end of the week, we decide the winners of various trophies and prizes.
So explain that a little bit. You were talking about awarding points and things of that nature. How does the actual scoring of the Launch Canada Challenge happen, and what goes into a winning project?
Well, in terms of the particular point structure breakdown, I can't go into all of that detail. We do have internal kind of documentation called the Judge's Handbook that goes through that. But what I can say is that we've kind of this year changed it quite a bit, that it's a more of an even split. So we score, they have a final design report that they submit in July, and they get scored on that.
And what goes into that final design report? What are the elements that the teams are required to give?
Yes, various things. They discuss basically the overall architecture and design of their various systems, such as the physical aerostructure. They'll also go through the avionics and electronics that are on the rocket. There's the recovery and the parachutes and how essentially they're going to recover the rocket. That's also kind of documented, as well as the flight dynamics, the trajectories and whatnot. And overall, they have to let us know as for the Launch Canada staff that score those reports, give us a great understanding on what it is they're trying to achieve, the apogee they're trying to achieve, any particular details about the design, whether they've made the design, which the term student research and developed, or SRAD for short, is used for that, or whether it's commercial off-the-shelf products.
That's really interesting. And so I understand that Launch Canada is a little bit different from other competitions where you have altitude categories. You're specifically trying to reach 30,000 feet, or you're specifically trying to reach 10,000 feet. Can you explain a little bit how that works at Launch Canada?
Yeah, so for the, we have various challenges. We have what's called the Launch Challenge, we have the Technology Development Challenge, and we have the Payload Challenge. What Simon, you're referring to is the Launch Challenge. And so with the Launch Challenge, we actually have a new category that we introduced this year, which was Junior Launch. And those are teams that have to use a K motor or lower, essentially, so they're kind of restricted in terms of the propulsion system that they can use. And in terms of the altitude that they have, which is definitely, it's approximately around 6,000 feet. Again, I'd have to refer back to our documentation. You get to then the next category, which is restricted launch, which launches at a base camp here. That's a minimum of 10,000 feet, and they can certainly go as high as they want with that. There is restrictions, of course, with that, though, based on what we are told from Transport Canada, which Launch Canada negotiates and talks to them about that. And but the minimum at least is 10,000, and for the most part, those projects for restricted, we've had up to, I think, 50, 60,000 feet 1 year, I recall. Then there's the advanced launch, and with them, same thing. They don't have necessarily a base minimum. It may be around 30,000 feet, but essentially what's different about that category, whereas junior launch is restricted on the propulsion system they can use, restricted launch is restricted to using commercial off-the-shelf motors. Advanced launch is able to design basically hybrid or liquid kind of motors, and so hence the name advanced launch. And then, of course, we have technology development, but this year there was only one successful entry with that one. And then with payload challenge, that's a physical payload that's installed inside any of the rockets.
So tell me a little bit more about the tech dev, the technology development. That seems to be a pretty broad category. What kind of technologies are we looking to develop there? What's the goal, and how are those projects assessed at the end of the day?
Yeah, so the way the technology development challenge is supposed to work, and again this year was just due to the entries. We had very limited entries this year that made it all the way to the end. But the way it is supposed to work is essentially the teams are developing some sort of technology that they want to then put into a future rocket design. So this could be a canard system, it could be a new type of propulsion system even, it could be anywhere from even avionics. And so they work on that for the whole year, just like any of the other categories. And then at the end of the year, where it's a little different, is we tend to interview them during the conference days a little differently, and they're actually scored on that. They have to give a presentation. We call that a stakeholders meeting. Essentially, our judges act as if we're kind of almost like a director, if you will, for their organization or their group, and kind of mimic more of an industry style setting with that. And then we ask them questions. So this year, again, it was very limited in scope in terms of the entries that we had, but typically that's how that's performed.
So you're trying to essentially emulate a business setting where
exactly
you're pitching a a product to a
That's right.
potential buyer. Oh, okay. Tell me a little bit more about yourself. How did you get involved with Launch Canada? What's your sort of passion for space? We had a big Star Wars guy as your little note card here.
Yes, very big Star Wars fan. Yes, I essentially was approached by Adam through just an online kind of message, if you will, back in 2019. So that's when I first started. And with Launch Canada, I then kind of progressed from everywhere from working with the documentation internally to then when we got too big, in a good way, that I then took on the role as a head judge. And during the competition year, I wear a different hat. I don't wear the judge's hat here. I then also wear a co-director of competition rules, and I carry that title with again my colleague Mitchell Passarelli, which is over at the advanced pad right now.
Mm-hmm. And space, how did you come to land on space as something that you're interested in, or that you have a passion for?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. There's a lot I could definitely say with that, but what I will say is essentially, for those that don't know, I had an interesting kind of childhood, let's put it that way, in terms of being in foster care and things like that. And so actually, one of the things that got me into all of this, I would say, is when I did kind of get into there as a child, I started picking up a lot of science books, Star Trek kind of books and things like that. And so one of my first vivid memories is reading one of the novels, actually, and it was pretty much from there. And I was probably maybe only like 9 or 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's been a childhood ambition to be in the space industry.
Yes.
That's really fascinating. Aaron, do you have any other questions for our?
I was going to ask the chat if there were anything. I don't have anything coming through yet, and unfortunately, you stole my question, Simon. So I don't really have enough.
I'm just too good of an
week so
interviewer.
far,
What can I
I'm
say?
sure judging in general is, I imagine there are some parts that are more difficult than others. I'm sure before the teams have launched, maybe there isn't so much, or maybe it's harder. What's kind of like the week as a whole look like for the judging team? Because you kind of deal with the whole of the team. Can you kind of walk through the timeline of where the high points are for on the judges' side, and maybe where you get a little bit of levity?
I think that's quite a grand question to ask, but I'll definitely answer as best as I can. And correct me if I'm not answering the question.
That's
but
okay.
But essentially, during the conference days, we have our judges. They have a scoring sheet, and they have to go around to their assigned teams during the conference days, and they have to evaluate on various different aspects of the rocket, such as the design of the propulsion systems, or everything I kind of already mentioned that's critiqued in the report is critiqued in the actual physical competition during the conference days. One of the major differences, though, is we're then looking at build quality. So whereas the report focuses on the technical details and specifications, we're, during the conference days and the launch days, looking at more of the physical build, the hardware, the accessibility, if it's turnkey. And when it gets to after the 2 conference days and it's the launch days, we kind of take it back a bit, and we're more of I like to always tell the other judges a fly on the wall. We're essentially kind of more in observation mode with the teams, and trying to watch their operations, trying to watch their attitude, their communications, how they talk to one another, and can they deal with any unforeseen circumstances and issues that happen while they're on the pad, for example.
Right. All right. I did get one question for you from chat here. If you have any interesting or crazy stories from your time as a judge.
As a judge. Well, I'm trying to. I might have to be careful on providing details. It was.
I would imagine you don't want to upset anybody if you saw something that
What I will say is we also provide. I'll put it more generalized, but for the grand, we have different grand trophies that we also award. So we have the grand launch, which is a beautiful. Basically carved out award that we've seen, of course, in the open ceremonies that was carved there several years ago by a local artist, and Dan Gallagher there, and I talked to him there years ago and helped actually get involved in that and get that to Launch Canada. And then the technology development, of course, has its own LR 101 award. And so what I will say is there has been years when at the end of the week the judges meet and we deliberate that it can sometimes get very intense in terms of deliberations, and there was a year in which it got really intense. And Mitchell and I's head judges had to actually step in and make a final call on who won that award.
I see.
Yeah.
I guess...
the award ceremony is not always as clear-cut as it would sound, it would seem.
No, not at all.
No, not especially not that year.
Now, I would like to... one question I've actually gotten from a few people is people who are interested in volunteering potentially with the judges team. I'm wondering what the process would be to become a judge and work with you guys.
Yes, I like to hear that.
Yeah.
And we do have a lot of that organized. So again, our handbook kind of goes through how we select judges as well as head judges, how the director of competition rules interacts and kind of oversees head judges in that selection, and we're always improving that process. When the call for volunteers happens, usually several months before the competition, it's mainly me that actually does this, but it is Mitchell as well. We will go through, I will usually go through the kind of back end with the sheet that we have with all the volunteers listed, and then we conduct interviews. So we grab that list, we issue out an email to the candidates, and then we make a decision on if we accept them or not. And we do have some internal, I'll say, general requirements of what we're looking for that. But as head judges, if we want to waive those requirements from time to time, we definitely do that. That's, of course, under our discretion. But I would highly recommend that if anyone else would like to be a head judge, we're always looking for judges. Make sure that you sign up the volunteer form when it's issued by Launch Canada, and before the competition, and we will definitely take you under consideration.
Awesome.
And that's all accessible on our website.
That's right, exactly.
All right, so I guess finally, unless we have something else from you, Simon.
I'm all good.
All right, I was wondering, do you have any final messages for the viewers watching Launch Canada from home? I know there are a lot of friends and family members and parents of the student Rocketeers. If you have messages for them, or if there are any individuals here that you'd like to shout out or bring attention to.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough one. There's always lots of people.
Yeah.
I think in terms of when it comes to the various kind of teams and the parents, the way I look at it is that anybody can contribute. When it comes to space launch within our nation, we're starting to see a lot of exciting developments, but I do believe that there's a lot more with Launch Canada and, of course, and beyond.
Sorry to interject with you. There's going to be a launch behind us in just about 10 seconds. And then we'll resume immediately following.
Yep.
Just a reminder for the folks in chat, this is a sport launch for the sport pad. I believe this is an L2 attempt. Waiting for visual confirmation.
And we have in Notre. Raise the flag.
All right, advanced pads have moved to green. So waiting for visual confirmation here.
Lovely, lovely. Well, you were slightly rudely cut off by our.
No, that's okay. I'd rather see a
LCO.
rocket fly up there and interrupt me, so that's
And,
okay. Am I good to go again?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Yep.
Oh,
Sorry
wait,
about that.
Hang on.
Oh, the rockets take priority.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
So you were saying that anyone and everyone can be involved in Launch Canada.
Exactly, yes. And so for any parent out there, even if you have a young child, definitely get involved with your local rock. There's rocket associations throughout our country. We noticed earlier there, or we had even the first junior launch category and the awards for that. And so, and that was the awards that were provided for that was from the Canadian Association of Rocketry. And so, for example, those cars. So, anyone and everyone within our country can get involved with rocketry, and we need to make sure as a nation that we think like that, and we think in a more positive way like that. It's an exciting time right now in space in general in the industry, but there's certainly a lot more. And Launch Canada is certainly one of many ways to do that. There's a lot of rocket startups that are going on and things like that. Launch Canada is definitely a segue into allowing young individuals now from high school and beyond to into university, of course, to get involved. So I hope to see in the future, it will make my job, of course, a little harder, Mitchell's, but more teams that get involved, and more projects, and the judging team, as well as everyone else here with Launch Canada, will be ready for you.
Wonderful.
Well, thanks so much for your time. I feel like you have to get back to your job as a judge.
I should, yes, especially as a head judge.
But it was great to talk to you finally.
Love it to talk to you.
Yes, likewise.
And we will leave you at that.
All right. All ranges are at green at present. All right. Back here in the live stream tent at the Solids Base Camp. I'm here with a previous guest and commentator, Noah Gaffron, back to help bring us into what's kind of going on around the Solids pad. You've been on your feet pretty much all day, though, right? Been around helping folks?
Oh, it hasn't just been a busy day, Aaron. It's been a busy entire week for me over here at the Solids pad. But it's great to be back on the stream, a little bit more relaxed than my usual duties. But we're done with the junior category now. Just helping out odd jobs around the base camp area today. Still tired. Still have been sleeping in a tent for the past 4 days. But tonight I get to go back to Northern College and have a real bed. But hopefully before that we get to see a couple more great launches. And we should be getting one pretty soon because the University of Guelph has just made their way over to the pad, as you guys have just seen on the screen. Do you know anything about the Guelph rocket?
I do. I know they're competing in the restricted category. They're flying a fully solid rocket on dual split, dual deploy. They're flying specifically a CTI L1030, so one of the smaller motors we've seen.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. We haven't seen Guelph at Launch Canada before, so not going, whole hog, going for an N motor or the 03400 on their first try, but keeping it a little more manageable. The
Old, reliable,
L1030.
And I'll tell you what, that looks fantastic on the stream. Hopefully we'll be able to follow the entire launch.
Yeah, I mean, we have a little bit of clouds here, but nothing too crazy. Here you can see a little bit more of their stats on your screen now. They should be targeting about 8,500 feet with this launch. I don't think we have a name for their rocket, but yeah, it is the University of Guelph
I believe
rocket.
it's named Alaris, is that correct?
Well,
it's what I wrote down. I think it's what they told me, but I'm not certain.
I guess we don't have that data for us, but yeah, as you can see, they're out there on the rail, already horizontal on the rail.
Interestingly,
Shane Weatherill, our RSO, is there helping them out.
I spoke with this team before, and they told me about their livery with the kind of white stripes on the red. They said specifically they painted mock diamonds on the rocket to make it go faster. I think that is, sound engineering principle on that one.
Well, yeah, sound, shockwaves, absolutely. Perhaps it works like painting your race car red or having stripes.
Maybe, or giving it stripes, yeah. If it looks fast, it'll go fast.
Exactly.
All right, and it does go pretty fast with a projected max speed of around Mach 0.86. That's
so that's
0.6
reaching
times the speed of light.
a little bit into the transonic regimes for for an L motor, and it's a decently big rocket as well. That's a very respectable speed.
Absolutely, you're going to be experiencing a lot of aerodynamic stresses on the airframe at that speed and
not
the transonic.
Not
quite
the fastest
supersonic
stuff that we've been seeing this week. A little, perhaps on the slower half.
Yep.
Of the rockets we've been seeing, but absolutely nothing to scoff at.
Absolutely respectably transonic. When you start hitting that supersonic regime, your aerodynamic stresses get enormous. So for your first time competing, even getting fully transonic is still
they're just tickling it. They're just tickling it. Yeah, it should be good. L1030. I can't quite remember what prop that is. We could easily find out. We could easily find out.
Because the prop mixes are things that I don't have memorized at all.
It's a red. I thought it might be a red. And I think it's a 54 millimeter, actually. So not a lot of teams have been flying 54s. Most teams are flying 75s or above. But yeah, the L1030, it's one of the biggest 54 millimeter motors available from CTI. I believe only the L935 is like more impulse. So that's basically the second biggest motor that you can get of that size.
Right.
From that manufacturer, which is basically the only one we can get in this country. But yeah, so that's a pretty nice motor, and it is cheaper than it's not as tough on the budget as some of those bigger motor cases are. So for starting out teams or teams from smaller schools or teams that just don't want to commit fully at the start and just want to ease into it, like perhaps Guelph might be, L1030, great motor choice. And CTI red always looks pretty good.
Oh yeah, I'm always surprised because I don't know it, but when the plumage comes out red, I'm like, that is gosh darn pretty.
Yeah.
I never.
Do you have a favorite prop? Do you have a favorite prop, Aaron? Or even a favorite prop color?
See, that's the thing, because I don't know them that well.
What about
I'm a really
color?
big fan of the I think it's the Sparky one? I forget exactly what it's called.
Skid mark?
The skid mark. The skid mark might be my favorite because it's so clean and so bright.
Well, I don't think I would describe it as clean. I might describe it as dirty with the black smoke spewing sparks everywhere. It's got a crackly roar of sound. Yeah. A loud skid mark can be pretty gnarly. I remember back in my student days, we flew in I believe it was the L820, I believe. I think it's anyways, it's the 3-grain, 75 millimeter Cesaroni skid mark. I think it's called the L820. That was a pretty nice one. But in general, I think my favorite is either IMAX, which is the bismuth prop, or a blue. And those are both interesting to look at and interesting from a performance standpoint. Blue, the blue color comes from copper compounds in the propellant. And that copper acts as a burn rate catalyst and speeds up the burn. And when your burn speeds up, you effectively increase the thrust. So blue motors are very high thrust motors. They usually burn for a short amount of time. Not necessarily the highest impulse, but a lot of thrust, so high acceleration. And the flame of blue often shifts from like clear to blue to purple. And it can look very, very cool, especially on the big ones.
And why exactly does that happen? The color change, is it because of a change of temperature, or
perhaps
is it shifting
a bit
between
more advanced chemistry than is in my brain.
No worries.
But it does, the color can shift a bit. I think it's as like the temperature and the pressure changes with the chemical reactions in the propellant exhaust. I don't want to make anything up and get something wrong.
That makes sense.
But yeah, then the other propellant that I mentioned is IMAX, which is the propellant that's used in some of my favorite motors, such as the M2245 and the legendary, you know it, the best motor ever, the 03400.
The 03400.
The 03400. We have seen a couple of those. Haven't we seen some good flights of the 03400
I think
this week?
we've seen some pretty good flights. I admittedly haven't memorized every flight's motor.
We had McMaster on the 03400, beautiful, and we had UBC on the 03400 as well, also beautiful.
I know
that bismuth prop,
it's
called
great.
IMAX, and the I stands for impulse, and bismuth is included in the propellant mixture. It's not the main ingredient, it's still the same as all the other ones, ammonium perchlorate, but bismuth is added because it has a very high density.
Right.
So you're just having more stuff to burn, so you have more total impulse. Not the most specific impulse, because you have more propellant mass, so, you know, it's heavier. But total impulse delivered, just because you have heavy stuff that's in the combustion reaction, those motors can really send you to a very high altitude, especially if you optimize them, which these teams like McMaster and UBC, they were sending them over 30,000 feet. So we saw a couple of gnarly flights with that motor. Super sweet, super cool. And the flame is almost green and like yellow with like a green tinge, and the smoke is thick and a little bit brown and almost gold. It's quite a bit different than the usual white smoke that most of the props give. But yeah, a good bismuth flame, it really hits different. And the 03400, I mean, I've been over there by the container watching a couple, and when one of them goes up, you just can't help but be like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it makes you feel it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once more, what's the propellant mixture called?
IMAX.
Isn't that what they shot the Odyssey on?
Exactly. They actually shot the Odyssey on the 03400 motors.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's why they're so popular right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's why we can't get anything from CTI. They're making all their
They're
motors for Christopher Nolan.
Exactly.
Yeah, IMAX. IMAX the propellant. Much cooler than IMAX the movie. I am not biased. Anyways, looks like we have yellow flag out of the pads. Yeah.
So we actually have from Advanced close-up replays of some of the launches from Advanced earlier today. If you could help me commentate this, Noah.
Absolutely, for sure. Who do we have up first?
I believe first up is going to be Ontario Tech, and then we have Carleton and Waterloo as well.
Beautiful. I haven't actually got to see these close up yet, so we should be able to take you viewers through. Yeah, so first off, we're going to have Ontario Tech. So this was a two-stage launch, and we'll just find their details for you. So this was an M3400 to a CTI M1860. We got it on screen for you now. This is a replay of Ontario Tech's launch from the advanced pads. So this was a two-stage. They were targeting 18,000 feet, and look at that go. Now here we got Carleton University. This was a hybrid. I believe this was an O motor. They were targeting over 30,000 feet. And we could hear this all the way from the solids pad, and it sounded unreal.
I 100% agree. It was one of the coolest sounding rockets I've ever heard.
So we should be able to get this. There you can see the smoke from the igniter, and it should be launching in just a couple of seconds.
I'm told to note the combustion instability, where we may be able to see some chuffing coming out.
There. Wow. Look at that thruster weight ratio.
That just
ripped.
And that's got to feel good for the Carleton students. That's their
And
first
here's
successful
Waterloo.
hybrid.
This is the biggest engine of the entire Launch Canada competition. This is a Q motor. This launched fully successfully to over 60,000 feet.
And a completely nominal flight.
Completely nominal, which for Waterloo, I think is the first time almost ever. There, I think you can see the smoke.
We're going to pause for a second.
Bam, there.
Look
you
at
got
that.
it. So we just got those replays in time for you. We're going to have to switch back to get some action over here on the solid pads. I think we're getting some slow motion. Look at that. Look at that flame.
Wow.
Look at that flame to rocket ratio. The flame's almost as long as the rocket, and that rocket is 18 feet tall. So massive shout out to Waterloo Rocketry and Thomas Fairhead, the propulsion lead. There's the reaction from the team. That was the replay down there at Advanced Pads. So
this is
awesome
right
to
here
see.
when they saw the main open, actually, is what this footage is from.
Is it? Amazing. That's when they saw the main parachute open. What a moment that must be for Waterloo. You could see the cheering. Incredible. Wow. I wish I could have been there to even just stand there and see it.
Absolutely.
But seeing it here on video, especially on the desk with you, Aaron, that's a great experience.
Now, we're getting notes from our LCO.
All right, we're going to have another launch off the sport pads. I believe this is Emerson from McMaster with another one of his electronic endorsement cert flights on a J. So, good luck, Emerson. We're watching you on stream. He's right over here with his featherweight tracker. Why don't you take us through the launch of this one, Aaron?
Now, I love the tracking stripes on those fins. That is an incredible choice for a rocket livery. Recovery may be difficult, but I'm excited to watch.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
Ignition, ascent, relatively slow for the stability, but going up straight for the coast.
Nice launch from Emerson. We can see it here on the drone.
Sounds like an event at Apogee.
We could hear the charge.
There she is. Folks here still trying to get a visual on the ground.
I believe they see it. We see some very long camera lenses looking into the sky. I'm not sure if we have it on our screen, but there was the main, and there it has deployed. Successful dual deploy, and I believe that's Emerson's electronics endorsement cert completed.
Congratulations on that
assuming he's able to recover it, which he should. It does not look very far away.
Wait for that to come down. We've got beautiful tracking footage from our tracking cam operator, Jason.
Look at that nice shoot. White and orange. Nice long shot cord. Great design. You couldn't ask for a better recovery than that.
We'll see. Well, we'll see where it lands. If it lands on the road, then you really can't.
Well, his previous one landed right beside the tents behind us. So.
Oh, here it is.
I think this one's maybe a little trickier, but still absolutely no problem.
Still well within the cleared range. That should not be hard to get to at all. Give it
And
maybe
a soft
10-minute
landing.
recovery.
All right. Hey, we might want to ask Emerson to demonstrate his rocket on the stream after. He's shaking his head.
He doesn't want to come on. That's okay.
But congratulations on successful nominal launch.
I believe we have another one coming up on the sports pad.
All right. I'm not sure who the owner of this is, but you'll hear Chris.
Flying on a J250. Blue Raven featherweight worker. And they're flying again a J250 like 800 feet. We have continuity. Flyers go for launch. RSOs go for launch. As it clear. 5.
Well, that one ripped.
What a sound it makes. LCO Chris Hobbs looking for shout-outs from the Rocketeer there.
Yeah, it sounds like I heard a bit of a charge. I believe these are some students from... I'm not actually sure.
No, he actually performed an L1 the other day and is going to be completing up to an L3 on the same rocket.
Oh, amazing.
You've got to take a look at this thing when he recovers it. Man, is it strongly built. Sounds like it landed under
Oh,
drone.
and I just saw it land over there. Beautiful. All right, that was a couple nice launches. I guess we're back on the screen for you now. Let's take a look at some of the comments from the chat. Do we know the next teams to launch in advance? No. I have to give a shout out to @NelsonLDH. So, hi Mom. We are reading the chat. I'm glad you're able to tune in. Shout out to David Schendelman. Nice to hear from you, man. We don't have any updates on the Raven launch, but we might be able to at least show it off on the screen a little bit. Here we are. It's ready. Aaron has finished it. I was here building it on the first day, and all we got was the fins, and Aaron's done a magnificent job finishing it.
Thank you very
But if
much.
we're able to find a launch rod to
unfortunately, we don't have any launch rods on site.
Motor's
and
ready.
Couldn't find anyone with any launch lugs or buttons to give us either.
And has U of T gone? Their two-stage has, but their liquid has not. Any update on UBCO? I believe they scrubbed on one of the earlier salvos, but I haven't heard anything since then. Yeah, so that's it for the questions for now, but keep sending them in. We enjoy answering. And yeah, enjoying the love. All right, we should be having another sport launch for you pretty soon, coming up on Pad 3.
In the meantime, I'm going to swap out and leave this in the capable hands of Noah and one of our other commentators. So thank you, folks.
All right, I will bring us to the next launch as Aaron swaps out and takes a well-deserved break. And I'm going to welcome someone special to the stream.
100 feet, flying on an H100 white. This is Pad 3, continuity. Flyers go for launch, or so go for launch. Looking up.
Tell them not to switch to us on screen until...
Countdown. In 5, 4, 3,
that's our real monitor.
1. Ignition.
What's your job title?
And tipping over. And energy and main deployment. Actuation appears to be a nominal plan.
That should be landed pretty soon, but when we have a moment, I'd like to introduce our next newest member of the Launch Canada commentary team. If we could cut to the booth shortly as soon as this rocket lands. It's coming down nicely, nice parachute. Should be down pretty soon. I don't see it out there. I see someone pointing to it, perhaps. Great tracking footage from our drone pilot Alec there. And here we go. I'd like to introduce you to our next host. This is a very old friend of mine, Jasper Taylor, hometown of Nelson, British Columbia, the same as my hometown. Our first time sharing the commentary booth together. How does it feel?
It feels good. I've mostly been over at the advanced site running the inside of the CCAN there that we're using for our feed from there, and fighting with some demons this morning. So we haven't had so much of the great feed from there, but we have our network specialists currently up in our point-to-point network system, so we should hopefully have some video feed for the next salvo.
All right. That would be great to have over from the advanced pad, some more live footage. I appreciate your NG hat for sharing the stage with NG himself.
It was destined to be today, Noah.
Destined to be. I know you've been wearing a lot of hats, both literally and figuratively. I know it's also your first time attending Launch Canada. How does it feel?
It's been great. It's been a lot of fun. It's great to see all these amazing teams competing. Again, being over at the Solids Pad, I've been watching some pretty incredible rockets take flight. Student-developed motors, two-stage rockets, everything of the sort. It's been amazing to see all of those get fueled, fire, and just perform amazingly.
What about the sound of that Carleton rocket from earlier today?
Oh,
how about that?
That was amazing. I was in the back of the CCAN, so it was a little bit muffled, but I could hear it. It was just such a beautiful sound.
Like a motorbike or like a heavy-duty industrial engine. You would not believe it was a rocket if you didn't see it.
Nope, it was incredible though, and you could even see. I hope some of the footage has been shown on it today. I've been up in the tower.
We were just able to give a replay moments before you came on. The thrust-to-weight ratio was incredible.
Oh, that thing flew off the rails. There was no problems with stability going off either. Flew straight as an arrow. It was beautiful, beautiful launch.
Iced Cappuccino must have been a triple-triple. Anyways, you always have to appreciate the naming conventions of the Carleton University rocket team.
Oh, they love to have their fun names and always food related. I've been part of a few of those.
I think my favorite has been Orbital Redenbacher.
Orbital Redenbacher is a good one.
Yeah,
that was a classic. The only one that doesn't fit the theme that Carleton ever flew was See You Later, a rocket which was then never found.
Well, perhaps names have a bit of some other quality to them beyond the physical realm.
That's true.
Anyways, we have gone, we're yellow at the pads, although I do actually see a red flag out there. So, well, it does show yellow on our display here. There is a red flag at the pads. The team from Guelph and the RSOs have returned, so we should be able to bring you the launch from Guelph Rocketry pretty soon. Again, this is an L motor, an L1030 CTI red, 54mm motor. Should be reaching about Mach 0.8 and going to about 8,000 feet. So in a few minutes, we should be able to bring you that. Were you able to see this rocket already, or is this the first time you're getting to see it?
This is my first time seeing this one.
The stats up there for you again. Anyways, I'll bring them up for Jasper here on our monitor.
Yeah, what do we have here? Oh, it's going to be beautiful subsonic flight, Noah.
Yep. A little maybe tickling the transonic regime, as I was talking about with Aaron. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice looking rocket, and it's good for Guelph to be here as a first-time team, showing up and being able to get in the air.
So, Noah, with this rocket, what do you expect to see when it comes off the rail?
I expect to see a nice red flame. We're getting some messages from some of our producers.
I believe we're going to have a guest here shortly. Very special guest. All guests are special. We're going to have Ariana on.
Launch Canada Logistics Volunteer Extraordinaire.
Extraordinaire indeed. Wonderful person and just an absolute gem for all of us during the conference days especially, and now as well.
Yeah, so stick around for that for sure after we get the Guelph rocket up in the air. Should be happening pretty soon. I don't see the team members from Guelph. They might be these ones right here. There they are. They've got tracking and are ready to launch their flight. Couple little gusts of wind happening, but should be no problem for that rocket.
Yeah, how stable do you expect this rocket to be, Noah?
I mean, it's hard to say without looking at it up close, but It's an L1030. It's a decent amount of thrust. The fins look a reasonable size to me. A lot of student teams actually have very tiny fins, so this one thankfully is a bit of an exception to that unfortunate rule. But most of the rockets have been flying pretty well. Gall earlier today with flight of their sustainer, it barely held on. It started corkscrewing and then somehow it straightened out again. But it had very small fins. But this Guelph rocket looks well proportioned.
It's good to see. And Noah, when you're talking about the stability of a rocket and the fin sizing, what's the important factor there?
There's a lot of important factors. There's the distance between the center of pressure and the center of gravity is, of course, a main one. You have to make sure that the center of pressure is indeed behind the center of gravity. If it was ahead, as soon as you launch the rocket, it would flip over 180 degrees.
And is there any specific distance that's like you want it to be behind, or can it be like just a millimeter behind? Or
yeah, you want to have at least a safe distance behind. Usually, at least about the rule of thumb is one body caliber behind or more. So on very long and skinny rockets or on very short and stubby rockets, that rule of thumb breaks down a bit. Some people prefer to use percentage of overall rocket length as the indicator rather than numbers of body diameter calibers. And then, of course, when you're dealing with more advanced rockets, there are other factors to look into, like your damping ratio, the actual restoring moment of the fins. There's a coefficient, like a normal force coefficient, that varies with the angle of attack, called the CN alpha. All these things you can look into. That's a little more in-depth stability analysis. And the rabbit hole is, of course, very deep. You could probably dig a hole to the other end of the Earth, and you'd still be finding new, more complicated stuff about rocket flight dynamics. But there's a limit that is reasonably achievable by amateurs and students, and that's usually a little beyond number of body calibers and a little bit around, the CN alpha or the damping ratio, which some of our teams have included in their design reports, which I have had the pleasure and perhaps the misfortune of having to read.
Well, you gotta have a lot of information to fly a rocket like this. And for the viewers at home, you mentioned the term center of pressure. If you were to explain that to someone who had no knowledge of rocketry, how would you describe that?
It's essentially if you took all the forces from the air on the rocket, think of holding your hand out the car window, and all that force of the thing, if you were going to average it all to one point, where would that point be? That's essentially the center of pressure, and that's why the fins are at the back.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Anyways, Guelph should be going pretty soon. They're still looking there. Chris is, I believe, checking the airspace. If there are any, make sure that there are no planes above us. They shouldn't be. We do have a NOTAM, but we always check just in case. That's part of Chris's job as a launch control officer. We have Ian up there, range safety officer as well. Shane is over there with the team, helping them out. Our other range safety officer. So yeah, that rocket should be going pretty soon.
So Noah, let's get in depth about what the jobs of the people on a rocket range are. So as the launch control officer, Chris Hobbs up there, what would his role include? What are his primary duties, would you say?
Chris's primary duty is to control. He controls the launch, so he is the one who actually launches the rocket, and he makes sure the airspace is clear. He makes sure the roads are clear of anybody in the ballistic zone, and yeah, he's the one who actually is doing the launching. The range safety officer making sure the rockets are in safe condition to fly, and also safe out at the pad. They're the ones who are setting the angles of the launch rails and the directions. They're keeping track of where the rockets might land. And then there are also the rocket inspectors that perform the safety inspections of the rockets prior to the launch. Then we have loads of other people helping out, including the pad managers. Those are people like Vicky, who is always driving to and from the pads in the blue car that you've probably seen on stream many, many times. And she's just there working really hard, helping all the teams, put the rockets on the rail, get the igniters installed properly. Essentially, a lot of the activities that the range safety officer also does focus just on the aspects at the launch pads themselves. Yeah, those are the main roles of the kind of launch operations people. We also have people, working on dispersion analysis for the really high altitude flights, making sure that things are going to stay within the airspace that we have secured through Transport Canada. There's a lot of work that goes on. Yeah, and I may have missed some details. It's not. I'm not part of the launch ops team. I wish I was, but yeah. Anyways, if you guys have any more questions, keep asking. We're checking the comments as usual. We see a comment from Jerry. How about Guelph University? But yeah, they are going soon. How can we watch replays of launches? We have replays on here sometimes, and you can also scroll back in the stream if you know when the team you're interested in flew.
All the streams will stay up as a video on demand on YouTube after the stream is completed. So you can always go back and watch it. You can click back right now if you really want to, but I'm sure you want to listen to Noah tell you all these interesting details and watch some rockets right now, so stay with us for this.
Yeah, and a couple other comments. Can you update me about QRET? I believe QRET, I think there was another message in the chat that said QRET was done for the day. That was from Russell Warren, who says they have an internal contact, so I think Russell might know more than us, actually.
Yeah, the last I had heard, QRET was still in the queue for this afternoon salvo at the advance pad.
Yep, that salvo should be happening soon. So we will have information perhaps on QRET, and if we don't have any information, it probably means they're done for the day. But they do still have tomorrow morning to attempt to launch.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And the LCO over there, Peter Tarley, he does work with the teams quite a bit as there's so much going on with the advanced pad rockets that there is a possibility that they may have delayed the salvo just by a little bit. So that could still be the case today, but we do not know at this time as we haven't heard any updates. But we could still see Queens today, but yes, as Noah said, there's also an opportunity for morning salvo tomorrow.
Yeah, and the way the scoring works is any launches tomorrow are unfortunately, it's too late to be scored for points. So the teams would just be launching, for the satisfaction of launching, but that's still very good. I know Queens, it's their first year as launching a hybrid rocket, so even just getting that off the rail would be good.
For MACH second hot fire of the day, now featuring
Sounds like we will be
15 minutes to hot fire.
Sounds like we will be getting a hot fire at the static pad again that's Toronto Metropolitan University. I'm not sure if we've been able to give any live coverage from the static pad. Perhaps our producer can let Jasper know in his ears if we've been able to get any or not.
Yeah, we're going to be trying to get a drone over that one. We were unable to, I believe, for the first one. Can you correct me wrong? Oh, we did actually get a shot of the first one. I had the fortunate advantage of being up in our point-to-point tower as they did that static fire, so I had a perfect view. Yeah, I could see the cloud of dust mostly come out from that static fire. It was quite beautiful, and we could hear the sound of that beautiful, beautiful engine. It was a short burst, but it was a beautiful, beautiful fire. I love that sound. There's nothing quite like the sound of a rocket motor.
Yeah. I think my favorite sound of the week has had to probably have been that Carleton motor, though.
Oh, that Carleton.
My goodness.
That was
even better than last year. And last year was insane.
Yeah, it's amazing the sounds that can come out of hybrid and liquid rockets when you just get it right on that beautiful edge.
Is it efficient? Hell no.
Is
it
cool?
Cool? Hell yes.
Oh, looks like we are also red for the static now. They said, what did they say? I've already forgotten. 15 minutes, 10 minutes?
Was, 15 or 10 minutes. You guys will have a better idea than us. You can rewind 1 minute and hear what we said.
You don't have to put up with the brain of a man who's been dealing with networking worms.
Or a brain of a man who's been camping for 4 days.
That too.
Yeah, I have not showered in 4 days. But tonight, I shower. Oh, I haven't shaved either. That's why I look so nasty. That's why we're showing you the rocket and not my face. Thank God.
See, in honor of the visit from retired Colonel Chris Hadfield yesterday, I actually shaved in our Airbnb bathroom.
Just to get the mustache?
Just to get the mustache like Colonel Hadfield. But didn't have an actual razor, just my trimmer, so got a bit of stubble still, but got the mustache.
A little bit. Maybe we can cut away from the Guelph rocket a little bit to look at Jasper's beautiful stash. There we
Stash
go. Look
cam.
at that.
Oh,
look
yes.
at that. Absolutely magnificent. Don't look at mine. Cut back to Guelph. Thanks, Michael. Yeah.
You're welcome. You've been told from the booth that you're welcome, Noah.
I appreciate it. Michael, our director, he is the unsung hero of the Launch Canada live stream. I don't know if he's ever been on camera, but Michael is the absolute king of the Launch Canada live stream. He's got, like, his desk looks like the Starship Enterprise in there.
Oh, it's beautiful. The replay
he
computer.
Is the all-seeing eye, the all-hearing ears, the all-knowing brain. He's probably got 4 arms controlling all those buttons, plugging in wires, seeing the blinking lights.
I have heard rumors that Michael has been alive for longer than anyone else in history.
Really?
Yes, and that's how he's all-knowing.
He must be all-knowing.
He's omnipotent. He is our
It's amazing
our
what they
most
teach
favorite
you at Algonquin College. The secret to eternal life has been here all along.
It's been here with our own Michael.
So, anyways, just looking at the Guelph rocket once again, and Chris is just now confirming with them if they're good to go. So it sounds like Chris is happy, and
those gusts of wind have died right down. The flags here have almost fallen completely down where they were at nearly fully horizontal just a few moments ago. So we have some.
Yeah, it looks like we are also sending out a couple more rockets to these sport pads. That looks like 2 more rockets to me. We got a white rocket with some flyaway rail guides, and we've got a red rocket that looks pretty skinny and aerodynamic.
I was about to
should
say,
be kind of piercing into the air.
Yeah, that should be a fun one to watch. Beautiful red rocket that close to minimum diameter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what motor's in there, but even if it's an F or a G, it will probably rip. Yeah, again, thanks for the comments.
Down there.
Jerry says a Tom Selleck stash, so nice work, Jasper.
I appreciate it.
Getting the compliments. Allegedly, Windsor is setting up, thanks to Marnie Pinkney. I believe that's a mom of Nicholas from Windsor. Windsor has also been camping out all week as a student team. Can you believe it? It's pretty brave, commitment. And they've been handling it pretty well, enjoying their time, roughing it. And they've usually provided a nice campfire for some of the other campers. So the Windsor team has been very welcoming of us in the evenings after almost everybody has left the site. So shout out to the Windsor rocketry team. You guys have been great. Hopefully you have a successful launch soon.
I also saw a comment saying how wonderful it was to have Chris Hadfield on yesterday, and oh boy, was it ever. I sadly wasn't at this site while he was being interviewed. I was at the other site remoting in, but man, what an excellent speaker. He really knows just like the right things to say to make you just like want to listen. He's such an eloquent man.
Yeah, it was pretty great having Chris here. We actually were able to get Chris to present the awards for the junior category. We weren't able to get that live on stream, but we did record it, so that should be coming out as a video on the Launch Canada channel within the next couple of days. And you guys will be able to see the top three high school teams of the inaugural Junior Launch Challenge for Launch Canada receive their awards from Chris, Adam Trumpour, the president of Launch Canada, and our representative from the Canadian Association of Rocketry, Bruno Pierre Levesque. And so they were the sponsor for the awards for the junior category, which was great to see. You can also see Jasper and I have just changed a tire. Thanks to our lovely presenter Nico, has provided us some Canadian jerseys.
I'm playing for the
he's playing for the Timmins Blue Jays.
Yep.
I don't know if we can get this out of the way. So he's playing for the Timmins Blue Jays, and I'm playing for Team Canada. And someone's decided to make me captain, which is a bit ridiculous. But yeah, I think this is Canada Cup. Labatt, I think we got to cover that up. I don't think we're allowed to.
Here, I'll leave my finger there now.
We got to get some masking tape.
Oh, there we go.
Otherwise, we're gonna get shut down by the what is it, CRTC?
Something like that.
Can't be showing Labatt. I gotta get my hat back on. I look ridiculous.
Your 3-day no shower hair really showing through right now, Noah.
Especially with the sun hood.
Oh, the sun hood's a good look. I like it.
There we go. Much better now. Much better. Yeah. Thanks for the comment. Windsor 2 goated. You Windsor mentioned. Yes, you Windsor has been mentioned. Anybody? Yeah. Keep sending in those comments. Smash the like button. Hit the subscribe. Hit the bell icon. Support us on Patreon.
Give us a super chat. So
give
we
us a
can
super
feed
chat
our
so Jasper can get fed.
it's not I that needs to be fed. It's Simon.
Oh, Simon has to get fed.
Simon
yeah,
needs to be fed. We need to feed him.
Yeah, support us on Patreon. Buy our merch. Buy tickets for our live show.
No, and I will be having a live show.
Order our best of hits on CD and cassette tape.
You know what? You and I might actually be able to make a best of hits of music that we've played together.
Perhaps. I don't want to get too off topic when Guelph's about to fly and Mock's about to do a static fire, but yeah, there could perhaps be a little bit of maybe if you combine everybody in the entire live stream team, we might have enough talent for like one musician.
Yeah, I sadly don't think that any of us could quite produce Space Oddity.
Although there's actually a guitar sitting next to me right now that I do not know how to play.
That would be our own
that
Nico
would be
Cooper's.
Nico's guitar. He's grimacing at me right now. I'm not even gonna looking at the case. I imagine it probably costs a pretty penny. It's a pretty nice quality guitar. So yeah, don't wanna get in trouble. We're getting some interesting comments here. Potatoes rely. Potatoes are life. Potatoes are life. 4706 says he'll give us $3 to blow up the UBC rocket. I think our price is probably more about like $3 billion. And then we might be able to convince the teams that if we just build them a new rocket, we do it for the content.
I think they would agree to it for less, but it would still be a lot of money.
Yeah, but we actually couldn't do anything to the UBC rocket because it's out in the woods and the team is still looking for it without GPS coordinates. So fingers crossed that UBC is able to find their rocket.
Well, luckily this year they've had some great help from our drone operators in doing some of their recovery.
Yes,
some
of the teams have had. I don't think they've been able to find UBCs, unfortunately. But yeah, the drone operators have been able to fly out to the expected area of some of the rockets and where they've landed and see them on top of the trees. Yeah, a lot of love for U Alberta in the chat. So yeah, big shout out to all our U of A fans. Yeah, hopefully they're able to go in the next launch. They had that huge 2-stage rocket that was almost reaching the roof of the hockey arena in the conference day. Absolutely massive.
Seeing that thing on the rail in person is quite the thing. When
I wish I'd been able to do that.
When they were prepping for the earlier salvos that they had to scrub out of, sadly, it was just the most incredible looking rocket. I was astounded by it. There's a lot of beautiful rockets out there, and that's on that list. And we're seeing a little bit of movement up on the LCO area, but looks like we're still going to be waiting a little bit longer for Guelph. There's still some teams out on the pads for sport who are working on things. So we're going to be waiting still a bit longer for that. But in the meantime, you can see this beautiful shot, and I believe we're over statics right now. We should have a static fire coming up soon, Noah.
Hopefully. Looks like we're losing a little bit of footage, but hopefully we can get you that content of static fire soon.
This is going to be the second fire of the day.
Yeah, which is a pretty impressive turnaround time, I got to say.
Amazing.
Yep, so well done to MACH, the team from Toronto Metropolitan University. I believe MACH stands for Metropolitan Aerospace Combustion Hub. So very much a backronym if you ask me, but if you make it sound like a word like MACH, that's pretty cool.
I mean, we all love a good backronym.
Oh, I mean, bacronyms are king in space, you know?
It's exactly. You got to come up with cool ones.
I've seen a great list of the best space acronyms, and one of them was Tango in Paris.
Oh.
I can't remember what it was. Some kind of experiment or telescope with neutrinos or particle whatevers. Yeah, and they managed to come up with an acronym that was Tango in Paris. So perhaps MACH needs to, they should up their game even more, and maybe they should become MACH Diamonds or something, and they got to come up with something for every letter.
That would be a beautiful one, especially when we see those beautiful MACH Diamonds coming out, if we get some cool footage, because I believe we had some cool footage recorded by our team that we might be able to show tomorrow on the stream using a remote camera system to get some really, really high definition footage of that static fire.
That would be super cool. I would love to see that, especially if they have slow motion or anything.
I don't know if they had slow motion on the camera that they used, but I do know that they were using a very high quality camera.
Yeah,
and it was quite close.
We are go for mock hot fire after a short hold, entering hottest.
All right, 3 minutes until static fire. I believe that's the static pad on the drone now. It does indeed look like it.
Wonderful. We should get a beautiful view from the drone.
There we go. The Serafina engine from MACH. Let's see if we can get you some stats.
It's going to be
a half-cat engine, I believe, which is a design created by the half-cat rocketry team from California. They've been great at providing their designs to university teams all across, initially the USA, and then all across the world. It's a great design and a great architecture to build on for teams getting into liquid rocketry. In fact, for a liquid project of my own, we used some of the half-cat systems for the ground system.
Oh,
and the engine was a little different, but the amateur liquid rocket community and the student rocketry community is very in debt to the guys at half-cat for really making nitrous alcohol liquids a real thing and a real possible, feasible thing that's essentially no more difficult than a hybrid at this point. So it's great to see teams like MACH building an engine based on that architecture. So yeah, awesome to see.
Well, the architecture is obviously quite robust if, like MACH is doing today, firing it for a second time in one day. I just want to iterate how awesome that is and how incredible it is that they've been able to make this turnaround.
Yeah, super cool. Anyways, I think MACH is the only team at the static test area today.
I believe you're right on that.
And hopefully we're able to see the launch soon. I believe that you guys can hear Zach Harrison's voice on the PA when he is giving the announcements.
Yeah, should be able to hear all that on the stream, so you guys will hear when they're prepping for fire and when they're doing their final countdown.
Zach Harrison is the Launch Canada manager of the static pad area, and I think I don't want to get this wrong, he might be like the vice president of Launch Canada, or anyways, he's up there. He's not quite on Adam's level, but he's basically the next guy after Adam. One of the next guys after Adam.
Very high up there, and
he's been with Launch Canada since before the beginning.
Yeah.
One of our longest tenured volunteers right from the start. Super committed. Absolutely a great guy. Shout out to Zach for always running the static test area very smoothly, keeping everybody satisfied, and helping teams like MACH test these awesome engines.
Looks like the sport teams that went out to the pad are on their way back, or we have a team carrying a rocket.
I believe that's Emerson from McMaster recovering his rocket from his earlier successful launch.
Oh, wonderful.
So congratulations to Emerson. That was his second electronic endorsement flight. So next up, level 4, I guess. Only one cert left after that.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and that would be the level 4. That's the highest cert. Look at him. Hopefully Emerson's mom is watching on stream right now, because look at that shot. Oh, yeah.
Here.
Bro, new LinkedIn profile picture for Emerson right now.
If you are in the chat, you should let us know, and
yeah,
maybe we can pull him over if we can
Oh,
grab
he
one of
already,
our producers.
he was shaking his head when I was suggesting him at him earlier that he should come on. But I think we're getting back at him by just zooming in on his face. But he looks so cool carrying that rocket, doesn't he?
Oh, I can tell you right now, from my time as a Rocketeer, I had a photo of myself carrying our rocket on recovery as my profile picture on many things for a long time. It was a great photo. Nothing quite like carrying a rocket after recovery.
A couple more comments. Why isn't Guelph Uni launching? I'm not sure. They're still on the pad. I think they might have just been waiting for the people to set up on the sport pads. But they're ready. They're standing in front of the container here. They should be good to go soon. Perhaps they're waiting for the static fire. Here you can see it again, right from above, courtesy of our drone operators.
This is Max. We are proceeding with mock hot fire. Team is about to start the count.
All right, here we go.
Oh, I'm excited for this one, Noah.
Oh,
we
hopefully we
our-
got the footage.
Oh,
There we
it's
go.
back. Wonderful. This is the only better vantage than the one I had earlier of this.
Hot fire followed by Relight in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
Oh.
Off,
Wow.
2-second hold, and then Relight attempt.
Beautiful.
Awesome, a Relight. So I believe that was 2 burns in quick succession.
It sure looked like it.
Congratulations, Mock, on
Wow.
what appeared to be a successful hot fire followed by a successful Relight.
Very impressive. Indeed. A first time that's ever happened in Launch Canada. A team has demonstrated 2 hot fires in short succession. That was a 10-second wait. And then a second firing. Wow.
That was just
That was
beautiful.
insane. I had no idea they were trying to do that.
Even just the first burn was beautiful, and then that second burn just added to it.
Yeah. There's no way that is a standard half-cat engine. That has had some serious extra engineering being added to that system to have that happen. So, wow. Congratulations to Mock. That's actually seriously impressive.
Especially just think, that's after doing an earlier
one
test
already
fire.
today.
That's
They've reset
3
it.
fires in one day on the same motor.
Oh, wow. Holy smokes. Yeah, if there's any fans of Mock in the chat, send a congratulations to anybody on the team that you know. And from us on the live stream, if you're watching from Mock, if you're coming to watch the replay, hell yeah, that was so cool. Now, we should be able to get you some sport flights soon. I think we've just got 2 on the pad there, those 2 that we saw going out earlier.
You can see the white one there and the red one on the left. Just look at the difference in the diameter of those rockets. You can really, really see it in this shot.
Interested to see which motors they're using. We'll probably hear that from Chris.
Yeah, looks like he's looking at something intently. Wonder what they're thinking about right now, because it's looking like beautiful weather out here. The wind is coming a little bit back up, but it's not as intense as it has been. Still should be perfectly fine for rocket launching. Skies look beautiful right now as well, so don't see any reason why we wouldn't see some launches in the very near future. The weather today has actually been holding out very well. There's been a fair bit of clouds, but it's been just absolutely perfect temperature for all the Rocketeers today. They're doing a lot of work. They're working so hard, moving equipment around, especially over at the advanced pad. It's been absolutely perfect for all the teams down at advanced. They've been working so hard. I know that Carleton has some issues with their ground service equipment with heating, and so today's weather was perfect for them. It allowed their whole system to work perfectly, and then got that beautiful fire that we heard earlier. What an amazing day, honestly, for rocketry. The weather's been perfect, which has been beautiful yesterday, perfect as well. We got lots and lots of beautiful rockets, beautiful weather. After a day that we sadly had to hold on Tuesday, so we were getting some lightning storms here, which is definitely not the weather you want to be setting up a large metal tower with a rocket on it and putting an igniter into your motor. It's a recipe for disaster, so we had to make a hold there, which has delayed many teams, but they're really making the best of it now. And we have Guelph still here on the pad. You can see them on the shot here. They're just waiting. Oh, my apologies. That's Sport Flight people. Correction. Yeah, sorry about that.
All right, we're going to bring on a new guest onto the stream. So Joining us now will be Ariana from the Launch Canada team. I don't know which subsection
yeah,
of Launch
I filled
Canada,
too
but
many hats.
she wears many hats as well. I'm surrounded by a great many hat wearers with Jasper here. Now, Ariana Kresniak. So tell us a bit about what you do for Launch Canada, Ariana.
It depends on the day of the week that we're starting. So I came up early ahead of the conference to do outreach with all the Science Timmins kids. And, well, I mean, I say kids, they're young adults, but all the youth from Timmins. And with Metogamy people. So we were building L1 rockets, working on trying to get them certified.
Oh, wonderful.
So we taught them how to write car tests. Like we presented, gave them presentations about the tests. So they were prepared for what they were going to be writing. Administered the tests, got them all set up, helped them build rocket kits, hooked them up with H motors so that they can get into high-powered rocketry, brought them on out to the site, and then promptly lost all of the rockets in the woods.
Oh no!
Oh no! Hopefully
the
a few
live
of them
stream
have been able
can't
to be
see,
found.
and I really shouldn't bring my boot up on the table, but I am very wet from the knees down
Yeah.
from
Yes, you
falling
are.
in muskeg.
The
Oh,
boots
no.
look a little muddy to me, yeah, unfortunately.
I was it was a heroic effort. I went out there with Dennis from Science Timmins and our DRDC representative, David Cull. And if it wasn't for David, I would still be in that mud pit. He heroically pulled me out.
Sometimes you need a little help, and recovery can be quite the effort.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we came out with no rockets in hand, but just nothing but adventure.
That's half the battle, though.
But yeah, so we prepped all that up, and then I organized the conference for the Saturday, Sunday. This is, as everyone in the live stream is aware of, where the students get to showcase their rockets and share them with each other. And that's really one of the best parts of Launch Canada, I think, is that you go to other competitions, and it really is, it's focused in on that competition aspect. But here it's much more about the community. So the students are very excited to go and talk to each other and take inspiration from each other's projects. You know, some of the teams, they like to take a focus on creating a solid baseline from year to year and onboarding new students. And other teams, they like to basically come and say, you know what, we're going to try something stupid and be very ambitious. And that way, if we only get halfway, we at least got halfway to stupid, and that's a good accomplishment. So
it is always great seeing the huge variety of projects that show up to the conference day every year at Launch Canada. Because once you head out to site, if you end up stuck at the solids pad most of the week, or the advanced pad most of the week, or the static area, you're not going to see a good portion of the other stuff that's happening. And even day to day, different teams will show up if they've already launched, or if they're still in town preparing. So the conference is really the opportunity to really see it all at once and get really up close with it, and you get to look at all the components and crazy electronics bays and payloads and stuff.
Well, it's not just that. It's really where you see just how much character the teams put into these rockets. You know, that's one of the bigger advantages that we have here is that Launch Canada really tries to promote letting them have their creativity and their experimental side so that they can try banana stuff. And so their rockets always come up with 5 fins, 6 fins, just whatever bananas shapes you can put. A team this year has actuated fins that they're working towards being able to flight test and use. That started up as initial canards. They've got strakes. I've never seen a rocket in person with strakes.
Oh, it's a beautiful rocket.
I think I'm going to have to say the M word. It looks a little bit like, I don't know, am I allowed to say missile on stream?
Okay,
maybe I should have shut my mouth.
This is where you got some
at least visually
technical debate.
Yeah.
I would argue that missile is not a scary word, that you throw a rock, right? You throw a rock, it follows projectile motion.
In Shakespearean
it's a projectile because it follows a projectile arc.
Okay.
If you shoot an arrow, it's got a shaft and fletchets at the back to do passive stability. That's a missile. That's following the projectile. It's a all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares kind of situation. And a rocket just has to be consuming its own mass, right?
Right.
So everything we've got here is a missile. It's just that it looks like what we colloquially associate
with those
missiles.
strakes, you know, those classic rockets. I can't even think of actually what. The Meteor, I believe, has strakes.
I believe you're right with that.
Yeah. Anyways.
But the design's real cool because they're trying to channel the airflow down into the canards to make it a lot cleaner on those actuated fins.
Yeah, they gave it excellent.
Can you tell us more about some of the outreach events that you've been coordinating, Ariana?
Certainly. So I mean,
so
the
you
outreach
mentioned
happens.
Science Timmins and Metogamy. For those unaware, Metogamy is the name of the First Nation whose territory we are currently on. So thank you very much to the Metogamy Nation for always being so supportive of the Launch Canada event. But we've also been doing some events with some of the community members from Metogamy.
So this year, again, with the focus being on getting L1s, when you're trying to do your L1 through CAR, you have to be at least 14 years of age, and you have to pass the L1 test. It's the only test you have to pass with Canadian Association of Rocketry. So this year we kind of found that that test was very intimidating to people, so we didn't have as much attraction. But we were able to get one of our very own firefighters, Tim Harvey, who comes out and volunteers in the fire department. He's a volunteer fire chief and is always on site. We were able to get him a rocket built, and he's flying it, launching it off the sport pad today. And we were able to get the high school teacher, Ian, as well, a rocket built. So we're starting to really be able to engage in the community and lay down roots with them for what we're doing. Throughout the year as a whole, we do outreach. So we're involved in events down south like the Cannon Moonshot as well, where we're giving huge presentations and teaching high school kids about rocket science.
Yeah. And thank you to Canon once again for providing all of our camera equipment for the live stream.
Canon Canada is the ones who like.
Yeah,
these,
Canon
this
Canada. Thank you so
equipment.
much to Canon Canada for helping us make this possible.
Now, on that note, a lot of people watching probably don't know just how involved in space Canon actually is. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Canon is now at a point of even having some satellite technology as they expand into space, because you wouldn't expect it. Companies like Honda are now launching rockets as well. Yeah. Like all of these companies are branching out and realizing the importance of space.
Space is a
looks like we have some more people heading out towards the pad. So I wonder if we might be needing to do some work on that Guelph rocket. I'll interrupt briefly to look at some of the comments in the chat. I've seen some messages from Kelly Cote and Nolan saying hi to me. Hi guys, great to hear from you guys. Yeah, awesome to see you guys enjoying and watching the chat. Potatoes Are Life asking when U of A is launching. I'm not sure. Apparently they're targeting the next salvo. Why hasn't Guelph launched yet? I'm not sure, but if there's a car heading out to the pad, it's not happening imminently. And unfortunately, I don't have any news on Sherbrooke. And Aiden, don't think a Raven is going up today. We still needed to find those rail buttons.
As far as I know with Sherbrooke, they're still on recovery. They had a a beautiful flight yesterday, but their parachute was a little bit tangled as they came down, so it came down a bit quicker than expected. And they also lost their GPS signal, so we were trying to find it with the drone. We had a good track from the ground, so they were trying to triangulate based off of our drone and line of sight from the ground at our live stream desk. But as far as I'm aware, they're still out looking for that one.
I feel like that's really a balance where you have to, everybody wants to maximize the performance and really optimize out of it. But you also have to prepare for the worst. So when we were designing our first rocket back a few Launch Canadas ago, at the first Launch Canada, every time we were like, I don't feel really certain about these calculations. Slap another wrap of fiberglass on it, it'll be fine. So we did have a tangle in our parachute, and we came down at 100 kilometers an hour, basically a brick. And we hit a tree, and we shook it off, ready to fly again. The tree did not.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how theirs fared, because it was definitely coming down quicker than expected, but it was coming down quite reasonably for a drogue speed. Once that main deployed, it just didn't add very much beyond that, which was unfortunate to see, but it was a beautiful flight, and we got that onboard footage during the descent, which was super cool if you guys checked that out yesterday. Sherbrooke had an onboard webcam, or not webcam, sorry, but an onboard camera that was live streaming video to the ground station. So even if they're unable to recover the video from the rocket, they have some clips that we got from the descent and a little bit from the ascent as well. Ooh. But I really want to see that beautiful footage, because I'm sure it looks much better from the onboard camera directly than it did over the transmitter.
My favorite part of that footage is when you get up to the peak and you start to tip over and you can just see the world for miles and miles and miles.
I've just heard too that we're going to yellow for the solids pad right now. Going to yellow right now. So the Guelph team's out there. Can't quite tell.
Looks like they're loading another rocket.
Who is that? Do you know who that is?
No, I cannot see from here. I mean, that's reassuring for Guelph that this is probably more of a decision of launch control to be able to get another rocket onto the salvo. So that's reassuring that it's not something wrong with their connectivity to their GPS. Because realistically, what else could there be wrong with a solid at this point, right? It isn't like a liquid. You don't have to worry about valve stuck or your purge valve going cryo. So that's reassuring for Guelph. But who has been added to the pad cannot be said.
I believe that's Horizon for Memorials, what I'm hearing from our production staff.
Oh, okay.
Believe that it's Horizon for Memorial, and then we have some launches in the background.
So that's exciting. They're a fairly newer team, if I understand, right?
I believe so, but we got a launch about to happen, so we can...
Woo! Let's watch.
We're good. Looking up. Phenomenal. Guys are clear. Go for launch. Jet with the blast DD. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Oh.
Nice long burn.
Beautiful.
Nice straight up.
What a beautiful flight. That was that narrow red rocket that we saw brought out to the pad earlier with an absolutely stellar looking burn.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait to see that thing coming back down beautifully, drifting down to the ground. It must be light enough that they could get away with a pretty small parachute and not drift too far in this wind.
Yeah, the wind has kind of softened a little. I was getting real concerned when I came back from recovery out of the woods, and it seemed like the wind was really picking up. This morning, it was a perfect day for launch. We had them landing right here on the road. We were able to get 2 of the outreach team people certified, 2 of the local girls from Science Timmins. Because that's the hard part. It's not just about having a successful launch up. It's not just about having that successful descent. You have to find the rocket because CAR wants to do an inspection. They have to be able to read the way the nozzle performed, the way the fins held on. They're looking for structural damage to the rest of the rocket.
We have a shot of the descent there, just behind that tree. Oh, that's beautiful. It's over here just to our side. It's beautifully coming down, right in the field, right in view. That's going to be a perfect recovery, I believe.
Now, I only just caught that out of the corner of my eye, but was that equipped with a streamer?
It did look like it was a streamer and a drogue, yes.
Very interesting. It's always exciting to see alternate combinations of recovery being used.
Recovery is such an important part of rocketry, and the incredible work that on the student teams that they put into their recovery systems and on these smaller launches as well.
Now, for me personally, I'm quite a big fan of single bay deployment. Now, usually on a lot of these size rockets, you see a lot of dual bay deployment. It's considered to be one of the safer methods because each bay has its own discrete unit or segment and section in the rocket for it. I'm not a big fan, though, because that means you have multiple brakes in the rocket. So especially as you get bigger and bigger, it means especially if you're getting to a 2-stage, right, where you also have that interstage coupling, and then you've got multiple brakes. Doing 2-stage just feels like it's starting to get kind of risky in my mind. So I like to envision a single bay deployment, but you got to fill that with a 3D printed cup so you can give the drogue its own space, the shock cord its own space.
Oh, I believe we have another launch. Sorry to cut you off there.
No problem.
Rocket named estimated altitude of 2,800, and it's a motor deployment. See how you go for launch? Thumbs up. All right, feels good. Tee up. Wind's nominal. Guys are clear. Open launch. Eli. Would you know what they say? Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, another beautiful launch. That was a beautiful sound off of that one too. Mm-hmm. Came a little sideways off the rail there, but regained its stability and just straight as an arrow after that. That was beautiful, beautiful launch.
Now, were you watching earlier where we were seeing a lot more of the Red Lightning style motors with the red exhaust coming out?
I sadly wasn't. I was over at the advanced site and up on the scaffolding.
That was my first time seeing any sort of a motor used like that. It's just so exciting to see when you get that coloring in the actual flame coming out.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, the chemistry that leads you into that. It's just incredible the stuff that you can do when you have cool chemistry in your rocket motors. These solids create some really, really cool stuff.
All right, I'm back on the stream. Short pressure relief break. But yeah, Aaron and I were actually talking about the propellant chemistry just before you came on. We were discussing our favorite types of propellants. Aaron enjoys the skid mark. I like the blue or the IMAX.
I love a blue flame.
But yeah, the blue and the IMAX are both aesthetically pleasing as well as interesting with performance. Speaking of interesting, I believe this is a shot of our communications link, right?
That is. This is actually from Advanced right now. So we have our Advanced stream coming up. So those are the fellas who fixed this stream. They fixed the stream coming to them right now, and we're getting a shot from the Advanced Tower of the fixers. I was up there for a while today.
Nick?
I believe Nick, Brendan are up there. I believe Carl is also over there. Oh, sorry, never mind. Carl is back. I did not see him.
But Nick and Brendan, there they are. So we're getting live footage right from Advanced right here. So cool. We're also showing you picture-in-picture. We're just able to see the landing of that launch in the solid pad as you're seeing here the basement area of Advanced pad.
Beautiful.
We're going to go with so yeah, super cool that the guys at the Waypoint are doing that hard work. So massive credit to Brendan.
Oh, they've been working on that all day. I know that Nick has been working on it since this morning.
Now, has Windsor been able to launch and recover throughout the competition?
Windsor hasn't launched yet.
They haven't launched.
Yeah.
Before they do, we need to get them to come by so that absolutely everyone on the live stream can see the beautiful paint job they have. It's reminiscent of a 70s metal van covered in dragons and lightning. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's got the alligators on there and black.
I just remember the beautiful purple shades in the wings.
I believe it's at the beginning, is it not? Or is it on one of the other tabs? Project data. I believe it's in here. No? Oh, that we're on the project archive. There, yeah, it's going to be in there. Sorry, we have a lot of information on all these teams. We've collected a lot of data with which we can inform you of all the teams' motors, all of the special projects that they're doing with them, what their payload is, all sorts of things like that. And so we have a lot of information to
Purple
come
rain.
through when it's time to look at our rocket.
Oh, I didn't realize theirs was a two-stage as well. Oh, that's also one of the favorite things that I'm seeing is how many teams are slowly moving their way into advanced. Like we're getting a fresh, steady stream of new teams to be able to fill out the basic and restricted. Lots of launches doing certification, but all the teams that are consistently recurring and coming back are moving their way over to advanced. They're trying hybrids, they're trying liquids, they're trying two stages. And I was talking to CTV about it earlier. That's also one of the fun parts about launching in Canada. When you go down to the United States to launch, people have been able to launch there for so long that the amateur community has records up at the edge of space, 297,000 feet, all been achieved. But in Canada, because we're just emerging as having a place where amateur civilian people can launch, we're passing this altitude record back and forth between teams. And every Launch Canada or every other Launch Canada, a new team has taken it. So it adds a little bit of extra competition between each other, but it's not so serious because you know it's still achievable to take it the next year after.
Just incredible to see all these teams making such progress.
It's not even just the Swedish teams. We actually had some individual flyers here. There was a fellow called Rocky who actually drove out here all the way from Vernon, British Columbia.
A place I know well, near where I'm
very
living.
Close to where Jasper lives. And he drove all the way out here to fly his own rocket that he built himself over the course of a couple of years. And it was to attempt to take the record for the N-class motor in Canada. And he said it. He hit over 54,000 feet.
Oh, wonderful.
On an N-class motor. It was a beautiful 4-inch minimum diameter rocket. And he launched that actually earlier today. and I think he's working on recovering it, but he had perfect GPS coordinates. But yeah, Launch Canada is an event. It's mostly for students, but individuals are able to launch here as well. And Rocky decided that this was a perfect opportunity to finally launch his record attempt, and he was able to get it. So yeah, it's you can't really do that at some of the other competitions like IREC. You can't just show up on your own and fly. But Launch Canada is able to provide that opportunity for people. So anyways, great job by Rocky for setting a record. I believe he now holds 4 different car records. That's the Canadian Association of Rocky Records for 4 different motor classes. So yeah, he's one to beat if you're into those records.
Well, a big congratulations to him, but he had better be watching his rearview mirror because there are some attendees here who are gunning for him. Because what are we seeing now a lot more of? Sub-min diameter. We've had one rocket has doing both an L1 yesterday and L2 today. Potentially, if they have the time in the morning tomorrow, to nip off a quick L3. And this was a launch that really took a bit of perseverance because their nose cone cracked on their first attempt on the Monday, and so they had to reprint in polycarbonate to replace their nose cone and then try again on the Wednesday. So it's really consistently aiming for it. And how are you going to beat minimum diameter? Going submin.
Exactly. I've done a submin once. It ripped.
So for some people at home who might not know, can you explain how a submin would work? How do you get smaller than the diameter of your motor?
You know, the nomenclature is a bit confusing, and essentially minimum diameter is when you have a tube that is just big enough to fit the motor in, and that tube becomes the size of your rocket. A submin is when you remove the tube entirely and just use the motor itself as the airframe of the rocket. So you're just decreasing the size of it a little bit more, decreasing the drag even a bit more, and decreasing the weight a bit more.
Now,
so
that
yeah,
being said,
shout out to the individual who had flown that same rocket. Was it already?
Yeah, that's shout out to Andreas Trifonopoulos for that launch. But now it's
yeah.
Oh wow, that was quick. Looks like Advance has gone to red very quickly without us getting a yellow.
Can you try and sort that out with Michael if I can't hear me?
Are we having audio issues?
For a bit.
Yeah, and yeah, the advanced pad going to red. It's a great sign. I don't know if our production staff has an update on who is on the pad for this salvo, but it'd be wonderful to find that out soon because I know that QRET was aiming to be on this salvo. Be great to see them.
Yeah, it would be great to see QRET. I think Alberta and Windsor and University of Toronto are all still out there. So hopefully some of them can get up in what would likely be the last salvo of the day.
Yeah, if what happens yesterday happens again, this post 4 p.m. salvo originally scheduled to be 4 p.m. Will be the last of the day, and once the last is flown, Peter will be shutting down the range over there and clearing everyone off, getting everything safe.
Now, for the live stream, as you mentioned the salvos, have you talked to them at all about how the veto system works for when the teams get onto those salvo launches?
Peter Tarley, he has an advanced voting system to determine when the salvos happen and who is on it, but I actually don't know the specifics. I'm not sure if I want to. It sounds very complicated.
I've had a deep conversation with Peter about this yesterday, and I also just got an update that it's UBCO and Star from U Alberta that will be in this salvo currently. Not sure what's going on with the other teams, but I've heard those two are the ones who are prepping to launch in this salvo.
Now, Star's kind of a really interesting rocket. It's extremely heavy and it's extremely big. It is, I think, our biggest rocket. It's 21 feet tall this year. When we stood up for the group photo, it was touching the lights in the arena at the Archie Dillon Sportsplex.
That's going to be an impressive launch to see. I'm looking forward to that one.
It will probably be the first one of those two. Peter has usually been sending the solid 2-stagers up before the hybrids or the liquids that require time to fill. So we should be getting those first. And do we get that in the picture-in-picture, or is that something from our pads? That's something here from our solids pads, what we're seeing in the little picture-in-picture. But yeah, that's the base camp area at advanced pads that we're seeing there on the main screen.
At that point, you do need to wonder if they will have launched at all, or if they just physically picked up their rocket and raised it above the tree line.
Yeah, I think we would be able to see it if they had a tall enough team member who could lift it.
Just let it tip over and call that apogee. But no, I do wish them a very successful launch.
Yeah, that might still be a higher apogee than some flights.
Rocky, they're coming for you.
Yep. But yeah, no, it'll be beautiful to see. It's been amazing to see the sustainers on some of these rockets flying, and you just love to see that first burn go, and then
wait, and the sustainer ignition. I believe a good sustainer ignition is the most satisfying thing you can possibly see in rocketry.
Absolutely. I especially like watching the burn profile, or like the exhaust profile, because you've got limited options for how you're going to separate the two. You can just drag separate and hope that the airflow difference, once you're no longer under thrust, is enough to pull them apart. But that's competing with the idea that you want to keep them very tightly together. And the next step is putting in black powder and being able to eject it, because you absolutely are dreading a hot staging event. So after you put that black powder perturbation into it, your second stage is often given a wiggle, like it feels that jolt when it's starting up. So you see it dampen out the flow and stabilize. It's very, very wonderful to watch.
Oh, is it ever? Especially when we get some amazing shots, like some of our team's been getting us for some of these sustainer launches. We've had, I believe, a couple where they've had just a perfect, where you can see a little bit of movement in it. I'm not sure if those were from the ones that didn't make it out of the advanced pad due to networking issues, but we had some pretty cool shots that hopefully we can play on the replay cam at some point, or have on the YouTube channel on a later day.
But, I mean, two stages in general, getting that second stage to light is a huge accomplishment, whether you recover or not, simply because when you're designing them together, to have stability for the rocket together, you have to make it so high that when the second stage separates, it's generally... what I'm trying to say is that when you put them together to keep the second stage stable when it separates, together they're generally approaching overstable, which is why we see a lot of two-stage attempts tip over and become angle tilt locked, just to make sure that second stage isn't lighting at a low angle and sending itself all the way to Quebec.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal.
Ending up in Quebec is always tricky, isn't it?
I was more thinking about just landing somewhere unexpected, as we have such a large range area. It's so wonderful to have.
We do actually have live pictures here of the U of A rocket on its rail. You can see that it has a blue booster stage and a yellow sustainer stage, and it's almost as tall as the entire rail, just right of that red flag there. And a bit off our screen to the left is the UBCO rocket. So if the camera pans a little bit to the left at some point, you might be able to say UBCO's hybrid. It's metal, silver, and it has a pink nose cone and fin can with some yellow stripes
and I believe
that you might only see when you're a bit close up.
We're at red flag on solids, and we have both teams that were out there at the solids pad here clearing the pad now. So we have Guelph.
We have Guelph, and I'm not sure what the second rocket is, but we will get that information for you shortly.
I believe that team's Memorial.
Memorial University. Oh, fantastic.
Horizon, you said, correct?
Horizon.
Yes, Horizon is the name of the team, and the school is Memorial University from Newfoundland. It's their very first time at Launch Canada. So awesome to see them here and getting out to the pad on this Thursday afternoon.
So what kind of altitude are they aiming for, and what sort of motor are they having?
So
for their
we
first
should
launch?
be able to get you information on Memorial University's
saw it at the top
rockets. There we go. Horizon Aerospace from Memorial University. They have a solid motor. Let's see.
Horizon Aerospace right there.
There we go. Team 17. They are on a Cicerone L1115, going to just under 10,000 feet, Mach 0.8. So they should have a very similar flight profile to the rocket that's next to them on the rail of Guelph. Also on a Cicerone L, flying to a bit under 10,000 feet and Mach 0.8. So yeah, two similar rockets on the pad there at solids, which you can see in the picture-in-picture. Actually, now you see it full screen here. There's the details on Memorial's rocket. We don't have the name in there, but it is actually Puffin 1, or Puffin. Might just be Puffin. So we might be able to get those graphics updated for you soon. But yeah, Horizon Aerospace from Memorial University of Newfoundland. with their rocket Puffin.
And it sounds like they're aiming for a really respectable launch. They want to create themselves a good baseline to be able to carry forward.
Definitely.
When I was in a new team and we were brand new, we had just a stupid amount of ambition to the point that we embarrassed ourselves by getting into Launch Canada meetings with all the teams and saying, we're flying to 120 kilometers. We thought, oh, we're going to 3-stage it up, 98, 75, 54, and maybe it would have worked, but we weren't able to get the propellants for it. But we just kept telling everybody, we're going to risk it for the biscuit. And
risking it can be very fun, but it can definitely lead to some moments where you get less than ideal outcomes, but you learn a lot, which is what we really love to see.
You learn a ton for failure as well. If you have success the whole way through, you really only get one data point. So it helps you when you can walk away from the project and immediately say, well, here's the 7 things I would have done differently, because now you've got 7 data points, and that's even better.
All right, I'll just interrupt Ariana briefly, and we'll take a look at the chat. So thanks, True Blue Kangaroo, for sending us a super chat of $5. Let's go, Al Bureau. Go Star. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, True Blue Kangaroo, showing some love to the University of Alberta. They were the 2023 Launch Canada champions, University of Alberta, so hopefully they can have another good performance this year in 2026. Or, sorry. They were the 2024 Launch Canada champions a couple of years ago. 2023 champions were
ATS.
UBC. ATS was the 2022 champions. That was the first Launch Canada.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How many of these have I been to?
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, so thank you very much, True Blue Kangaroo. A lot of other chats coming in supporting U of A. So, yeah. Thanks a lot. We got some footage of the advanced pad there for you now. You can see, I believe that is the UBCO rocket on the left of your screen now. And the U of A rocket is not on the screen right now. It is off to the right a bit further. But that silver and pink one on the left of your screen is UBCO.
UBCO has been repping some wonderful team merch this year. Bright pink and just beautiful.
Easy to see them.
Oh, it's been excellent.
Over here at the Solids pad, the ones that were easy to see were Algonquin College with the fluorescent orange. So that's a good tip. If you want to be noticed out here at the site, pick a good color for your team shirts.
Yep.
Now,
maybe a little bit, maybe do better than the black that Jasper and I are wearing right now.
Now, Algonquin College's rocket was really, really beautiful. They 3D printed in steel the leading edge of across their fins, an entire cap that broke out for all 4 of their fins, and then epoxied that on. I thought it was absolutely gorgeous. A little on the heavy side, but still just excellent, excellent work for their first rocket.
Sometimes a little bit of weight's not the worst thing if it gives you the properties that you need for the rest of the rocket.
Well, and sometimes you just underestimate exactly how much heat is going to be dumped into your fins. You know,
yes.
if you sharpen that point of your leading edge, just make it razor sharp, you're going to have a shockwave forming, and it's going to be attaching itself to the fin's leading edge. And it's a trade-off. If it attaches, it'll be dumping way more heat into the leading edge. But if you make it dome covered, you'll get an air cushion, and it'll build itself up off the fin. So you get less heat, but you get way more drag. So it's constant trade-offs, and everything's a design decision. It's a bit of a misnomer to say you're going to optimize for something, because really what that means is you're saying you're prioritizing.
Yeah.
So you have to accept that you're giving something up
to
be
you always
able
give
to
up something
acquire.
for something else. There's no free lunch, as they say.
All right, it sounds like we might be getting ready to be going for some launches from the solid pad, and I think we might be sending Horizon from Memorial University of Newfoundland. Chris is currently talking to the team. I'm not sure what the delay was on Guelph and what prevented them from going, but I don't see their team members right here right now, so we might just be getting Memorial first. We'll keep you updated as soon as we hear any of that information. But that would be the rocket. In your picture-in-picture on the right will be Puffin from Memorial University.
And for the advanced pad in the main picture there, you can see in the pink there on the left, that's the UBC pink that I'm talking about. They've been so easy to spot out there. It's been so easy to tell where they are and what they're up to, because they have those excellent, excellent pink shirts with some beautiful designs on them too. I commend them for their choices on that one.
Right, here we are at the solid pads, coming out to take a look at those rockets on the rail.
Whew, gotta
That's
love
a
that
great
drone
shot.
footage as they're coming in.
Oh, it's beautiful. And
Killer.
when they get those orbits too, they've been doing excellent drone work. Our drone operators, Alec Bach and Yuhan Liu, he's been flying over at advanced and then getting shots over here. And Alec's been doing the inverse.
Like the ability for Launch Canada to improve the live stream year over year has just really shown. I feel like it's a little meta for me to be saying that well on the live stream, but I just want to directly pat y'all's on the back. Just the quality just continues to grow.
Well, thank you, and I know that myself as a new member of the live stream team, I've been seeing how hard everybody on this team works. We love it, and we've been loving all the
I don't know
views
what
that
you
we've been
can
getting and
say
how
to
much
that.
everyone loves it.
Anyways, we're really enjoying all the comments that you guys are sending in. Keep coming them in. They're all great. Anyways, great shots of the Memorial University rocket there on the rail. Interestingly, when you see both of them, if we do get an angle that has both of them the next time they come around, it's neat to see the differences between these two rockets that will have very similar flight profiles. You know that the Memorial one is a bit longer, a bit smaller fins, and the Guelph one a bit shorter with the big fins, and they're both white, you know, in the orange and red color spectrum, so a lot of similarities as well.
Yeah, it's interesting when you see all the similarities, especially with how similar they are in their Mach number. They're both going to be in that transonic range, and it'll be interesting to see how similar they get in terms of their apogee.
I'm curious to see if they land in the same spot.
That'd be super cool. Let's see if they're really twins with their rockets this year. It's cool to see that they'll be flying hopefully in the same salvo here, and such similar beautiful rockets from these teams.
Now look at those fin details on the Guelph one. That red paint is just gorgeous.
And now I'd like to note one thing we're seeing on the stream there. That is a pickup truck. Waterloo Rocketry has returned with their rocket, recovered in great shape. And
Wonderful.
Everyone is now going to check it out. The shiny metal polished tank. So massive congratulations to Waterloo Rocketry for recovering their rocket intact. Look at that. Beautiful.
Their flight
Seems
was
like
excellent.
someone is encouraging people to clear the road. But congratulations to Waterloo. Great to catch you guys on the stream. What I'd give to be in the back of that pickup truck right now. Those guys must be having a fantastic time.
Oh, that's one of the best feelings in the world. Riding down the road, rocket in the back after your recovery, and just knowing that you did it. You both got it up there and you got it back at the end of the day.
Amazing. That's such an accomplishment for Waterloo.
Congratulations to Waterloo for that one. What a great shot here, them celebrating. Man, it's been wonderful at the advanced pad to see just, as I've been there most of my time, how happy all those teams are. They've been just absolutely ecstatic, hugging each other. I know we've gotten a few of those on stream, but man, in person, is it wonderful when you see them all jumping around. You just feel that excitement.
I think one of the other things that's contributing to it is that in recent years, we've began letting the advanced teams go out a day early on the Sunday, because we know it really helps to give them that extra day for setup. So they're not able to launch, but they're able to get all their tanks in order, get all of their rails set up, and just be ready to go. And that difference has been seen in just, we had the most amount of advanced attempts on Monday than we've ever had before.
I believe here we have a signature from Chris Hadfield on the rocket. It's a bit hard to see on our monitor here,
Oh, there
but
it is.
you guys should be able to
You
see
can
it.
see it. He's got a distinctive signature, and he was able to sign some of the rockets to some of the team members when he visited yesterday. So there it is. Hopefully Chris can give some good luck to Memorial University for a nominal flight.
I mean, arguably, they're going to have the fastest recovery of any team, because nothing is going to motivate you to get your rocket back
Like that
having
signature.
Chris Hadfield's logo on it.
What an excellent incentive for them to really push hard on that recovery, bring that thing home with them, and show.
You don't want to let him down.
Can't let him down, and you can't let your team down, because a lot of team members on all these teams
They should
aren't
have
able to make it to comp.
recruited Chris Hadfield to help with the recovery. I'm sure he'd be able to see the rocket with all those Specsavers commercials that he's in.
I mean, maybe he could even help. I'm sure with his piloting experience, he'd be excellent with a drone. Maybe he could have one in our
Yeah, I think the Specsavers commercial experience is really the valuable stuff.
That's
Anyways,
the valuable
I
part.
joke.
Oh, look at that! That's a beautiful shot of those fins right there, like Ariana was mentioning. Those are just the detailing on some of these rockets. These teams have done such a great job with that part of it, as well as the engineering that's gone into it.
I mean, how many shots did you get earlier in the week of Manitoba's rocket? The Borealis effect and the constellations that they had across the fins and the nose cone were beautiful. That's really what my job at the conference is I walk up and down the aisles just telling them how absolutely beautiful their rockets are.
Yeah, it's a lot of the
so
teams
good.
really are able to show off some of their artistic talent, which usually isn't the primary thing you think about with a rocket engineering competition, but
It's an important thing.
yeah, having your rocket look good. I've always joked as a member of the judging team, not that I have the authority to change the entire rules, but in future years, the entire scoring will be based on one line item only. How cool does the rocket look? Of course, the teams would not be informed, and they would have to fly everything as usual. But
Well,
the
I mean,
rankings would solely be determined by my personal opinion on how the rockets look. So teams for the future, if you're watching this, keep that in mind. And I don't really like orange. I like yellow is cool.
What about
blue is
pink?
cool. Pink is pretty cool. Orange and green, not as cool. Yeah.
I know
well,
that
well,
one of
green, if I may, is just leading you to a mistake. Because as you can see, you will be landing in nothing but green.
oh, we have another shot of Waterloo here.
Looks like people are enjoying looking at the condition of the rocket after its flight to over 60,000 feet.
Yeah, I mean it's one of my favorite things too.
I mean, I think they might just be happy that it didn't land in a lake this year.
Yeah.
Well, and under a parachute.
That's true. We all heard Peter Tarley over the PA announcing that they had successful shoot deploy.
All right, you should be hearing Chris Hobbs on the LCO stand now, announcing the launch of Horizon Aerospace from Memorial University of Newfoundland. We should be ready to go on the solid pads. It will be the rocket on the right, on the one that you're looking on screen right now.
Here we go. What a beautiful rocket. Okay. Don't believe that you guys are hearing the PA anymore. It seems like our radio feed is cut out, but
here we go. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Oh, there we go.
Oh, and it looks like, unfortunately, the rocket has experienced a shred.
Oh.
We've got a parachute drifting down. We've got a couple of parts drifting down, one of them trailing smoke. But that rocket was looking like it had a good boost, and then it had a little bit of a wiggle, and the little wiggle turned into a bigger wiggle, and things came apart in many different directions. So that's a shame, a real shame, but a great attempt anyways from Memorial University, and thank you for providing us with an entertaining launch. Some pieces at least are descending under parachute. We can see it attached up there, a nice yellow and black parachute. But unfortunately, yes, the Puffin has experienced a shred.
Yep, there's lots of things that can lead to a shred, so it's hard to account for all of them, and you're likely to miss one little detail sometimes, especially with first launches for a team. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong. It's excellent work when we see the teams that don't have a shred and have a fully nominal launch, but man, these teams put in a lot of effort. So incredible launch, guys. That was amazing to watch, and I hope that you get a beautiful launch next year and get it fully nominal, because that was a great attempt.
The ascent to begin with, though, was absolutely beautiful. The stability off the rail was very clear.
Oh, yes.
Like, that was a straight way up, but
for a few seconds, unfortunately. So my condolences to the team from Memorial University, but I hope they've learned a lot and had fun. Hopefully our fans from Newfoundland have still enjoyed watching it. And yeah,
it'll be interesting to see them come back and learn from it. And yeah, I love to see that first bit. I actually lost it. I didn't see the shred. All I saw was that first part of it, and I was really excited for a second until you said that.
It became very apparent when the parachute was out immediately after the boost.
Oh, yes, that's never a good sign.
I suppose it is good news for Guelph, though, that they will get to launch real soon.
Yes, they will. Yeah. Well, there's not going to be a lot of weight on that chute right now, so it's going to might be coming down a bit slower than it would be under the weight of the full airframe.
No, you make a good point, and we should probably wait for it, because it would be tragic for them to hit the chute and have that be disruptive.
Anyways, yeah, great job from our drone operators here.
Yeah, these drone shots are incredible. Look at that beautiful landscape behind it, too. What a beautiful land we're in. And, yeah, this land, the Metagami First Nations, wow. We're just so thankful to be here. It's so beautiful.
It's been great. It's been great all day. It's been great from the top of the morning all the way to the evening. Every single day.
Does anybody have eyes on the altitude of that chute right now? I've lost it.
I think our drone operators are probably chasing it quite a ways away. I do see it up there against the white clouds.
Oh, yeah, I've got it now.
Oh, yeah?
But it is getting farther away.
I believe I just overheard that they still have a telemetry lock. So they have some avionics that are still functioning enough for them to have telemetry.
Now,
well,
hopefully,
wonderful news.
It's still descending and coming closer to the ground. Because a couple years ago, a team, I believe Ontario Tech, experienced a similar shred. And it ended up having the very large main parachute designed for a very heavy rocket only attached to the very light nose cone containing the GPS. And their last known data recovered from the GPS were that it was traveling away from them and actually going up.
Ooh, yeah, that's not ideal, catching a thermal somewhere.
If it could do me just the absolute favor of landing just south of the pads, east of the pads, so maybe when they go out there to collect it, they might find some of the outreach rockets that I have lost in that general direction.
I believe right now, too, I'm hearing you can see just to the right, you can see the drone in the tracking shot there.
There it is. You can't see it. The drone is just above the parachute.
Excellent work from our drone operator.
Man, and thank you to Canon Canada for providing the equipment to get us these such zoomed-in shots. Like, you're seeing this in full HD, pretty big on your screen, and it's literally a tiny speck for us with our eyes.
Yeah, our camera operator, Jason, over there, he's got that lens fully zoomed in, it appears. And I'm not sure which lens that is, but I believe it might be 800 millimeters, that one. It's a lot of glass to have to be looking at that.
How many millimeters did you say?
I believe that's 800 millimeters.
I don't think I actually know how to count that high.
I think you should try it right now on stream, Noah. I'm hearing from our drone operator that they're actually descending for sure right now. We do know that at about 1.3 meters per second.
Okay.
So they're
3 feet per second.
Yep.
Maybe 4 feet per second.
Yeah, about 4.
That's about 1/5 of the intended speed. So they might have to walk about 5 times their expected distance.
Well, hopefully the winds are light up that high right now, and that it doesn't drift too far, because the winds are picking up down here a little bit. But yeah, we're getting some beautiful drone shots here, and our drone operator was able to track its descent rate there. So thank you again, our drone operations team, getting us lots of details, helping with recovery. So important to have that, and they've been able to operate outside of the normal limits that you'd be able to with a drone, because we have our airspace closed here. So they've been operating under some special permitting, and it's been excellent to see what they've been able to do with that.
And that just creates a really interesting opportunity for our drone operators, because how many people are actually able to get that on their resumes to, like, when they're applying for drone work?
Oh, exactly. Being able to fly beyond line of sight with the drone and get these amazing shots above the normal expected or the normal limited altitudes, amazing. Such a cool experience for these guys, and yeah, such a good thing to have.
But they're faced with a...
Yeah. So I'm not sure if you guys are able to hear the PA, but it sounded like we may have been getting some information from Advanced.
Then when's Alain after that?
Having a salvo from Advanced soon.
Yeah, it sounds like Windsor and UBCO will be in a salvo coming up. Star will not
there's
be
the
launching a salvo.
There's the Windsor rocket. We just saw it to the left. I'm not sure if there's a...
Are they going to do this track?
Unless that's the Alberta. I believe that's the Alberta rocket. But we have
hello everybody,
Windsor rocket,
welcome.
which was...
Hello everybody, welcome to the advanced pad. We tried this earlier and our network didn't work.
But
hopefully
Windsor,
it's better now. We've just been up the scaffold for 3 hours. It's been lovely. It has been lovely. It's a great view up there, but Nick, do you want to go back there? No, of course you don't.
So,
today on the pad, we have UBCO, University of Windsor, and a sport flight from Alain.
In the near future as well.
Alain, what's his last name? Olson? I don't know. Alain.
Quite unusual to have a sport flight off of the advanced pad, is it not, Brendan?
It is definitely unusual, but this is a two-stage flight. So the current launch order is we're going to be going with the University of Windsor first, followed by UBCO after that, and then Alain after that, if all goes well.
If all goes well. As of right now, all of the rockets are out on the pad. Metogamy Fire has just arrived on site, and I believe we should be getting ready for go.
Yep. So, yeah, we're currently standing by, and, yeah, we're waiting.
We're waiting. That's how it is at advanced pad, right?
Yep.
Lots of waiting, but when things happen, they happen all of a sudden.
They do. Where's Peter right now?
Where is Peter right now?
Where Peter is typically the best indication of what's about to happen.
So,
Peter's at the pad. Well,
Peter
okay.
is on the pad.
If Peter's on the pad, that means they're not going shortly, but, yeah. So, Nick, what do we do up the scaffold?
Well, up the scaffold, we were playing with our favorite devices.
Actually, first,
point-to-point.
What is the scaffold?
Oh, well, the scaffold is this wonderful, magical construction scaffold that we set up in the woods. It is probably, give or take, 50 feet tall, has nothing but ladders on it, and a couple of planks to keep us in place.
Yep.
We love climbing up and down it and playing with our point-to-point dishes. Or that's what you think for how often we're up it.
Yeah, so essentially, this site is very hilly. The advanced pad, where we are now, are separated by a massive hill. So we can't actually get connection between the two. So we need to have a scaffold up on the hill that takes the connection from one side and repeats it all the way down to here where we are now. Which, if it's working, you're seeing us now and us.
Correct.
So what we've just been doing is that connection went down earlier today, which unfortunately caused us to miss some camera angles of launches, which we do have recorded.
Day one, we like this guy quits. Okay, and I believe we're back. Sounds like we're losing a bit of connection to our advanced pad, so you're back with us rather abruptly. We weren't prepared for that, but that's okay. We'll still have some footage for you guys, I'm sure, from that pad soon. Our amazing networking team has been working so hard to keep that up. Nick has been just an absolute incredible resource. We have such a complicated system here. I don't know if it's been explained, but we actually have a point-to-point system. So we have a directional Wi-Fi antenna set up at our live stream booth just behind the cameras that's pointed to about 2.5 kilometers away. We have a location that we've been calling Waypoint. And at Waypoint, we have another antenna that's receiving from here, which is then transmitting across another set of antennas to the advanced pad. So we're actually about 2.7K of transmission distance on wireless transmission using Wi-Fi band routers.
And how far away is it to statics for that as well?
I couldn't quite make out what was happening over the PA there.
So we've had some action happening at advanced here. But anyways, we're about to get a bunch of action here. I'd like to thank Ariana for coming on the stream and helping us out and answering some of our questions.
Thanks so much.
She's a busy volunteer, has a lot of stuff to happen, so thanks for joining us and giving us some of your time.
Of course,
it's great to have you.
Thank you so much.
Looks like we have some footage back from Advanced Pad. UBCO was instructed to fill by Peter, and we've also got Guelph getting ready to launch here at Solids. So there might be a bit of chaos here. Apologies if we miss a little bit of something, but we're doing our very best to get you all the information. Here we are.
I believe we have Windsor, followed by a sport flight that's going to 100,000 feet, and then UBCO. Mathieu, I believe, is the name of the sport flight. That he should be having a beautiful flight if he's expecting to get that high.
Yeah, I know Mathieu. I didn't know he was doing a flight that was aiming for that high, but that would be remarkable by Mathieu.
That's an incredible target for
Must be a
sport.
multi-stage.
Yeah, this advanced pad stuff, they get some pretty cool rockets over there.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the UBCO rocket. They've been instructed to start filling. So there must have some valves open, getting some nitrous into that shiny silver tank.
Yes, they should, and we should see in just a few minutes here their fill complete. They'll go for their ignition and then launch.
Yep, and I think while we wait for them to fill, we might be launching a rocket off the solids pad. Oh,
Windsor.
There's some stuff happening at UBCO, but Windsor is going to be launching right away.
Windsor is about to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Launch.
They're launching.
No smoke.
No smoke seen. They're recycling.
So perhaps an ignition failure on U-Windsor's rocket, their two-stage rocket, Purple Rain.
Oh, that's disappointing. Hopefully,
hopefully we should be able to get that up. A scrub on a solid isn't usually doesn't usually need a huge amount of time to recycle.
They're trying again. University of Windsor. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, there we go.
And there it goes.
Beautiful.
There it is. We see the full first stage.
Ignition.
And the second stage, I did see some
Oh,
smoke.
yeah, I see it now. I heard it too. Yeah, I've lost it now, but that...
It looks like University of Windsor was able to get both stages lit, so well done to the University of Windsor. Hopefully we hear some news on the recovery status, but fantastic job by Windsor, camping out all week and getting their upper stage to light. What an accomplishment. Congratulations.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah, that second stage, it took me a second to catch where it was, but yeah, we had a little puff of smoke there. And sustainer ignition is it's an incredible feat from a student team.
Yeah, and that's Windsor's first time attempting a two-stage, only their second time at Launch Canada.
Wow. Short.
And all done while camping out.
Well, they'll be having a fun time at their campfire tonight, celebrating that, and hopefully we'll get to see them celebrating at the pad. Was that main on booster and drogue on sustainer?
I do believe so. That sounds nominal to me so far.
This sounds like it's going wonderfully for them. 102,000 feet. This is going to be our next attempt. It's going to be a car record. The countdown is going to be in French for on the PA, but Noah, would you like to do it?
5, 4, 3, mise à feu.
Smoke
And there it is.
ignition. There we go. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Wow, that's fast.
That is already just up there. Wow. That was incredible. Oh, listen to that sound coming in.
Now we'll try and get an update to see if we saw the sustainer stage.
That was an incredibly fast boost. That was just amazing to see.
Maybe we can try and get some confirmation on who was the flyer of that rocket. I believe it may have been Mathieu Gagnon.
Yes, I've been hearing that it was Mathieu. So congratulations on that one. That's an incredible flight.
Well, we'll see if the sustainer has lit. Hopefully we get some information on that. There, I believe we are seeing a parachute from most likely Windsor's rocket on the stream. This could, yeah. I believe that is likely the booster from the University of Windsor that we're seeing there with the main out.
Wow, what a beautiful shot.
And the action should just keep going because we should be getting UBC Okanagan pretty soon.
Believe we will be. They were instructed to fill a few minutes ago before these launches, so they should be getting pretty close.
There, that booster has landed from Windsor.
Seems like where that shot showed it landing is pretty similar to where we've seen a number of others come down. The winds must be pretty consistent over there, which is excellent news because that means it's much more predictable for the recovery teams, especially if they can base it off of the location where other teams have recovered from.
Right, there we are, a view of the teams at the advanced pad.
And that
There's another parachute, so perhaps this is the sustainer, or perhaps this is the booster of another rocket, perhaps the most recent one. We'll try and figure out exactly which rocket we're looking at in a second.
Lots of action over at the advanced pad right now with two-stage rockets firing in succession. That means we have four things.
I believe this may be the Windsor rocket.
Is that the Windsor sustainer?
This may be the Windsor sustainer. I am not 100% sure, but we'll find out. Whatever it is, it's about to land. Looks like a nice nominal landing once again.
Congratulations on that, University of Windsor. Wow, incredible stuff.
Thanks to all the messages in the chat cheering on their friends at Windsor. Lauren M. Schmidt, Matthew. Yeah, thanks a lot for everybody for sending in the comments.
Wow, and yeah, we should be soon coming up to UBCO here. You can see them again in the pink there. We also still have University of Guelph on the pad, and that range is still red, so we may be seeing that soon as well, Noah. So we might be getting some quick back and forth action between the solids and the advanced pads.
Yeah, so hopefully we hear some information on UBCO, and hopefully they can go and fly their rocket, and then I think we'll be coming back to Guelph.
Yes, and it's wonderful to see these teams from so far away. UBC Okanagan in Kelowna, British Columbia. I know the place well. It happens to be where I currently live as well, so it's nice to see my hometown sharers right now doing some excellent rocketry here in Timmins. See beautiful
Here's the stats on UBC's rocket, although I do believe that's actually U of A's rocket that is on the screen there, that yellow and blue two-stager.
About to say, it didn't quite look right to me.
But the silver and pink rocket over at Advanced Pad is the UBCO Aerospace rocket called Dragon Lady. It's a completely experimental hybrid, 6-inch diameter, and it should be reaching over 20,000 feet.
And here we have a
if
shot
I remember correctly.
OTEC coming back from their recovery. It looks like they have their rocket on board. And I'm hearing now that UBCO has scrubbed their launch.
Oh, that's unfortunate to hear, but that would explain why we didn't see it go. Perhaps the vapor that we saw may have been a dump of the nitrous a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. They have been having a few teams have to dump after filling, which is too bad to see. It's so exciting once you see them start filling, but I'm sure that they'll make another attempt tomorrow, and we'll see that beautiful, beautiful rocket launch and all those pink-shirted team members excited.
Yep, it's always good to see a launch from the best province in the country, of course.
Oh, yes. We're definitely not biased at all on that one, Noah.
Not biased whatsoever.
No,
There's no bias allowed on the Launch Canada live stream. But anyways, here we are back at Solids Pad. Guelph Rocketry should be the next ones to be sent in this quite a busy afternoon of flying, actually. It was a bit of a slow start to the day, but things have been rocking since about when I came on the booth. It seems like I showed up at the perfect time.
Yes, yeah, and since I got here too, there's been a lot of wonderful action. It's always great to see two-stage rockets with such success, and the shots that we got from our advanced team there is just amazing.
If we got any fans of Guelph Rocketry, send a message in the chat. I'm pretty sure you guys will be going next. Anyways, there's some shots of UBCO members talking to Peter. We do have the live Peter cam. We know some people in the chat have been rooting for the live Peter cam. So there it is there. Live Peter cam in sight.
Yep, Peter, he's a busy man over there, so you can always kind of tell what's going to happen.
If you don't know, that the cowboy hat that he's wearing is actually a hard hat.
It is. He loves that thing. I watched him, our CCAN over there for the live stream is shared with him, and I believe we can see Mateo in there as well on the right side in the top with the orange shirt on.
Oh yeah, one of our live stream volunteers and judges.
Live stream and judging, just like yourself,
Just
Noah.
like myself. So shout out to Mateo, Carleton alum.
Yes, he is. I've known.
You know, just like many of our live stream alum, our live stream members are all Carleton alum.
Yes.
Unfortunately, not myself. I unfortunately chose the university down the highway.
Yep, very close by. And Noah and I, knowing each other for many years, I know some of the QRIP people through you, and you know a lot of the Carleton people through me.
Yeah, there were many
Rocketry.
visits over the years of those undergrad times. So great times between, you know, up the 401 and the 417, 416,
16, I believe.
416. Man, I have only been gone a year, and I'm already forgetting such a
And
critical highway.
welcome back to Nico.
Spent a lot of time off screen today on a different screen, taking some Instagram reels, as they say.
Yep.
And preparing some props, as you guys know too. I guess I'm the Launch Canada costume designer to some extent, and we have. I actually got this mug from.
Oh. Sorry to interrupt you, Nico. I believe you can see communications very own Simon Gala on there in the blue shirt. Oh.
But we're heading back to Solids Pad to fly Guelph. So you should be able to hear Chris, I believe. Perhaps Michael can confirm with us.
Avec lancement imminent. Université de Guelph.
Clear. Phenomenal. Go for launch. University of Guelph. Alaris. Countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
No smoke yet.
Looks like a bad igniter.
Lots of suspense.
Well, we might have to do a recycle on that one for Guelph, unfortunately.
I believe so.
Reuse, reduce, recycle.
You can see Launch Control Officer Chris Hobbs up there. It looks like he's taking another look out at the pad. They're really keeping us in suspense here. We have pad manager heading out to the pad now.
Yep, Vicky's getting back in the Ferrari to drive out to the pad.
Would that be a Maserati?
Well, it's a Mazda, but it's nicknamed a Ferrari because at one point the exhaust had a certain sound to it.
Yeah, I heard that there was some work done on that during previous Launch Canada.
Well, some work was perhaps done by the roads, as it usually does.
Yeah, the roads here aren't exactly known for being nice to people's cars.
Yeah, Vicky's car has probably put on several tens of thousands of kilometers just driving back between the LCO stand and the pads in this week. She's been kept very busy. We do see the Guelph University team there on your screen now. They're looking at their tracking equipment. And Shane and Vicky are out there replacing the igniter. So let's look at some of the comments in the chat here. From Aiden, how many more salvos? I believe at Advanced, that was it for the salvos. And here at the Solids pad, I think Guelph may be the final rocket of the day.
Certainly seeming like it.
We'll keep you updated if there's anything more, but this might be the end of it for Launch Day 4 here. Comment from Jerry, loud and proud for Guelph. Thanks for sending your support, Jerry. We appreciate it. And some cheers as well for Ontario Tech for recovering their rocket successfully. So awesome to see supporters of all sorts of different universities here in the chat. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing. All these teams coming together for this excellent, excellent competition. We're seeing so many varied rockets, although on the Solids pad here, we did see two very similar ones. And now we get to see the second of the two.
Well, let's cross our fingers that the result is actually quite different for this one.
Yep. Let's hope the
while shreds are entertaining, 2 in a row would be a bit disappointing.
That is true.
Some more messages in the chat asking about the status of U of A. I believe U of A has stood down for the day as well. They were not in that last salvo, so unfortunately it didn't look like they're going to get up in the air today.
Still got time tomorrow morning, though?
Yep, there is, of course, still time tomorrow morning. The range should be open until around noon tomorrow.
So
I believe that is true, and oh, they're getting back in the car. So we should see them back here soon to hopefully have another attempt on Guelph's. Wow, that's really sounding like a race car
on that car. Great shots.
Almost sounded like an F1 car there.
Sorry, having a little bit of fun.
Is this a rocket launch or is this a rally?
Got a little bit of anti-lag there.
Oh, yeah.
Or I don't know if that's what you're going for, or if you were going for turbo noises.
I was going for like bang, bang, bang down the gears.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
yes. Okay, we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Need some nitrous.
Well, you know, if there are any car enthusiasts who are looking to get some bonus power in their car, just head over to Advanced Pad. Plenty of bottles.
Yep, lots of nitrous over there for those liquids and hybrids.
Well, maybe we can get the little picture-in-picture with us as we watch the next launch of Guelph.
Yeah.
You can see us turn around and try and find the rocket in the sky.
If you guys could guess how many cars have had to either pull over or had to have work done so far this week, what would you guesstimate that count to be?
Well,
over 9,000.
Over 9,000?
Over 9,000, yeah.
I know for certain that we've had at least one road incident on these roads that can at times be a little bit hazardous. We had one car that went into the ditch and had a little bit of a roll down the side.
Yeah, and that's not counting Peter driving his truck into the ditch prior to the competition.
Luckily,
anyways,
no one's
looks like we're going to be going with Guelph soon. You should be hearing Chris.
indicate to go for launch. Or so go for launch. With develop, skies are clear. Go for launch. We receive well with Polaris. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Silence. I launch you.
Suspense again. Oh, still no smoke.
And another bad igniter.
Sounds like another bad igniter, so you
Looks
maybe
like
see
Guelph is having a little bit of a tricky time getting up in the air.
Burn, baby, burn.
Well, we'll get another igniter replacement done, and hopefully that could be up in the air very soon. Looks like there's some discussion up on the LCO area there.
Things are up in the air until they actually are up in the air, folks. Hopefully.
We're hearing from our drone operator. There's some discussion. I believe our drone operator's going over to the LCO to talk about the issue that they're having.
And Jasper, when was last time you saw Ernie Clement argue with Wayne Gretzky?
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Well, we're getting it here, folks.
They're going back and forth on this, and
we certainly have a combination of sporting legends now at Launch Canada, thanks to your
course.
jersey collection.
Thank you. Yeah.
Even if some of them are unfortunately wearing the jerseys of some certain hated teams, such as you know.
You know, I wouldn't say hated. I'd say more beloved. But you know, each their own. You know, I think Biznasty is, or pardon me, Paul Biznett is very appropriate for any sort of podcast.
Of course.
And of course, we got to represent the Timmins Blue Jays.
Yeah, the Timmins Blue Jays with to Max. I can't come up with a good thing for Scherzer. No, I was trying to come up with a good pun there. I was trying to come up with to Max. Maybe.
Too bad Connor Timmins from the Maple Leafs couldn't switch sports.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if he's even still on the Leafs.
Are you talking about Connor Brown there? Or, you know, I know that he played for the Leafs. And
no, there was a guy actually called Connor Timmins on the Leafs. Yeah.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah. I think he was a bit of a fringe guy.
I thought you were trying to make. I get a little triggered whenever someone talks about McDavid going to the Leafs. So my apologies.
As long as the Oilers never win the cup, I'm satisfied.
I mean, they've already won 5, so.
I think we have some drama starting on the stream over
we got
hockey on a Rocket stream.
We got an alleged Flames fan who didn't bring a Flames jersey, so.
We have a car going back out. I didn't actually see who got in it this time.
It's Vicky and Shane again.
Headed back out.
We've got Nico providing the audio once again.
You said it was a Ferrari, right?
Yeah, you do know that once the stream gets approaching 6 o'clock, the sanity levels start to decrease.
Yes.
Yeah,
We've been on here for a good hour now.
Yes.
I know that our entire live stream team has been working so hard and staying up after hours to make sure everything gets packed up for the evening, and then getting up bright and early to get back on site and get this stream up for you folks at home. So yeah, we start to lose it in the evening when we would normally be having our chaotic, packed down and vocal stim time where we just say things over and over again into each other's ears.
And hats off to you too, Jasper, for spending tireless time off camera helping us get set up there behind the scenes. Very much appreciated.
Thanks for that, Nico.
Came in here as an anchorman, and we turned you into a
director.
Yes, a director. There you go.
I don't know if I'd say director. I would say camera switcher for the advanced pad. It's what I was mostly doing, and it's been a lot of work for everyone, and it's been so wonderful to see how many people are loving the stream, and how many people are getting to watch the teams that they are either on or that they know someone on do such incredible things here.
Even though we're all wearing different jerseys here, we're all on the same team. After all, that's why it's called the Launch Canada Challenge. It's a challenge, not a competition. People work together. People lend out tools. Everyone wants to see everyone succeed, which is, a very, very special thing about this event. It's all about growing rocketry in Canada and helping young individuals build the skills they need to succeed in industry. So.
Yep. I'd always cheer for every single rocketry team. The only time I think I wouldn't cheer for a rocketry team is if the Oilers started a rocketry team.
In case nobody can tell, Noah doesn't like a certain NHL team.
To each their own.
It's okay. All NHL teams.
We should be getting attempt 3 on Guelph pretty soon. Shane and Vicky have returned once more from the pads. So you should be hearing Chris again pretty shortly. I think they drove back so fast that time we didn't even have time to,
get the Nico cam.
Plug the audio in from the advanced onboard microphones.
Son of a nutcracker. I'll get it next time.
Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe next year we should put one of our wireless mics on Vicky's car so we can get live.
We should get an onboard camera.
Yeah, actually, that would be a good idea.
With a live speed overlay.
It'd be fun to get a soundboard too.
We do have some kits that could possibly do that for a shorter distance, like from here to the pad. That would be interesting to do. Maybe we can even talk them into that for tomorrow. I don't think we'll be able to, sadly.
Well, as part of the judging team, I will be back in town tomorrow adding up all the scores, finding out who won, because it is actually still a competition, and there is a winner. There are winners of different categories, top 3. We already presented the prizes for the junior category, but we still need to present the payload challenge, the restricted category, the advanced category, the tech dev, and of course the overall Launch Canada Grand Trophy.
It'll be interesting to see
who wins the 5th, who becomes the 5th team to lift that trophy. Will we have a repeat winner? Will we have a new winner? We'll find out tomorrow at the award ceremony.
Yeah, there are winners. There's.
All right. You should be hearing Chris Hobbs on the LCO stand soon. The next voice you hear will be his.
University of Guelph, third attempt. This one with a little bit of extra go juice. So, this is University of Guelph. Has it clear?
Looking up Windsor Nominal. We're not getting any Chris audio right now, but 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition.
Oh, we have ignition. Look at that red flame. Beautiful.
Beautiful launch on that red motor.
Wow.
Sometimes those reds need a little bit extra juice to get started, but that was great. Perfectly straight.
Wow.
No shred.
That was a perfectly straight line to my eye. No, I'm not sure about you.
Yeah, I can't see the event up there if there is one, but the team looks to still have telemetry.
They've hit apogee.
And looks like a drogue.
Plenty of
They're coming
excitement.
down under drogue now. Believe so.
Sounds like a shoot deployment.
This seems like a happy team here at the launch area. Wow, I think it sounds like we might be getting a shot, tracking it soon here.
Lots of hugging and high fives here at Launch Canada right now.
This is what it's all about, seeing that celebration on a team.
Especially for a first-time team like Guelph. This is a great job from them.
Yeah, that was an excellent flight, so congratulations on that.
Hats off to the rookies.
We'll wait to hear if they get out onto their main chute as well. But in the meantime, it's still congratulatory to get under their drogue chute with such a beautiful flight.
Perhaps Jasper, he's at the right side of the tent. Perhaps he can get eyes on.
Yeah, I can see it coming down now. It appears to still be on drogue. It's coming down, and it looks like it's perfectly intact up there. That's a beautiful sight. And I'm hearing confirmation that this is, in fact, our last launch of the day. The advanced pad has been fully shut down and cleared. So the teams there are all packing up. And then this is our last launch here. So once we see this touch down, that's our end of operations for the day.
C'est la dernière fusée de la journée.
It's still coming down under drogue, it looks like. It'll be wonderful to see if they get their main chute out. You can see a little bit of spin on it.
Do you still see it, Jasper?
Yeah, I still see it up there.
Perhaps he can point towards it, and I might be able to get a view too.
It is right there. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, it's still under the tent for me.
Okay, sorry about
Once it gets a bit lower, perhaps.
Wow. What a beautiful thing.
Guelph makes your rockets. What a beautiful thing.
Oh, we do have it on the tracking camera for you.
What a beautiful background.
Well, we had it for a second there on the tracking camera.
Yeah, we lost it. I've actually lost it visually too. I looked at the camera a little too much, and now I don't see it.
There it is, and there's the main has deployed.
Yep, I see it now. Yes,
the main parachute
beautiful.
has been deployed. Congratulations to Guelph on what appears to be a nominal flight. Hopefully they still have telemetry lock.
That looks like a celebration of telemetry lock. I believe that's what I just heard them say.
Félicitations.
I'm seeing high fives right now. That's a good sign for Guelph. Congratulations to you guys for that. Wow. What an excellent ending to the day.
Yep, absolutely fantastic. I guess we can wrap it up for you guys here. So thank you so much for tuning in to another fantastic launch day of Launch Canada. The stream will be back out here tomorrow as well to catch the last half day of launches. And then there will also be live coverage of the award ceremony tomorrow evening in Timmins. And you'll be able to find out who all the winners are, of the big prizes, and even of the funny prizes, which are, of course, the most prestigious awards of Launch Canada, the funny prizes. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Looks like the Guelph's rocket has just landed.
Yep.
So hopefully you all tune in again tomorrow. Thank you so much for all your support throughout the day and throughout the week. And, yeah, we'd love to have your continued support until the end of the competition. So, on behalf of myself, Noah, and Jasper, and Nico, have a great day.
Give her buds.
Have a good one.